Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 1129. Su Mingyang couldn't see the carriage that Xiao Bei and the others were in. He turned his head and saw many people at the dock busily unloading gifts for the Tang Empire from the Japanese ships. He shook his head and whispered, "You are even more foolish. The Tang Empire is not the Tang Empire of the past. In the past, you sent a bunch of worthless things, and the emperor would give you more rewards. Every time you came to make money. Now, it's useless to send anything. At most, you will be given some coupons, and you can only spend them in the designated places of the Tang Empire. There is no cheap thing in the designated places. We are going to deal with you soon, but you still foolishly sent people to ask for peace. If it were me, I would directly call back all the Japanese in the Tang Empire and then fight to the death. The Tang Empire can't attack immediately. There is still Duoshi. Then, we will secretly send people to the battlefield where the Tang Empire and Duoshi are fighting to understand the various tactics of the Tang Empire. At the same time, we will recruit good craftsmen in the country and work hard to develop advanced technology. Even if we can't make guns and cannons in a short time, we will try to make our weapons better. Also, we will send the children to a distant place under the protection of the military. Even if some of them are swallowed by the waves, we will leave behind some seeds. The rest of the Japanese will be able to fight to the death when the Tang Empire is free. The Tang Empire may not be able to kill all the Japanese in 3 to 5 years. At that time, surrendering will be better than what we are doing now." Su Mingyang felt sad for the Japanese. They lacked courage. Otherwise, how could they be bullied so badly by the Tang Empire and have to use people to take the blame? How sad would the people who were chosen feel? Su Mingyang thought very well, but he thought of it now that he knew the layout of the Tang Empire. As he watched the Japanese unload the goods, another person's voice came from behind him. "Lord Su, you have a good idea. I admire you, I really admire you. Can you people from the Zhang family and Wang family not be so scary? Can't you show your face in front of me when you speak?" Su Mingyang, who was frightened again, looked back and saw that it was a manager of the Chamber of Commerce. He sighed and said helplessly, "I didn't want to scare Lord Su. I just happened to be behind you and thought that Lord Su heard my footsteps, so I said those words. Lord Su, please don't blame me. It's just that I don't agree with Lord Su's words and have some other thoughts." The manager of the Chamber of Commerce apologized with a smile and began to object to Su Mingyang's words. Su Mingyang asked gloomily, "Oh? Do you have a different opinion too? Tell me about it." "Yes, I was thinking about it. Although Japan currently has the emperor, there are also other clans. Some are in favor of war, while others are in favor of peace. The Japanese coming to the Great Tang to cause trouble was definitely arranged by those in favor of war. If their plan in the Jiangnan circuit had succeeded, and if their backup plans in other parts of the Great Tang had also succeeded while the Great Tang was in chaos, they would have the right to speak in the country. But they failed, and they didn't cause any major losses to the Great Tang. Instead, they provoked a backlash from the Great Tang. Thus, someone had to bear the responsibility. Their prestige in Japan would definitely plummet. At this critical time, they still want to fight to the death with the Great Tang. Before the Great Tang soldiers can go, their heads will be cut off by the peace faction and sent to the Great Tang to ask for peace. Of course, I don't think they are afraid of death. What they are afraid of is that once their entire faction is finished, Japan will have no hope and will be wiped out by the Great Tang through various means. Thus, in order to preserve a little seed, they can only choose to make concessions in the country and endure humiliation in order to make a comeback. It was precisely because the young master and young lady had considered this that they did not immediately send troops to attack. Instead, they mobilized the army to put pressure on the other side and make them compromise. Otherwise, if they really did go to war, they would immediately be able to unite in the face of this crisis. In this way, the young master and young lady's early efforts would truly have been for naught, and they would have wasted their time without obtaining any benefits. This truly was not worth it. War was like a business. If the cost was too high, there would be no profit. This was a business that would lose money. If you want to lose money and make money, you shouldn't put it on the Japanese. Japan has already been suppressed, so there's no need to continue making money. If you don't believe me, Lord Su, the two of us can make a bet. Before the new year, Japan will completely lose its ability to fight. I'm willing to bet 10,000 strings of cash. What does Lord Su think? The manager of the conglomerate spoke of his thoughts and proposed a bet with Su Mingyang. Ugh. There's no need. This official doesn't have that much money to bet, and gambling is not good. It's better for people to earn money honestly. After all, gambling is not the right path. Su Mingyang did not dare to accept. As the manager of the conglomerate spoke, he also realized that Japan had probably begun to engage in various struggles for power. There were countless schemes, but they were not aimed at the Great Tang, but at other powers. Before the Great Tang could even fight, his own country was already in chaos. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were truly capable. It was no wonder that they did not directly go to war. Chaos was good for them. Moreover, when he thought about the Great Tang's current situation, Su Mingyang couldn't help but sigh. The Great Tang was much better. At the very least, when the Great Tang said that it was going to fight, no officials in the imperial court objected. Even the scholars did not appear to complain that war was wrong. This was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were using the excuse of helping the people of other countries to live better lives and to educate them. This was justifiable in the grand scheme of things. The simplest example was in the northern part of Hebei province. Because they could not survive, the people who fled and the locals of the Great Tang formed a new county. Their lives were clearly better, and they were in a very comfortable situation. This proved that the rulers of Xinlua did not treat their people well. There were still many people in the world who needed the help of the Great Tang. Even if they used war to overthrow the original ruling class, although the process was painful, the results were good. The most important thing is that the Great Tang is now rich and has advanced weapons. No one in the imperial court is against war. If the poor people keep revolting in various places, not to mention war, as long as the national treasury takes out money to do anything, many people will stand up to oppose. As Su Mingyang thought about it, he was even more convinced of the fact that war was fought for money. You go about your business first. This official will look around and see if I can think of a better idea to help the local people solve some practical problems. It's not easy to be the provincial governor of Luzhou. Su Mingyang waved his hand at the manager of the conglomerate and stood up, intending to take a stroll. Lord Su, are you sure you don't want to gamble? In fact, you can be rich. When the new year comes, as long as you don't do anything else, you can get a comfortable reward. It's more than the previous one. The previous one didn't come up with a good idea to build railway tracks at the docks. The manager continued to ask. At the same time, he reminded Su Mingyang that the more things he did for the local people, the more rewards he would get when the time came. Su Mingyang continued to wave his hand. There's no need. I never bet with people. After saying that, he continued to walk to the unloading ship. He wanted to come up with a better idea. Even if it was a little more efficient, he could get more rewards. He was really tempted by the manager's words. It was not only to get more money, but more importantly, if he took more money, he could give an explanation to the people who supported him behind the scenes. He wanted to show them that he, Su Mingyang, was not just a person who came to Luzhou to mess around. Compared to the previous ones, he was a capable person. There would definitely be no problem for him to continue to support him in the future. Lord Su, you're here. Su Mingyang had just stood beside one of the unloading ships when someone greeted him warmly. He turned to look. Wei Wei nodded. However, he did not know the other party. However, he knew he must have come up with a good idea that had gained some recognition from the locals. Otherwise, he would be like before. No matter where he went, as long as he did not take the initiative to speak, others would treat him as if he was invisible. They would stand beside him, but they would not speak to him. They would not even look at him. It was depressing. When Su Mingyang thought about this, he felt that it was easy to be the provincial governor of a province, especially the provincial governor of a small province. There were very few counties under the jurisdiction of a province. If he really became a provincial governor, he would just have to wander around and see the situation at the bottom. With what he had learned, it was not too difficult. Even if he could come up with useful ideas for a county every month and improve the lives of hundreds of people, he would still gain a lot in a year. Moreover, if he did not have any special opportunities, he would not be able to leave after a year as the provincial governor of a province. Many times, he would have to stay for 3 to 5 years or even die of old age. Of course, in the current Great Tang, if a provincial governor was truly capable, he would not die of old age unless he was already old when he became provincial governor. As long as he was willing to do practical things for the people and improve their lives, even if a province had 10 counties, he would be able to help tens of thousands of people in 5 years if he helped a few hundred people every month. The people did not have knowledge. Could it be that the officials of the current era who had studied political economy and had the opportunity to report things they did not understand to the officials in the capital? After receiving guidance, would they not be able to solve the problems of the people's lives? If that was really the case, not to mention dying of old age in the position of provincial governor, he would probably be impeached before he could even hold the position for long. The current Great Tang was still better. Although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were a little too domineering, their eyes were very bright. They usually collected intelligence on places and found that the officials of a place were really capable. After the officials made achievements, if the people of the imperial court did not care about them, they would immediately promote them through another channel. This gave the officials hope. They knew that as long as they put their mind on the people's lives, they did not need to spend money to curry favor with the higher-ups to be promoted. They also did not need to worry that they would say something wrong and offend the higher-ups and be suppressed by the higher-ups. If the officials dared to suppress them after they made achievements, the higher-ups would be the ones to suffer before the officials. I guess I can't think of a better way to do things at the docks. Do I have to find other places that are not perfect? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were too hateful. They had planned Lu Zhou so well that they could not find any new ideas even if they wanted to. Farming, breeding, tourism, and seafood processing, they had everything. Moreover, the roads were also built. Where should I start? It's difficult. If there's no other way, I'll just take a look at the county below. After all, there's no one waiting for me. I don't have to worry about wasting manpower and money. Su Mingyang wanted to reap more benefits and was prepared to continue working hard. However, he suddenly realized that it was too difficult to do anything outstanding. However, he did not give up. He did not believe that all the plans were perfect. Even if they were perfect in the past, as the place developed, there would be new areas that could be improved. If he seized the opportunity, he would be able to earn more money. With that thought in mind, Su Mingyang left the docks and found a carriage. He instructed a servant beside him to return to the mansion and report that he was going to the county below. Then, he sat in the carriage and waved his hand. With great ambition, he made his way to the county. Compared to Su Mingyang's ambition, Takashita Junichiro was trembling with fear. He took a few people who had lost in the family struggle as scapegoats and rushed to Lu Zhou as quickly as he could. At first, he was happy because the emperor of Great Tang, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan had not left Lu Zhou for the time being. The information he had gathered in Hangzhou had not left him in vain. Otherwise, if he was late, who knew what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would think? Would they think that he was stalling for time and send troops? However, as soon as he arrived at the docks, before he could ask where the emperor of Great Tang was, he first learned from the conversations of the local people that Nanzhao had sent people over. Moreover, they had received a certain level of understanding and would send more leaders over soon. He did not know if they were going to be beheaded or locked up. Perhaps, what he did not want the most was to be forgiven by Great Tang. If that was the case, Japan was in danger. When his ship passed by Chuanzhou, the information he received there was not very favorable to Japan. The Duoqi people had moved, and then the Tang army had moved as well. When he first received the news, he was happy for a moment. However, who knew that before he could finish being happy, he received the following information. Duoqi first gathered 2,000 people, then continued to gather thousands of people, but they did not send them forward. What could 2,000 people fight? They were not the Zhang family's or Wang family's protection team. If it was a 2,000-strong protection team, perhaps they would have a very strong combat power. They would not be at a disadvantage when facing an ordinary 20,000 to 30,000 army. But did Duoqi have that ability? 2,000 people. The cavalry guarding Qinghai Lake would be gone in a circle. They did not even need to use cannons. They just needed to organize the cavalry and attack. Although Duoqi was also a cavalry, when the two armies were close to each other, the cavalry of Great Tang had guns. Those called rifles might not be very accurate when they were moving, but how could the troops of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families not have guns? Guns were too disgusting. When the two sides were close to each other, they would be shot down by guns. Could it be that Duoqi did not know and ran over to die? However, the next news he heard was even more uncomfortable. The Great Tang had sent troops, but they were not the local soldiers of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families who had actual combat experience. Instead, they were the soldiers from Shannan West and Jiannan West, and they were small batches. At the same time, the general sent by the Great Tang was not from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families, but the commander of the Great Tang Military Academy. From the intelligence, it was obvious that the Great Tang and Duoqi were playing. Now, the news that Lu Zhou received said that the leader of the 6th Zhao had come. If they were fine and the Great Tang did not send troops to fight, would the Great Tang's troops just stay there? Thinking about it, it was impossible. Who would they attack? Fighting Xan Luo? With Xan Luo's current state, why would they need the Great Tang to fight? If the troops in Jili province went over, they would just directly occupy it. It was that simple. Since they could not fight Xan Luo, who else could they fight? The only one left was Japan. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to gather their troops to attack Japan? What should they do? With these thoughts in mind, Takeshita Junichiro set off for Lu Zhou's mansion. He needed to enter the mansion first before he could apply to see the Emperor of the Great Tang. Even if he applied, it might not be approved. Along the way, Takeshita Junichiro deliberately slowed down. Occasionally, when he met a citizen of Lu Zhou, he would give them some benefits. Then, he would ask about recent events in Lu Zhou, especially if there were any movements in the southwest. He wanted to gather more information. This time, Takeshita Junichiro had brought many gifts to Great Tang. The most direct was silver. 3 million taels of silver were temporarily in Hangzhou. Along with the ship were corals, large abalones, and dried abalones that had been there for several years. These were all things that the great families of Japan had taken out from their homes. Otherwise, they would not have been able to gather them. Takeshita Junichiro found this incredible. The economy of Japan was developing normally, and every time they traded with the Great Tang, they would get a lot of money from the Great Tang, which they could use to buy things back. At the same time, countless merchants from the Great Tang went to Japan to do business, especially with the development of tourism. In this way, Japan should be very rich. Moreover, they had rented ships from the Great Tang to go overseas. For now, only a few ships were out there. It was not that they did not want to send more, but the Great Tang had stopped renting ships. The gunships and steam engine ships out there had not received orders from the Great Tang yet. They hoped that they would not return too quickly and would stay out there to plunder more things. Since they had developed, increased trade, and had money, why couldn't Japan take out money? Where did all the money go? Takeshita Junichiro could not understand. The more they developed, the poorer they became. Japan's national treasury was empty, and the Japanese people could not fork out more money. If they were forced to collect money, it would not be difficult to gather 10 million strings of coins. However, no one dared to do so. Moreover, 10 million strings of coins would not be much if they were distributed to everyone. What was the reason? The more Takashita Junichiro thought about it, the more confused he became. He had to analyze the information he heard from the people in Luzhou. It did not take long for him to feel a splitting headache. Yamamoto and Yamamoto were just as uncomfortable as Takashita Junichiro. They had been temporarily conscripted and had given up on their original tasks to accompany him. It was not that no one from Japan could come, but even if they came, it would be useless. The Great Tang was developing too quickly. It changed every month. It would take a long time for people from Japan to familiarize themselves with the Great Tang situation, let alone come and talk to the Great Tang's emperor. Yamamoto and Yamamoto often traveled between the Great Tang and Japan. At the same time, they collected all kinds of information in the Great Tang and tried their best to learn as much knowledge as the Great Tang could teach them. Even though they knew that the Great Tang would not teach them advanced technology, they still earnestly learned what they could. It was mainly because of the teacher who was teaching. Even though he had already received instructions, he would still inadvertently say something that he shouldn't have said during the lesson. They also kept in touch with the students of the Great Tang. From time to time, they would hold banquets or poetry gatherings. They would continue to collect information and learn while having fun and chatting. Yamamoto and Yamamoto had worked very hard. When they held banquets, they were willing to spend money. No matter how much money they spent, as long as it could make the students of the Great Tang happy, they were willing to spend it. But usually, the two of them were very thrifty. They cooked their own meals and never went out to eat. If they went out to eat, they would spend more money. They gathered the people sent from Japan and took turns to cook every day. They ate the most ordinary food according to the season. They ate whatever was cheap. At the same time, when they had free time, they would lead the other Japanese to do small business. Real business was not the kind of business that was swindling. Even if they wanted to, they did not dare to do so. With their intelligence, they could earn a few hundred strings of coins every month. Then, they would subsidize it into the activity funds provided by the country. They continued to treat the students of the Great Tang to eat, drink, and play, all so that they could obtain useful information from the mouths of others. Their clothes were usually made of linen. They only wore a few sets of pure cotton and silk clothes. They would only wear them during poetry gatherings to appear more presentable. They even found a mountainous area outside the Four Seas Academy and reclaimed it. They planted some crops and raised a few chickens. This way, they could save a lot of money. However, even with such hard work, what would come eventually. Seeing that someone in the country had come up with a bad idea and had been seen through, the movement of the Great Tang's troops was unknown, and the Great Tang's attitude was unclear as well. The two of them were anxious like Takashita Junichiro. Reward. Takashita Junichiro said to Yamamoto, who was sitting in the carriage. He had just asked a citizen of Luzhou some questions, so it was time for him to pay. Yamamoto immediately produced a 50 strings of coins and passed it to Takashita Junichiro. Then, he turned around and continued to eat the free soup provided by the docks. He held a buckwheat biscuit with salted vegetables in it. He took a bite and chewed twice. It was delicious. At the very least, it was better than going hungry. More importantly, it was cheap. 1 copper coin could buy 3 caddies of buckwheat. If they were made into biscuits, they could last for a few days. They collected information along the way. At the same time, their information was sent to the ocean cloud in as they moved forward. Li Longji looked at the information on the paper and sighed. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "It's a pity. It's a pity for these people from Japan. In order to help their country, they did everything they could. They actually ate buckwheat biscuits and salted vegetables and gave the money they had on them to passers-by. I heard that they worked hard in school. Why can't they give up their identity as Japanese? If they really didn't care about Japan, with their abilities, they would definitely have a good life in Tang. They might even be able to enter the top 100 of the billionaire list." Zhang Xiaobao had also read the information and said, yes, they're not bad. Every nation has people like them. Not only Japan, but Tang also has people like them. In fact, it's even better than Japan. I can respect their national spirit, but it doesn't mean that I'll let them go. There are many people like them. I think their performance is only so-so. Showing them respect is also a form of respect for myself. Yes. Wang Wan chimed in, they're doing all right. At least I'm quite satisfied with what they're doing. Fortunately, not all Japanese are like them. The Bushido spirit hasn't been fully formed yet. I won't give them that chance. In the front line of espionage, many people have died, and many of them died unjustly. However, there are still people who keep joining, just for a belief. Compared to Japan, Tang is not inferior at all. I know. I know that if you two were in their position, you would definitely think of Tang. However, you two would be better than them and do better. Your family's spies also have to suffer like this outside? Where have they been sent to? Li Longji nodded and praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then, he asked about their intelligence personnel. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately smiled and pursed their lips. Well, I won't ask anymore. You have your own intelligence system, and I have mine. However, my intelligence system is good in Tang, but it's hard to say if it's sent outside. After seeing what happened to the Japanese, I decided that as long as they work hard for Tang outside, whether they come back alive or stay in a foreign country forever, after a period of time, when their identities are exposed, I will specially set aside a piece of land for them and erect a monument for them. What do you think? Li Longji thought that there were people like Yamamoto and Yumanji who saved money outside, but then took out more money to give to others. For a moment, he also felt sentimental. Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and said, as long as the Tang Empire maintains an absolute advantage, this matter can be done. If the Tang Empire is overtaken by others one day, then even if some people die, they won't be able to obtain a title. In fact, even if they do something beneficial to Tang, because the officials of Tang are too corrupt, not only are they unable to protect them, they even want to capture them and force them to hand over all their money. That is the most lamentable thing. A country that doesn't even have the courage to admit that someone has done a good deed and instead wants to arrest that person, forcing them to flee. This country is about to be destroyed. In truth, my request for the Great Tang is very simple. If our spy is exposed one day, he can confidently tell the other side that he is a spy for the Great Tang, but you are not allowed to touch him. Otherwise, the Great Tang will destroy you for me. Let alone killing me in broad daylight, even if I were to reveal my identity and suddenly disappear from this place, you would still have to bear the wrath of the Great Tang. Isn't that a little too unreasonable? You went to other people's territory as an intelligence agent, and they found you, and you are telling them not to touch you? Li Longji said with a smile. Yes, that's what I mean. Being reasonable is a matter for weak countries. The strong don't need it, and what the strong say is right. Even if one day my army goes to other people's territory and kills them, but they are surrounded, they can only send the people back to me. The only thing they can do is to take the guns from our people and study them. They can't do anything to our people and turn a military conflict into a diplomatic incident. I allow them to protest, but I can only express my regret. Zhang Xiaobao said as he looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was almost angered by Zhang Xiaobao's words. She glared at him and said, "You are talking about a strong country against a weak country. A strong country can't be strong just because you say so. You don't even have an aircraft carrier, so what can you do? Do you really think you are strong? Didn't you get better in the end? Do you know what it means to endure hardships?" I didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan blankly. In the end, she rolled her eyes again. Li Longji was confused. He didn't know what the two of them were talking about. He felt that it was a mess, so he asked, "What is an aircraft carrier?" "Let me explain." Zhang Xiaobao didn't look at Wang Wan's eyes and quickly said, "An aircraft carrier is a ship that provides a combat supply platform for things that fly in the sky. For example, our hot air balloon can fly in the sky. If we attack other people and they have cannons by the sea, what do? We use a hot air balloon to attack, but it is impossible for a hot air balloon to fly to a place by itself. It is too far away, and the things inside will be burned up, so it can't fly to a place. What do? We use a ship to pull it, just like the one we have now. But for an aircraft carrier, it's not cost-effective to only use it to carry hot air balloons. So, we'll use planes instead. Then, we'll throw down powerful bombs from the planes. With a wave of attacks, the entire coast will be cleared. It would be even better if we could fly further and directly blow up the enemy's military camp. Li Longji suddenly understood. Then, he said, the two of you keep talking about planes, but why haven't I seen one yet? Where are the planes? Can't the Ministry of Works figure it out? Tractors are already available, so why can't we use planes? This. Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. In theory, with tractors, we should have planes. But theory is just theory. It is still a little difficult to turn it into reality. The main problem is that we don't have enough fuel. It is not easy to burn it up. Besides, our diesel engine is too heavy and can't fly in the sky. A speed of 120 miles per hour is too slow. We have to solve the power problem first. Let's try it next year and see how the fuel refinement is. There is also the problem of the diesel engine's weight and volume. We can't let it burn out, right? If the diesel engine in the tractor burns out, then so be it. At most, we can send a few more people to carry it. If it burns out while flying in the sky, then it will really be a disaster. Of course, the people on top can parachute down. But at the critical moment, if they jump down, the tactical objective will not be achieved, and it will be over. So, Your Majesty, you have to wait. Don't be anxious, please don't be anxious. How can I not be anxious? Others have it, but I don't. Do you expect me to just take a beating and not fight back? Can a hot air balloon beat a plane? Is that aircraft carrier easy to build? When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he became even more anxious. He was still thinking about how awesome a certain country was. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he immediately guessed. That country already had an aircraft carrier and a plane. He was not thinking about long-distance bombing. Instead, he was thinking about the two countries' ships encountering each other from afar. Then, the country's plane would take off, while his country's hot air balloon would take off. The other country's plane used diesel engines, while his country still burned firewood. How could the speed be the same? If the wind was not favorable, and the wind was relatively strong, the hot air balloon would definitely not be able to outrun the tractor. At that time, the other country's plane would throw bundles of grenades at his ship, and his hot air balloon would be knocked down by the other country's plane before it could reach its destination. Not to mention fighting back, they would not even be able to parry the other country's plane. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had been fooled too much. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Let's talk about the hot air balloon." Theoretically, the hot air balloon would not be able to defeat the plane, but there are always exceptions. If the range of the weapons is the same, other than the plane being more agile and faster, as long as it does not fly too high, the hot air balloon's machine gun would still be effective against it. According to what you said, standing on the ground and shooting at the sky would also be effective. Li Longji said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. This is the legendary air defense position. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and admitted embarrassedly. Who was the one who had been fooling around and talking about what would happen in the future? In the end, more than 10 years had passed, and the plane still had not appeared. Who asked him not to specialize in this? Wang Wan was the same. If there was a plane, she could use it, but it would be difficult for her to build it, even if it was a crappy first-generation plane. Unless the person who came with him was a team of talented students who studied seriously, there was no need for a doctorate. Even if it was a bachelor's degree, as long as they studied hard and built a batch of planes, the plane would have appeared long ago. A profession was a profession, and he had to admit defeat. However, his profession was not this. If you asked a technician to play economics with him, he would not be able to do it, right? That was the logic. Li Longji was still thinking about how to use the plane in war. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked, "What about the ship?" "It's just a mothership. It's easy to build, right? Let's build it first and talk about the rest later. We can't possibly not have a ship after we have a plane, right?" Ah. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. "When I say ship, I mean a ship used to transport the plane. Can you build one? It's easier than a gunship, right? It doesn't have to be equipped with cannons, just a plane." Li Longji felt that an aircraft carrier was easy to build. Wasn't it just a ship? It did not need to fly in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head like a rattledrum. "No, Your Majesty, it's not like that. You won't understand in such a short time. That thing, it's like this. Planes don't fly like hot air balloons on the ship. In theory, there can be such planes, but let's not think about it for now, okay? So, the plane has to run on the ground first. It has to run very, very fast before it can fly. Running requires distance. When it's on the ground, we can even build a path of a few hundred kilometers for the plane to run on. What about on the ship? Then, our aircraft carrier also needs the ability to travel long distances, and it also needs to be equipped with various." At this point, Zhang Xiaobao paused for a moment, then looked at Wang Wan excitedly and asked, "Madam, what do you think is the shortest gliding distance for the lightest plane, the simplest plane? We don't need to build an aircraft carrier to be very powerful. We just need to build a plane. Our plane is not some heavy bomber, right?" I said no. Does a country that only knows how to protest still need an aircraft carrier? Wang Wan turned her head and said. With an aircraft carrier, won't they have more confidence when they protest? If we first build an anti-gravity warship that can go to outer space at any time, who won't tremble when they protest? What I mean is, our requirements are low now. When the plane comes out, a bigger ship, even with a hard plank, should be enough for the plane to take off, right? Zhang Xiaobao quickly followed Wang Wan's words. There was no other way. The concept of men being superior to women did not seem to appear in him and Wang Wan. Of course, the concept of women being superior to men was also impossible, unless Wang Wan had a special hobby, but that was impossible. Wang Wan's expression eased a little. She frowned and said, "Okay, then what do we need a plane for? You're already in the lead now. If you use a hot air balloon to fly up, other than staring, what can they do to you? Also, a hot air balloon needs much less fuel than a plane. It's fine as long as it can take off. Then, it depends on the direction of the wind. Do you think that if we give you a large aircraft carrier and a few large bombers, without bombs, what's the difference between them and our current military strength? Of course, this means that with better technology, we can make more tractors. It's definitely not a problem to use them for farming." "That's true, Your Majesty. Do you understand? We don't need that lousy ship now. What we need to do now is to make guns and train people to be more accurate. An aircraft carrier is not omnipotent. As long as the ground troops are strong, the final deciding factor of victory will be the ground troops. Only then will it be the occupation. Otherwise, even if it's airdropped, it will only be a ground battle. It's useless, at least for now. But Your Majesty, don't worry. We will let the Ministry of Works work hard on research. Perhaps in a few hundred years, an aircraft carrier or even a public carrier will be produced." Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and felt that Wang Wan's words made sense. Since they did not need the aircraft carrier to have too many functions, what would they need it for? In any case, their military strength was invincible now. In the end, Li Longji did not completely understand what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking about. He was very depressed. A few hundred years later, maybe I can just fly to someone else's place and become their emperor. Everyone will submit to me, right? Your Majesty is wise, Zhang Xiaobao said. Wise? My life is gone, so what wise am I? Do you really think I can live forever? Why are you trying to scare me? Tell me about your plans. How are you going to deal with Takeshita Junichiro? What are we going to talk about when we meet this time? I still have a plan in mind. I'll have to cooperate with the two of you who can't make airplanes. Li Longji also knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were more anxious about the development of technology than he was, but they still did not have any good ideas. Therefore, he endured it for the time being and asked about his cooperation. Since they were not going to attack Japan, they had to achieve their goals. Seeing that Li Longji was no longer forcing him to build an aircraft carrier, Zhang Xiaobao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was indeed rich in the past, but no matter how rich he was, it had nothing to do with an aircraft carrier. Even if you had the money to buy it, no one would sell it to you. By the time someone was willing to sell it to you, they would probably be able to perform space jumps. What was the point of having an aircraft carrier then? Fishing? Zhang Xiaobao smiled apologetically at Li Longji and said, Your Majesty, you don't have to meet Takeshita Junichiro personally. He's not qualified yet. You can continue to play in Luzhou. Leave the matter of meeting Takeshita Junichiro to Xiaobei. I'll give her a few instructions, and she'll know what to do. Don't worry, Xiaobei will definitely have no problem handling this kind of matter. We'll keep the 3 million taels of silver first. This is a huge sum of wealth. It'd be a waste if we don't take it. When it's time to deal with Japan, we'll have to deal with them. When the leaders of the Six Zhao arrive, we'll make Japan do what they should do. For now, we just need to give them a little hope. I don't believe they'll dare to use force against Tang immediately. Li Longji's expression eased a little. He was still worried that the other country would come and attack them. If they had nothing, they would be bullied to death. After pondering for a moment, Li Longji said, There's something I don't understand. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, since we already have our own paper money, why do we still have to keep gold and silver? Xiaobao, you've said it before. It's nothing more than a basic currency problem. We have the technology, so why are we afraid that others will make trouble with the currency? Your Majesty, you're talking about this problem. How should I put it? If we say that gold and silver are important, they're really not that important. Indeed, we're keeping them for the time being because we're afraid of problems. However, even if we don't have these two things, the current currency system can't be shaken by others. However, these two things have another use. First, it's beautiful, especially the gold powder. When you use other things to decorate something, the effect won't be as good. It's really beautiful. Second, we need electronic components. We're still lacking a little. It's fine if we don't use these two things, but the efficiency is low. In the future, it won't be good if we don't use them. If the resistance is slightly higher, the things won't be able to withstand it. Then, it'll become an electric furnace. You wouldn't want to use any electrical appliances in the future to suddenly emit smoke when you use them, right? Also, how should I put it? It means that in the future, we definitely can't use gold and silver. Furthermore, you don't have to care about the value of those things, and I don't care about the value of those things. However, I do care about other things. You can use them to bribe people, right? For example, you can build a big palace with gold. It'll be cool to lie down in it during summer, right? As Zhang Xiaobao explained, Wang Wan laughed again. When I die, I'll lie in a coffin made of gold. Does that mean that there's still hope for me to come back to life? You're always lying to me, and you haven't even built the plane yet. Do as you see fit. Don't look for me for small things in the future. Li Longji indeed didn't understand the importance of gold and silver in electronic components. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and turned to leave. He must be doing those shameful things again, Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan as he watched Li Longji leave. What is it that can't be seen? Wang Wan asked in surprise. Things about the continuation of life and inheritance of a race. It's hard to explain. Let me show you personally. Come, let's go to the back. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan's hand. If I don't go, you're a hooligan. See, you admit it. As expected, it's shameful. Let's find a place where there's no one. Chapter 1130. While Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan were all resting, Xiaobei was extremely energetic. She had been waiting to meet Takashita Junichiro. She had been sleeping for a long time just to show Takashita Junichiro her face. As for the others, especially Li Longji, who Takashita Junichiro really wanted to meet, it was impossible for them to answer him correctly. Only a child like Xiaobei who liked to talk to outsiders was willing to give him face. In truth, Xiaobei's main goal was to train herself. Even though she knew that she was already pretty good at speaking diplomatic terms in Great Tang, she still felt that there was still a gap. This was especially so when she was facing her brother and sister. They did not seem to need to think at all and could casually answer her more profound diplomatic questions. In her opinion, speaking about her brother and sister was as smooth as eating noodles. It could be said that she could speak as soon as she opened her mouth, and there was no repetition. She did not know how her brother and sister trained. When she realized that she was the stupidest of the 9, Xiaobei felt a sense of crisis. She could not draw, shoot, commentate on sports, calculate, literature, or martial arts, and so on. In these situations, she felt that the only thing she could do was to stand at the very front. Only by shouldering all the external matters would she be able to balance out a little. Otherwise, wouldn't she become the most useless? Even if her brother and sister kept saying that her position was actually just as important. With such thoughts in mind, Takashita Junichiro had a chance to come into contact with the upper echelons of Great Tang. Before dinner, Takashita Junichiro saw Xiaobei. She was clearly a child in his eyes, but he could never treat her like a child because many people had already been taken advantage of. Takashita Junichiro admitted that it would be very difficult to scheme against Xiaobei. Perhaps Xiaobei was not smart enough, but she was still competent in dealing with external matters. Takashita Junichiro brought Yamamoto to the side courtyard of Heianjian restaurant. After a series of body searches, he saw Xiaobei sitting high up. At this time, Xiaobei had already changed her clothes. She was wearing the official attire of Great Tang's imperial court officials. If one had to find something different, it would be the pattern on her body and the 2 kinds of fish bags on her body. But what did that count for? Even the emperor of the Great Tang, Li Longji, didn't care. Were they supposed to find any flaws in this matter and use them to threaten Xiaobei? Takashita Junichiro was well aware that as long as the Zhang family and the Wang family did not rebel, the emperor of the Great Tang, Li Longji, would not pursue the matter no matter what Xiaobei and the other children did. Even if they shouted that they wanted to rebel, Li Longji would not care. Who's next? Xiaobei's eyelids drooped as he asked the 3 kneeling Takashita Junichiro. She didn't put on any makeup at all. Her naturally formed long Weiwei eyelashes made her look like a doll for sale. Takashita Junichiro had the same thought. He really wanted to sell a doll, but when he heard what the doll said, he couldn't help but feel stifled. How could she not recognize him? He even got a lot of money from me. A citizen of this country, Takashita Junichiro, greets Inspector Zhang. Takashita Junichiro had no choice but to follow Xiaobei's words. Oh, so it's Ichiro. The other 2 look very familiar. Could it be that they are from a mountain temple? We're all familiar with each other. Quickly get up and speak. Don't stand on ceremony. Give them a seat. Xiaobei's drooping eyelids returned to normal. Her large eyes blinked in surprise. Li Longji, who was using a refraction mirror to look at the situation in a nearby room, immediately covered his mouth and laughed. He gave Zhang Xiaobao a thumbs up and whispered, "Amazing. He's good material to be an official." Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything and gestured for Li Longji to continue watching. Li Longji's gaze landed on the refraction mirror again. He saw someone bring over 3 small stools and place them beside Takashita Junichiro and the other 2. Takashita Junichiro and the other 2 had no choice but to thank him. Then, they sat on the stools. However, they felt that it would be better to kneel. At least kneeling would be more comfortable. The stools were too short. They were 3 inches off the ground. If they curled their legs, it would be sullen. If they straightened their legs, they would probably be chopped off by Xiaobei's men. Helpless, they could only sit like that. It was even more uncomfortable than sitting at the doorstep of an angry wife. Seeing them sit down, Xiaobei asked in confusion, "Why are the 3 of you looking for me?" The 3 of them were already used to Xiaobei's obvious question. Takashita Junichiro replied, "We are here on behalf of Japan to ask for punishment. We hope that the great Tang will let Japan off. The previous matter was not arranged by our emperor." The emperor had no idea. What matter? Crime? I don't know. Xiaobei asked blankly. It's the matter of us Japanese participating in the Jiangnan Road and causing losses to the great Tang. We are here to ask for punishment. Takashita Junichiro explained, even though he knew that Xiaobei was playing dumb. Xiaobei suddenly understood and said, "I don't think that you are guilty. There is no need for you to ask for punishment. When 2 countries are at war, everyone uses their own methods. What crime is there? Is that right?" Not at all. Takashita Junichiro and the other 2 widened their eyes. Fear appeared in their eyes. "Patrol Inspector Zhang, please don't say that. It's not a war between 2 countries. It's definitely not. The matter is like this. When people from other countries came to the Great Tang to cause trouble, a few people from Japan followed them. They hate the Great Tang and came here without the knowledge of our emperor. It's true that they are Japanese, but they don't represent Japan. When I returned, I had people arrest their family members. Even if their family members don't know about it." Takashita Junichiro was scared out of his wits. He explained nervously. He finally understood why it was difficult to do diplomatic work when one's military power was not strong. "It's not a war?" Xiaobei asked. Takashita Junichiro shook his head vigorously. "No, it's definitely not. It's a misunderstanding. We have already escorted them over. They are at your command." "Oh." Xiaobei smiled embarrassedly. "It seems that I misunderstood. Since it's a misunderstanding, why do we need to talk about escorting them? The ignorant can't be blamed. Since you kidnapped them, let them go. Don't affect the friendship between the 2 countries because of other people. Don't you agree?" The 3 were confused by Xiaobei's words. Should they answer yes or no? This was a question that was very profound. If they did not answer correctly, it could easily lead to the destruction of their country. Takashita Junichiro thought hard for a moment before finally saying, "Patrol Inspector Zhang, I believe that regardless of whether they knew about this matter beforehand, this matter is related to them. Even if it's just the slightest bit of connection, they can't escape the consequences of their lax management. Thus, for the sake of the friendship and peace between our 2 countries, they must bear the corresponding responsibility. This is also an explanation to the people of the Great Tang. What do you think?" "What do I think? I've heard that the lives of your Japanese people aren't very good. Coincidentally, my Great Tang has invited important figures from the southwestern Zhao to come here to discuss matters and help resolve the problems of the lives of the people of the southwestern Zhao. Why don't you send someone over as well? Since you've already said that you want to give an explanation to the people of the Great Tang, I'll mention it first. The people of the Great Tang who were harmed need a small piece of land as compensation. This is the land of your Japan. We're not forcing you to give it to us, but renting it out. You might be asking why renting your land would make up for the harm done to the people of the Great Tang, right? It's actually very simple. Because the people of the Great Tang who were harmed believe that renting a piece of land from your land will make up for the harm done. Do you understand?" Xiao Bei followed his brother and sister's request and organized his words for Takashita Junichiro and the others. The three of them were even more confused. What was all this nonsense? But the main meaning was clear. They wanted to rent out a piece of land to the Great Tang as compensation for their defeat in the war. Ceding land was a very simple matter. Patrol Envoy Zhang, how much land will be ceded to you? Takashita Junichiro nervously asked. It's not ceding, it's renting. We'll give you money. Let me think, it's about 1/20th, but the money we're willing to give is 1/10 of the income of your Japanese territory. We'll first rent it for 10 years, and after 10 years, we'll talk about it again. In truth, you're the one who's benefiting, twice the price. Let's settle the matter of renting the land first. Which one of you should hurry back and invite your important people to the Great Tang? Together with the people of the southwestern Zhao, one of you can examine the development model of the Great Tang, and then accept our help in other aspects. I have a list. Once you've chosen the people you want to send back, give them to bring them back. We're very sincere. Whether it's our officials, people, or soldiers, we all fervently hope that they can come. I trust that you won't disappoint us, right? Xiao Bei continued to speak according to his plan. In truth, he wasn't sure what the point of calling these people over was. Was he supposed to kill them? He trusted that his brother and sister wouldn't do such a thing. Otherwise, it would have been better to just call them. Takashita Junichiro and the others could hear the threat in his words. If not all the people on the list came, the people of the Great Tang would be disappointed, especially the army. What they were least worried about was renting out 1/20th of the land. Any large island would be enough. Even if they gave it to the Great Tang, it wouldn't matter. In the future, if they had the ability to take it back, they would naturally take it back. If they didn't, they had no choice but to give it to them. All right. We'll immediately arrange for people to go back. What other requests does the Great Tang have? Takashita Junichiro saw that there was no need to resort to violence, so he agreed to the matter first. As for what would happen after the people were sent back, it wasn't something he needed to consider. Xiao Bei seemed to be deep in thought, and then he shook his head. No, I can't remember. I think the next thing is to ask you what technology Japan needs. The people of the southwestern countries are coming to Luzhou to discuss the supply of technology, but it's not free of charge. You'll have to pay a price. The price isn't high, and it's mainly to help you, not harm you. Chapter 1131. 15 years ago, Takashita Junichiro and the others would have believed Xiao Bei's words. At that time, the Great Tang was very easy to negotiate with. Sending some rotten fish and prawns as tributes could be exchanged for precious silk and porcelain. Seeing that the Great Tang had advanced technology, they could also learn it. Moreover, if the Great Tang Emperor was happy, he might even send craftsmen to Japan to teach them. But now, that was impossible. Would the Great Tang be so kind? Those worthless craftsmen with no status had now become treasures. As for technology, there was even less hope. Let alone military technology, even if they wanted to learn some basic technology, the Great Tang would not teach them. Thus, when they heard Xiao Bei say that he would help Japan, Takashita Junichiro and the others were not happy. On the contrary, they couldn't help but tremble. What kind of rotten idea was Zhang Xiaobao coming up with now? Everything I said is true. Do you believe me? Xiao Bei asked, looking as if he was waiting for others to acknowledge him. The three nodded. We believe. How could Patrol Envoy Zhang's words be false? Really? You believe me? I don't believe you. Xiao Bei said to the three. While the three were flabbergasted, he continued, I don't believe why Big Brother and Big Sister would give you the technology, but it's true. There's also the people in the Southwest. We're not giving you the technology because we're afraid of you. We're sincerely helping you. However, the technology is not military technology, but smelting. The metal you sold us was too inferior, hindering our work. So I think that by helping you, we'll be helping ourselves. What do you think? Yes, yes. By helping us, you'll be helping yourselves. Patrol Envoy Zhang, you're truly too amazing. You've thought of this crucial point. With your abilities, it won't be a problem for each of you to become a governor of a province. The people under your rule will also have better lives. Takashita Junichiro felt that Xiao Bei's words made sense. Otherwise, why would he teach them technology without any intentions? Learning the smelting technology would probably require them to pay a great price, but it would be worth it. Hearing Takashita Junichiro's flattery, Xiao Bei's expression sank. He coldly snorted. Humph. You have bad intentions. Why do you say that? Takashita Junichiro didn't know what he had said wrong. You said that each of us should be the provincial governor of a province? That's clearly harming us. Once the 9 of us are separated, we're nothing. Only when we're together can we be the real inspectors. What can I do if I'm the provincial governor alone? I don't even know how to calculate. You're trying to divide us. I'm very angry. My young heart has been hurt. What should I do? As Xiao Bei spoke, he covered his heart with his hand. Indeed, he was very sad. Takashita Junichiro was dazed for a moment. Ah. Patrol Inspector Zhang, don't be sad. We brought money with us when we came. When the time comes. Your money is to compensate the people of the Great Tang who were harmed. What does it have to do with me? What's more, do you think that money can make up for the damage to your heart? However, I heard that it's okay to eat abalone. Dried abalone, the kind with 2 to 4 heads, is a folk recipe. I heard that Japan has it. Do you remember? I don't know if it's true. Xiao Bei righteously refused the money and changed the topic, talking about dried abalones. Ah. Dried abalones? The kind with 2 to 4 heads per caddy? I remember. It's true. It's true. However, there aren't many 2-headed and 3-headed abalones. After those things are dried, they become lighter. Takashita Junichiro understood. Xiao Bei was extorting him. He wanted to eat abalone. That's right. Who wouldn't want to eat abalone? The problem was that most people didn't even dare to think about it, much less eat it. It was too expensive. Xiao Bei's eyes widened a little. He said happily, it's actually true. I didn't expect it. Actually, I don't want much. Just 100 or so caddies will do. You have a lot of 4-headed abalone, right? Give me 1,000 caddies. I believe that we don't need to search Japan to gather enough, right? Takashita Junichiro calculated in his heart. He reckoned that they could really gather enough. Dried abalones weren't all harvested this year. There were also those that had been prepared and preserved in the past. He nodded. All right. 100 caddies of 2-headed and 3-headed abalone, and 1,000 caddies of 4-headed abalone. I'll immediately get someone to do it and bring it back to Patrol Inspector Zhang. It's a deal. I won't take your things for free. I'll use my skills in exchange. If you give me 1,000 caddies of abalone, I'll give you 10,000 caddies of willow weaving dolls. Don't look down on dolls. Not only do they have weaving skills, but they also have planting skills. After you take them, learn them seriously. Once you've learned them, you can plant willow trees and grass if you want to plant them. Isn't that awesome? Xiao Bei said very fairly. He didn't take advantage of them. Takashita Junichiro swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. Clearly, he was shocked by Xiao Bei's generosity. He could have willow trees and grass in the future. Looking at his expression, Xiao Bei sighed like an adult and said, "Do you think that I'm lying to you?" "No, no one thinks that you're lying to us," Takashita Junichiro hurriedly said. However, he felt deeply sorrowful in his heart. He knew that the other party was bullying him, but he had no choice but to play along. He just wanted to curry favor with the other party, even if the other party was a child. Who asked the other party to have such a good brother and sister? If he really offended the other party with his words, perhaps before the Tang Empire's army was mobilized, the other party's guards would have already boarded a ship and attacked. Was there anything more sorrowful and helpless in the world than this? Not only was the other party powerful, but more importantly, it was the other party's will. If everyone in his country was wholeheartedly committed to war, the Tang Empire wouldn't dare to start a war lightly. How long would it take for the Tang Empire to kill all the Japanese? Would they still be able to kill more people? It was a pity that the Tang Empire's supporters of peace had been enduring time and time again. They always thought that if they took a step back, the Tang Empire would let Japan off. However, they didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the ambition to destroy the country. When the Bohai Sea Commander-in-Chief's office's ocean-going fishing team came to his country to search for fish, the fishermen of his country had no choice but to hide far away when they saw them, even though they knew that they were very close to his country. Why? Wasn't it because the Tang Empire's supporters of peace were afraid that the fishermen would offend the other party and cause them to send the Bohai Sea Commander-in-Chief's office's fleet over? What was frightening wasn't the Tang Empire's gunboats but their will as a strong country. When the fishermen of his country backed down, what they lost was not only the harvest they were about to gain, but also their confidence in their country. As he thought about it, Takeshita Junichiro's eyes turned red. Xiaobei didn't know what the other party was thinking about. When he saw that Takeshita Junichiro was about to cry, he said angrily, "I just said that I didn't take advantage of you. Why are you crying? What's wrong with planting willow trees? What's wrong with planting grass? Isn't it good? Do you know how much the grass here is worth? 1 meter long and 1 meter wide, don't you?" How much? His train of thought was interrupted by Xiaobei's words, so Takeshita Junichiro asked in confusion. Yamamoto and Yamamoto behind him were also puzzled. It can be calculated based on the area? If one were to say how much a pile of grass was worth, they might be able to give a number. If there were too many, they could be used to make fires. Or, like the Tang Empire's current situation, they could be used to make dung and fill up the methane pools. Xiaobei gestured with his hand and said, 60 copper coins for such a big place. Of course, there are special requirements for the grass as well. Don't believe me? The grass in the soccer field is also called kuju. Do you remember? The kind that many people in the Tang Empire like to play. The three of them nodded at the same time. I remember now. The grass there is 60 copper coins for a square meter? Yamamoto really didn't know that the grass in the soccer field was worth so much. It's not a square meter. A square meter is a square meter, and the perimeter is different. It's 60 copper coins. You don't know how to cultivate abalones, so it's just a lucky income. But you can plant grass. If you can grow grass that's more suitable for soccer, we'll buy it for 100 copper coins per square meter. Since you have nothing to do, why don't you study how to grow grass? No matter how expensive two-headed abalone is, you have to find it first. The grass won't grow legs and run away, right? Xiaobei guided the three of them to develop the idea of growing grass. Just as Takeshita Junichiro and company felt that it was a good idea, they suddenly realized that if grass was that easy to grow, why would Xiaobei give them the benefits? Furthermore, they were talking about exchanging a lot of abalones for willow weave dolls. Even if they wanted to learn techniques, they didn't need dolls that weighed more than 5,000 kilograms, right? When did willow weave dolls start to be weighed by kilograms? They weren't sold by the size. Patrolling Inspector Zhang, there's no need to talk about the transaction. We are willing, so let's talk about other matters. Takeshita Junichiro felt that he shouldn't be caught up in whether it was worth it or not. If others didn't want to give them dolls, would they dare not give them dried abalones? Other matters? I've already said it before, so I won't repeat it. Let's talk about something that I didn't mention before. You have quite a number of people on the ship, right? Xiaobei was too embarrassed to continue when he saw that the other party wasn't mentioning the willow weave. He changed the topic. Takashita Junichiro nodded. Yes, there are people escorting the goods. It's good that there are people. How about this? Let's organize a few soccer matches. Apart from the people who report back, there's nothing else to do. We can use it for fun, alright? Xiaobei said, following the idea of the lawn earlier. Takashita Junichiro and the others were more familiar with this. In the past, Tang Dynasty liked to compete with others in various things. There were boat races, polo, hunting, and so on. The only thing they were worried about was what they would lose if they lost. Hence, Yamamoto asked, "Are there any stakes?" No. Xiaobei shook her head. What else can you use as a stake? However, if you win each match, you'll be rewarded. I'll pay for the rewards, and I won't charge entrance fees. It's not my place to ask for money from the people of Luzhou. This is purely for fun. I don't mean anything else, alright? Otherwise, all of you can't go back. There's no point in staying here, right? When they heard Xiaobei's words, the three of them were suspicious again. Since when was Xiaobei so easy to talk to? Why would she do something that did not benefit her? The three of them looked at each other. They could not see any clear hints from the eyes of the people around them. It was as though they did not understand anything. There's no harm to us? Takashita Junichiro asked with uncertainty. Xiaobei shook her head vigorously. Absolutely not. Do I look like a liar? If that's the case, we'll participate. Takashita Junichiro made up his mind. Chapter 1132. The competition was scheduled for the next morning. Takashita Junichiro and the other two returned to the courtyard of the inn with a special mood. Xiaobei happily joined up with the others and began to whisper to each other. Even Li Longji couldn't find a chance to praise him. Xiaobei was probably immune to praise that didn't have any substantial benefits, even if the person praising him was the current emperor. Xiaobao, what do you think your sister is going to do? Li Longji could not praise Xiaobei, so he could only turn to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about his younger brother and sister's schemes at all. He was waiting for the important figures of the various families and the imperial family in Japan to come over, especially the hardliners. He wanted to send the main leaders to Tang and stay there for 3 to 5 years. Japan would completely fall. When he heard Li Longji's question, he casually replied, I think Xiaobei wants to get some benefits. That's what I'm asking. Li Longji emphasized his purpose. Ask Xiaobei. Or keep watching. You'll be able to see something. Zhang Xiaobao still did not give the answer Li Longji wanted. In fact, he did not know what his sister was going to do, and he was not in the mood to think about it. Li Longji was depressed. After saying that he had to go back to deal with the country's affairs, he got up and left. Early the next morning, the people near Luzhou's provincial capital headed to Luzhou Stadium in groups. Luzhou Stadium was well built. It covered an area of 1 million square meters. It sounded big, but in fact, it was just a square that was 1,000 meters long. There was a reinforced concrete building in the middle. There were several track and field events in it. The football field for the competition was also there. However, due to the lack of technology, there was no ceiling above, and there was no automatic opening and closing glass ceiling. In fact, it was not entirely because the technology could not keep up. If they did not care about the cost and invested manpower and material resources like the research on cannons and steam engines, it could still be achieved. However, the cost was too high, and it was not cost-effective. If they had the energy, they might as well use it on loading and unloading goods at the docks. In the middle of the stadium was the football field, and naturally, there was a circle of grandstands around it. Because there was no projection technology, and it was impossible for people to use binoculars, the furthest place from the grandstand was only 150 meters away from the center, and more than 50 meters away from the track outside. Moreover, the grandstand at the back was not particularly high. It was only 4 meters high. Just like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's gymnasium, it was empty below. It could be used as a shop and a changing room. The reason why it covered an area of 1 million square meters was mainly because it was located outside the gymnasium. The other areas were all small fields. There were football, basketball, badminton, and even billiard tables for people to play. 2 copper coins could be used to play for 2 hours. He didn't expect to make much profit, as long as it was enough to cover the maintenance costs of the venue. Apart from the largest sports stadium, there were also many other places in Luzhou that were specially provided for children to play. Zhang Xiaobao had always felt that countries that were good at sports might not necessarily be good at national strength. However, countries that were at war or had weak national strength would definitely not be good at sports. Children who were supposed to receive all kinds of training during their normal development period would have a great impact on their health if they could only stay in the school to study every day. Therefore, they had to invest when it was necessary. Moreover, they did not need much money. More importantly, the money used did not need to be paid by the imperial court. The merchants who could provide all kinds of things for the school would take care of it. Therefore, the venue was easy to set up. The merchants only needed to find carpenters and craftsmen to help make some sports equipment and put it there for the children to use. As for the physical training of the adults, it seemed that they did not need it. The adults all had jobs. Most of them were involved in agriculture and handicrafts. They did not need any equipment to train their bodies. What made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel gratified was that the things made for the children were placed there openly. There had never been a case of vandalism. This was an era where morality still existed. From the officials to the common people, no one dared to break the law righteously. Junichiro Takashita and the other Japanese were also very envious when they came over. They watched as the children who came over today took a card and went to a house next to them to get a football. Then, they formed a group and ran to the field next to them. Their eyes showed sadness. The better the children of Great Tang lived, the worse it seemed to the children of their own country. It was about the same in the past, but now, the children of their own country seemed to be living even worse. Many children had to help the adults do things. They did not have the time to play in peace, let alone have a special venue and equipment. 2 copper coins for 2 hours. Do the children of your country have to pay to play? Takashita Junichiro asked Xiao Bei, who was beside him when he kicked a soccer ball that was accidentally kicked by a child back to the other party. However, he realized that the ball was kicked even further away. Xiao Bei nodded. Of course. The maintenance of the venue costs money. Takashita Junichiro observed carefully and asked, "Why don't I see any children paying?" "Because the children don't have money," Xiao Bei answered. "Then, how do they pay?" Takashita Junichiro asked gloomily. "Cards. The cards they hold have money on them. There are patterns printed on them. How much money do they need? When the time comes, they'll pay the merchants who gave them the money. It's a rule that the stadium collects money. It's a benefit that the children don't have to fork out their own money. There's no conflict." As Xiao Bei spoke, he waved at a child. When the child ran over, he took the card from the child and showed it to Takashita Junichiro and the others. As expected, there were patterns that represented 1 copper coin to 3 copper coins on the card. The patterns were very detailed. At the very least, the children would not be able to draw it themselves. There was a small line of words at the bottom that said, "Children of Great Tang Luzhou." It meant that the adults had no use for this card. Even if they took the card away from the children, they would not be able to find a place to spend it. Takashita Junichiro handed the card back to the child who was waiting there. He asked Xiao Bei, "Can we buy anything with this card? If so, what if a skilled craftsman draws this card for the child?" "Yes, we can buy anything as long as we have enough money. The child doesn't have to spend it himself. He can buy rice and noodles for his family. However, a child only has that much money a month. The amount of money they get depends on their academic performance and other skills. The best child in Luzhou can get 300 copper coins a month at most. Not only are they good at their studies, but they're also good at other things. If you spend 300 copper coins a month, you might be able to avoid detection once or twice. However, if you spend too many times, you'll be discovered. Once you're discovered, the consequences will be severe. Xiao Bei explained confidently. What if I make it and sell it? Takashita Junichiro was unconvinced. How can the child buy it if he doesn't have money? Sell it to the adults and let the child spend it. You can try to make it and sell it. You have to ensure that the people you choose to sell it to won't catch you on the spot. More importantly, you have to ensure that their child won't tell the other children. If you're caught, you'll be killed for illegally minting money, Xiao Bei said disdainfully. Takashita Junichiro did not continue to discuss this matter. He believed that Xiao Bei had already considered everything that he could think of. He changed the topic and chatted as they entered the stadium. As soon as they entered the stadium, Takashita Junichiro and the others heard cheers that sounded like a tsunami. A banner that welcomed the Japanese football team was hung on the stands facing the entrance. They could feel the intense enthusiasm. This made the Japanese people feel that Lu Zhou's attitude toward them was not affected by the incident that happened some time ago. Takashita Junichiro said to Xiao Bei with an embarrassed expression on his face, Inspector Zhang, I didn't expect the people of Lu Zhou to understand the harm that our people have caused to your country a few days ago. Understand? Understand what? Today is a football match. It's a competitive event, and it has to be sportsmanlike. It doesn't involve military affairs or politics. Don't be fooled by the fact that they're welcoming you now. They're welcoming the football match. If Japan doesn't do a good job, they might be welcoming you here while the army is mobilizing outside. Sportsmanlike spirit knows no boundaries. As long as it's related to sports, there's peace between our countries. If something bad happens in diplomacy, we can use sports to communicate and improve our understanding of each other, especially the perception of the people. Xiao Bei solemnly told Takashita Junichiro and the others. Of course, there was something in her heart that she did not say out loud, and that was that the spirit of sports did not discriminate between countries, but the people involved in sports had nationalities and ethnic affiliations. However, she would not say this out loud. How could she lie if she said it out loud? Takashita Junichiro and the others did not know this. When they heard Xiao Bei's words, they could not help but feel inspired. They looked like they were in a daze. Then, the few people led by Takashita Junichiro became vigilant again. It was not that they found something wrong with Xiao Bei's words, but they had been deceived to the point that they had some conditioned reflexes. Believing what the Zhang family and the Wang family said was a very scary thing. Not believing it was actually very scary. In any case, as long as they had any relationship with the Zhang family and the Wang family, they had to be extremely vigilant. Even so, it was very easy to fall into a trap. It was impossible to guard against it. Let your people enter the locker room. We've provided you with jerseys and shoes. The numbers are arranged according to your body size. When you go in, you'll see the place where your name is written. There are things that belong to that person inside. If you can't read, you can ask. Next, let's focus on enjoying the exciting match. Don't think too much. Sports is pure and should not involve other aspects. Xiao Bei did not care about what the other party thought. She continued with the introductions and led Takashita Junichiro and the others who were not participating in the match to the spectator seats. On the other hand, Takashita Junichiro was taken aback. When he went back yesterday, he had arranged for 30 people who knew how to play football. Today, he had yet to decide which 11 to send on the field first, and was even more worried about what kind of clothes to wear. In the end, the other party had already prepared clothes according to their figures. It looked like all 30 people were prepared. Such a perfect and accurate intelligence system was very scary. Sports was very simple, but things outside the field were not simple at all. Chapter 1133. While Takashita Junichiro and the others were admiring the intelligence systems of the Zhang family and Wang family and trying to figure out the purpose of Xiaobei's disclosure of this matter, the members of both teams had already changed their clothes. When the Japanese team came out of the locker room, Takashita Junichiro felt a wave of dizziness. Other than the number printed on the team's clothes, there were also words and colorful patterns printed on them. Wonjo Joyo, Takashita Junichiro read out the words on the clothes very quickly. He turned his head to look at Xiaobei in confusion and asked, "What is Joyo?" "Ah. You're asking about the words?" Wonjo Joyo is a company in Wonjo called Joyo. They are in the leather business, and now they mainly sell leather shoes. There are men's shoes, women's shoes, and children's shoes. They are very famous, but... As Xiaobei explained with a smile, he looked down at himself and realized that everything he was wearing was made by his family's company. He could only look elsewhere and suddenly pointed happily. "Do you see the person sitting 20 seats away on the left? He is wearing Joyo leather shoes. The workmanship is excellent and the taste is outstanding. Their advertising slogan is 'Walking on the Waves, Walking on Joyo.' It is a very good company that makes shoes. The Tang people are proud to have a pair of Joyo shoes." Takashita Junichiro nodded slowly and glanced at Xiaobei. What he meant was, since it's good, why don't you wear Joyo shoes? Xiaobei's comprehension ability was still very strong. When he saw Takashita Junichiro's gaze, he smiled sweetly and said, "I also want a pair, but I can't. Their production is limited. It's better to give it to people who need it more. Watch the game. Your Japanese football team is now sponsored by Wonjo Joyo shoes." There was still some time before the game began. At the very least, the football players from both sides had to be introduced by the commentator. The cadence of the voice echoed in the stadium, and the applause and cheers of the audience could be heard from time to time. The commentator was dedicated, and so was the audience. No matter which country they were from, there was no need to know them. Once the commentator introduced them, he would first give a shout and show enthusiasm. This finally made Yamamoto and the others feel the magnanimity of a strong country. Of course, this magnanimity was limited to sports games. Takashita Junichiro, who was affected by the shouts of the audience, shook his head and finally remembered that his purpose was not to watch the game. Winning or losing was not important. He then asked Xiaobei for advice. "Patrol Envoy Zhang, where did this sponsorship come from?" "It's just money. Their clothes, shoes, and boards will all be paid by Wonjo Joyo shoes. There's also their appearance fee. It's not a small sum of money. You can use it as a reward or for training. The condition is that as long as you have a competition, you have to wear clothes with their company's advertisement printed on them." "I've thought about it. After today's competition ends, I'll specifically provide training assistance to your team members. When you go back, your standards will be improved a lot. When you go back to Japan, you can win more matches. Remember to get them to train harder when you go back. Because in the future, our great Tang will often compete with your Japan. If you win, we'll give you points, and you can use those points to trade for technology in our great Tang. It'll be the same as the workers you send to the Great Tang, and you'll even get more points." Xiaobei kept gesturing with his hands, drawing a big picture for Takashita Junichiro and the others. Takashita Junichiro did not care much about the sponsorship. He did not think that he could get much money from it. What Xiaobei said next was what attracted him. "If we win against you, we'll get points to trade for technology?" "Yes, that's right. It sounds nice, but it's not easy. I don't believe that you Japanese can beat us. When the time comes, the teams we send over are all teams that have played in our great Tang and won in the end. They're 1 in a million. It's the same for the other sports like billiards, badminton, and so on." Xiaobei said proudly. He had a look of contempt on his face. "Yes, yes. The people of your country are extraordinary. However, we'll work hard as well." Takashita Junichiro flattered him, but he did not admit defeat. I'll tell you the various sports later, and I'll also tell you the rules. Get someone to bring it back. It's starting. Look, Lu Zhou's team is going to score. Won't they score if they add more spin? Stupid, the ball flew over the crossbar. It was so close. As Xiao Bei spoke, he suddenly stopped talking about the points. Instead, he became excited about the competition. Takashita Junichiro was startled. He looked at the field. As expected, someone threw a ball from behind their goal. He guessed that the ball was kicked. As for where the shot came from, he did not know. There was no replay. However, he could guess that it was kicked by the opponent's forward, number 11. Only number 11's position was suitable. Number 11 did not have a captain's armband, and the words Lu Zhou Ocean Line were printed on his shirt. He was probably either from a fleet or a shipyard. When Takashita Junichiro looked at the formations on both sides, he could not help but feel worried. Great Tang's formation was the most common 4-4-2 formation he had ever seen. His team, on the other hand, had a 2-3-4-1 formation. It was a very strange formation. Who arranged for 2 defenders? When he thought about the formation, Takashita Junichiro looked for one of the people he brought over. He gave a few instructions, and that person immediately left. Shortly after, that person returned with another person. You arranged the formation? Takashita Junichiro asked the person who came after him. Yes, it's me, that person replied. Can you explain the wonders of this formation? Takashita Junichiro watched as the opponent's left flank kept breaking through. Then, they formed a shot that was narrowly saved by their own goalkeeper as he rolled and crawled. He asked the person who came after him. Your Excellency, my formation is 5-3-2. It focuses on defense, and it's a defensive counterattack. The 2 outstanding forwards are relatively skilled, and they run fast. The person who acted as the coach was so anxious that he was sweating when he saw the situation on the field. Oh. Takashita Junichiro nodded and praised, not bad. The 5 defenders are in a double defensive line, and the 3 midfielders are good at seizing the opportunity. They rushed forward and put a lot of pressure on the opponent. One of the forwards even ran to the side of the opponent's small penalty area and looked for an opportunity to break through behind the 4 defenders. Good, very good. The coach sweated even more. No matter how stupid he was, he could understand the meaning behind Takashita Junichiro's words. His team's formation was scattered, so why did the forwards rush over? What was there to talk about with the other team's goalkeeper? Without waiting for the coach to explain, Takashita Junichiro said, the first half is already like this. Just make do with it. During the break, I don't care what methods you use, but you must stabilize the formation. Don't make a fool of yourself. Hey! The coach lowered his head and hurried back to the side of the field. He shouted and even made hand gestures as he tried to save some face. However, the 2-3-4 formation was quite exciting. When the players pressed forward, apart from the forwards who could not pass the ball, the other 9 players could still fight, pass the ball, and shoot. Moreover, they shot quite a number of times, and they often broke through the midfielders of Lu Zhou's Hainan Airlines team. Lu Zhou's Hainan Airlines team also showed off their individual skills. When the defender received the ball in front of the small penalty area, he dared to dribble and rush toward the opponent's goal. He used the Xiao Bao spin, the pendulum pass, the bicycle step, and the oxtail flick. He used everything he had the chance to use. It showed how hard he had been practicing his skills. Moreover, as long as the players of the Hainan Airlines team reached the Japanese team's half of the field, they would definitely do a somersault to throw the ball. One was high, and the other was far. Whenever they encountered the ball, they would directly raise their feet and shoot at 0 degrees. They did not pass the ball at all. They just tried their best to spin toward the Japanese team's goal. The enthusiasm of the audience was aroused. Whether it was attacking or defending, the rhythm was so fast. When they fought for the ball, except that no one deliberately committed a foul, it was also so intense. The only regret was that they had not scored a single goal until now. Finally, the forward who rushed to chat with the opponent's goalkeeper made a reverse offside. To be precise, it was not a reverse offside. When the defender of the Hainan Airlines team in front of him saw the opponent kick the ball straight toward his chest, he did not use his chest to stop the ball. Instead, he did a difficult 360-degree kick with his left leg as the center and his right leg as the radius. If he did not get the ball, it would not matter. The goalkeeper could catch it. Even if the opponent's forward got the ball, it would be offside. However, his leg touched the ball. Then, the ball changed direction and rolled to the foot of the opponent's forward who was on the same horizontal line as him. The goalkeeper had already lost his position. Just like that, the forward got the ball. First, he kicked the ball to the goalpost more than 7 meters away from the goal. After it bounced back and deceived the goalkeeper again, he dribbled the ball 2 steps and carefully sent the ball into the goal. Takeshita Junichiro looked at the ball that entered the goal and listened to the various sounds made by the audience. He was dumbfounded and muttered, "That works." The fans from Japan were happy. Although they were not here to watch the game, they naturally had to cheer since the ball had entered the goal. However, before their happy mood could gradually subside, Lu Zhou and Hainan Airlines coordinated with each other 15 seconds after the kickoff and scored with a long-distance kick. The audience once again made all kinds of sounds, making the Japanese people suddenly feel that happiness came too quickly. Before they could savor the excitement in detail, it was gone in the blink of an eye. They did not know if they should feel relieved or helpless. The game on the field was still going on. The rhythm was still as breathtaking. The offside players were offside, and the dribbling players were dribbling. By the end of the first half, both sides had scored 4 goals each. 2 goals were scored by the 9 Wanderers first, and the other 2 were scored by the Hainan Airlines first. However, no matter who scored first, they caught up within 3 minutes, making the spectators feel excited. How can this be? Takeshita Junichiro was very puzzled. Until the second half, when both sides scored 3 goals each, the entire game ended in a 7-7 tie. He still could not understand when the football players of his country had become so powerful. Takeshita-kun, you Japanese people really can't be taken lightly. I must talk to the people of the Hainan Airlines team. They're too unreasonable. After training for so long, they actually played to a tie. Xiao Bei said to Takeshita Junichiro regretfully. Takeshita Junichiro was happy. At the same time, he had more doubts. He could not stop thinking. He kept feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 1134. Putting aside the doubts in the hearts of Takeshita Junichiro and the other leaders, the other Japanese spectators who followed them here did not care about the other problems in the result of the tie. They only knew that the Japanese on their side were not bad. They usually played a few games in the country, but they did not expect that the Tang Empire could actually play to a draw with a specially trained local team. It was not easy, and it could be said that they had raised the prestige of the country. Even though the members of the Wonjo Julo Group's Japanese team were as tired as dead dogs, they could not hide the joy in their hearts. After entering the lounge, they lay on the ground or chairs, panting heavily, and their faces were filled with the joy of victory. Yes, victory. For them, a tie was a victory. A tie was so difficult and so unbelievable. Who did not know that the first football team of the Tang Empire was organized by Xiao Bei and the other 9 people? The must-win team was famous at that time. Lu Zhou was the foundation of the Zhang family and the Wang family. How could the football team be bad? Usually, they would train, and train again, but in the end, they still tied with them. This showed that they were very capable. When they returned to the country, they would spread the news. Beautiful women and money could be expected. Just as the Japanese team members were thinking about the good things, 4 people came in from outside. The first person smiled sincerely and found the captain of the Japanese team. He held the other party's hand and kept thanking him. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. I am the Deputy Minister of the Public Relations Department of the Wenzhou Zhulo Group. On behalf of the Zhulo Group, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. Our Zhulo Group's football team has played against the Hainan Airlines team many times in the past, and we have never tied. Every time, we lose at least 3 goals. The captain of the Japanese team was confused. What nonsense was this? What language was the other party speaking? After thinking about it carefully, he roughly understood. This football team that the Wenzhou Zhulo Group spent money to set up had always lost to Lu Zhou's Hainan Airlines team. Not to mention winning, they had never even tied. He and the others had helped them a lot. Therefore, the captain expressed his modesty in a very fluent Tang language. If one was not fluent in the official language of the Tang Empire, one would not dare to come to the Tang Empire. The deputy head of the Jiu Group's public relations department was full of praises again. When the other party was about to fall asleep, he said what the other party wanted to hear the most. We, the Jiu Group, have decided to continue our long-term sponsorship of you. Even if you return to Japan, we will send you all the equipment of the players. Here are 10,000 strings. Take a look. While speaking, the deputy minister paused and reached out to take a box from the arms of the person next to him. He opened it, revealing the 100-string notes inside. 1 luo, according to the description of 10,000 strings of coins, should be 100 notes. He gave it to the captain of the Japanese team and said with a smile, "It's not a lot. It's just a token of appreciation. The main reason is that I didn't bring enough money when I came over. Another reason is because you guys aren't famous yet. 10,000 strings of cash is your salary. Someone will give you another sum of money later. It's an additional reward for your team members' goals. In the next few days, you guys will train in Luzhou. I'll find someone to be your teacher, teach you more skills, and ensure your diet. You don't have to worry about the cost. Everything will be paid by the Jiu Group. You only need to do 2 things. One is to train, and the other is to play games. I'll arrange for someone to play games with you so that you can improve in the games. If you have any additional requests, you can tell me. I'll do whatever I can. What do you think?" The other 3 people who came with the deputy minister were also waiting for the other party's reply with expectant faces. As the temporary captain of the football team, Sure Air was dumbfounded at this moment. He stared blankly at the money in the box. His throat moved up and down, and he kept swallowing. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and for a moment, he could not say a word. After waiting for a while, the deputy minister asked tentatively, "Do you think it's okay? It's the first time we're working together. It's indeed wrong to give you less money, but it's also the first time you're helping us play games. It's important to see if you can stabilize your results. After a few more games, if you can always play at this level, we'll add more money. After you return to China, you can play games with other domestic teams. If you win, you can also get the money. Think about it. If it's really not okay, we'll have to find someone else to cooperate with." "Okay, who said it's not okay? It's just too okay. 10,000 strings of cash is not a small amount, and a little too much. We just played a tie. It's really embarrassing to take so much money." Sure Air was so excited that his face was flushed, and his hands trembled more and more. He nodded repeatedly, afraid that the other party would take the money back. 10,000 strings of cash, how many things in Tang Dynasty could he buy? He didn't need to sell his own domestic things at a low price to get an income, and it was so easy to get it. If he didn't cooperate, he would be a fool and betray his country. Putting the box in his arms, Koizumi Shirji didn't care about the tiredness of having just finished a game. He rushed out with the box. After a little search, he found Takashita Junichiro and others accompanied by Beckham. While Takashita Junichiro was puzzled and stunned, he greeted him, "Takashita-kun, here, work." He couldn't speak normally. Takashita Junichiro came over with a puzzled expression. Hearing what Sure Air said just now and seeing the 10,000 strings of cash in the box, he was also happy at first, but then deep worry grew in his heart. He couldn't guess what Xiao Bei was going to do. It was absolutely impossible to say that because the Japanese came to Tang Dynasty to make trouble, Tang Dynasty was afraid, so they sent Xiao Bei to show goodwill in another way. The people of Tang Dynasty were not so easy to talk to, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not so cheap. Their fleet was not a decoration, and their army mobilization was not a joke. Even if it was a slap and a sweet date. But before the slap completely fell, first stuffing the date into the mouth, and then slapping it into the stomach? The date stones would hurt the cheeks, and the dates of Tang Dynasty were not so delicious. With a sigh, Takashita Junichiro took the box of money and carried it to Xiao Bei, who was waiting for him to finish so that he could continue to accompany him. He said to Xiao Bei, "How can this be? It's the honor of the Japanese football team to be able to play a game with you. How can we take your money? We're too polite, right? Please take it back." "Take back what? It's not like I gave you the money. The Jiu group gave you the money, so why are you giving it to me? It's only 10,000 strings of cash, and I don't care about it. Just take what I gave you. Remember to train hard and play every game seriously. Take the money and solve the problem." Xiao Bei waved his hand and refused directly. Takashita Junichiro still couldn't put his heart at ease and asked softly, "Is there any conspiracy?" "What do you mean? What conspiracy do you think there is? First set a trap for you and cheat your family of money? Your football team can't sell the things in Tang Dynasty for 10,000 strings of cash even if you go bankrupt, right?" Xiao Bei asked in surprise. "It can't be sold, definitely can't be sold." Takashita Junichiro nodded affirmatively. "You really don't have any other plans? You won't use this opportunity to take our lives?" Xiao Bei rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Do I need to give you money to take your lives? Can't I just do it directly? Don't think too highly of yourself. You're not even worth a fart. If I didn't feel bored with your status, do you think I would receive you? Are you worthy? Not worthy, not worthy at all. Then I'm relieved." Takashita Junichiro raised his hand and used his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead as he let out a long breath. After being scolded, he felt much better. At the same time, he was very grateful to Xiao Bei. He had asked so bluntly, and it was good that Xiao Bei didn't beat him up. Xiao Bei probably looked down on him, so he was magnanimous. Xiao Bei waved his hand. "Let's go outside and watch the badminton and billiards games. You guys learn from them and arrange good people. In a few days, they will also compete with us. I'll introduce different sponsors to you. The people who come this time, if you like something that you can use, buy it. I'll make the decision to waive your export tariffs. Consider it a gift to you. When you go back, help me advertise. I, Xiao Bei, am a good person, understand?" Takashita Junichiro nodded repeatedly and responded with an exaggerated smile. "Understood, understood. Patrol Inspector Zhang is a good person, a good person. I wonder if I can buy a small generator to light the lamps?" "No, why don't you say that you want to buy a few cannons to shoot birds? It's better to light your fish oil lamps. It's easy to get injured if you use a generator. Let's go outside. I get annoyed when there are too many people. It's noisy and my ears are buzzing." Without hesitation, Xiao Bei rejected Takashita Junichiro's suggestion and walked out of the stadium. Takashita Junichiro and the others naturally followed closely behind. They thought of all kinds of possibilities in their hearts, and the worry between their brows couldn't disappear. After dinner, after settling the Japanese people, Xiao Bei ran excitedly to Li Longji, who was chatting with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, to show off his achievement. "How is it? Uncle Emperor, aren't we awesome?" Xiao Bei ran into the room, grabbed Li Longji's sleeve, and kept shaking it. "Awesome. Even now, the Japanese people are still confused. They don't know what you're up to. It seems that your ability to deceive people is getting better and better. Li Longji stretched out the thumb of his other hand and praised Xiao Bei. He already knew what Xiao Bei and the others had done during the day. Xiao Bei shook Li Longji's arm twice and said discontentedly, "What do you mean by deceiving people? We're helping the Japanese, okay? Giving them money can promote the development of their sports, and at the same time, let the Japanese people know more about the good things of the Tang Empire, and have the opportunity to use them. I suddenly feel that we're very kind, right? Yes, the 9 people of the Tang Empire, the 10 patrol inspectors, are all very kind people. It can be said that we're repaying the Japanese's evil with good. It's not easy." Li Longji continued to praise them, but in his heart, he felt sad for the Japanese people. He estimated that in a few years, Japan would cease to exist. Looking at the smiling Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sitting next to him, Li Longji felt even more emotional. He knew that as long as the people in Japan who were named came to the Tang Empire, Japan would be finished. The country would be divided into pieces, and then a large number of Tang people would go there to travel. The merchants who had previously gone to Japan would also buy land and hire the Japanese people to farm and do other things. Xiao Bei and the other children would also use money to tempt the Japanese people and set up various sports teams. Then, they would create sports stars and promote the things of the Tang Empire. Naturally, the price would be even higher. It wouldn't be long before every Japanese person would feel proud of the things of the Tang Empire and fight to buy them. Even if Japan also had similar things, and the price was lower, as long as the Japanese had enough money, they would be willing to buy the things of the Tang Empire. It seemed that using the things of the Tang Empire would make one's status different. The plan to conquer Japan within a year was about to be realized. How could a country that had been divided and its thoughts in chaos not be divided? Things would be simple in the future. Chapter 1135. After Takashita Junichiro, Yamamoto, and Yamamoto returned to the inn where they were staying, they gathered together to ponder. The 3 of them were traumatized by the Zhang family and the Wang family. Although this cooperation seemed to be good, they could not completely relax. If it was someone else who offered to provide money, they would be willing to believe it. However, the other party's identity made them have to be cautious, even if the other party was still a child, even if the child was not under the command of the elders of the family. Back then, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also children, and many people did not care. The people who did not care included not only the people of the surrounding countries, but also their own Japan, the high officials of the Great Tang, and the various aristocratic families. In the end, they slowly grew up and obtained a position that was close to half of the Great Tang. Looking back, Yaya learned to speak, pushing 8 hands, urging the upper reaches of the county. "Can you remember? The water and clouds were quiet, the reeds were just standing, love was written in spring and autumn." Looking back, Huayuan was the first county, the roads were clear, and the border was the province. Looking back, yesterday, the waves became a building, joining hands to fight against the enemy. Strength to stop the tide. Looking back, the rain of arrows, the neighing of horses and the chirping of eagles. There was no need to worry about the border, the sword competition in Mount Hua, the sound of guns and cannons. Looking back, the 9 provinces of the Great Tang, alone at the top, the frustrated sighs. The wood has been turned into a boat, time does not stay, a word does not stop. Things were like this. When they were young, they did not care. But when they wanted to care, they realized that there was no other way. If they could go back to that time, the first thing they would do was to find people to kill the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County, Zhuangzi. They could not let the 2 grow up. Therefore, even though Xiao Bei was young, in order to not regret it again in the future, they had to take it seriously, even if they could not see what the other party was scheming. Thus, Takashita Junichiro and the other 2 started to speculate about this matter. However, how could they understand this kind of economic invasion? It involved the overall situation of a society's development. If they dealt with it well, it could promote the development of the country. If not, it would plummet. Putting aside the fact that the Great Tang was helping them in the form of invasion, even if the Great Tang was helping them in a friendly manner, the moment it wasn't properly controlled, it would still cause social unrest. If the three of them could come up with such a solution, they would be gods. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were troubled by the contradictions of social development and could not come up with a reasonable and complete plan. They could only do their best to control it and then deal with it as it came. For example, why didn't they start the war against polyphagy immediately? They were simply waiting for the Great Tang's economy to develop to a certain extent and when there were hidden dangers of unrest. In a situation where they wanted to develop quickly, but their productivity couldn't keep up, and their laws and regulations were not perfect, they balanced the domestic economic system by consuming part of the domestic resources related to the war and other resources plundered after victory. While conscripting the relatively unemployed people to reduce the contradiction in the demand for goods, it also diverted the anger of the people due to the gap between the rich and poor caused by themselves and the environment. Then, by controlling the pace and progress of the war, they could balance the domestic demand for goods and labor. This would also give the Great Tang's agriculture temple and Ministry of Works time to research and improve their productivity. Once the war was over, they could relax for a while and wait for the next conflict to erupt. Takashita Junichiro and the other two had no idea of this. They believed that if they didn't handle the current situation well, the Great Tang would attack them. Why don't we wait and see? Once Wonjo Joyo brings the contract, we can make a decision after seeing what's written inside. After a few moments of discussion, Yamamoto, who had failed to figure out what sort of scheme they were hiding, decided to speak up. Takashita Junichiro and Yamamoto exchanged glances and were forced to accept this proposal. First, we need to appease the Great Tang. Otherwise, if we really use force, the schemes won't matter anymore. We should have directly met the Emperor of the Great Tang and begged him not to attack Japan, but the Great Tang found a child to answer us. It's really infuriating, Yamamoto complained. Takashita Junichiro bitterly smiled and said, I think it's good to have a child. It's better than the Great Tang's newly established Foreign Affairs Department dealing with us. At least Xiao Bei can see the Emperor of the Great Tang at any time. Tonight, she will definitely tell her brother, sister, and the Emperor about what happened during the day. If it were another official, it would drag on for 3 to 5 days, and we would be anxious to death. Yamamoto and Yamamoto felt that it made sense and nodded. Takashita Junichiro continued, now, we need to deal with 2 things. First, we need to get the people on the Great Tang's list over. Even if the Great Tang turns hostile and kills them here, we have to do it for the safety of the country. Second, I suggest that we increase the compensation to the Great Tang in addition to the original compensation amount, especially the seeds that we promised Xiao Bei in exchange for the abalones. Even if all the seeds in exchange are dead, it's worth it. This way, the Great Tang can continue to rent the steam engine ships and gunboats to us. If that's the case, the Japanese can only force them from the people. Otherwise, we won't be able to gather the compensation amount, Yamamoto said worriedly. That's why we need to pay more compensation so that we can continue to rent ships and send our elite forces out to steal things to make up for the lack of resources in the country, Takashita Junichiro said. Yamamoto and Yamamoto nodded again. The discussion between the three quickly reached the ears of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Weiwei smiled. Steal. Send all the healthy people out to steal. I don't believe that the Emperor of Japan and the other clans will really distribute the things they steal to the Japanese people. It's best to hint to them to bring back slaves. In a situation where technology can't keep up, we need more outsiders to do dangerous things. Wang Wan only raised her head to glance at Zhang Xiaobao. She didn't reply and lowered her head to continue working on her plan. This was a plan for the Southwest and was usually a medium-term plan. At the very least, they couldn't let them fall into chaos before the war with Toshi was over. At the same time, they had to accomplish a certain strategic goal for the country. The two of them each carried out their duties, turning the invasion of the other into helping the other party. Xiao Bei and the others also discussed for a while. Then, they took a shower and dozed off, falling asleep without waiting for them to finish. The next morning, before Xiao Bei could go find the Japanese, someone outside reported that someone had come looking for Xiao Bei or Xiao Yuan and the others. "Who is it?" Xiao Bei asked. "It's a girl. She looks 4 or 5 years old. She won't say anything else. She only said that she wants to see you." The person who came looked very helpless. It seemed that he had used many methods to get information but to no avail. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes and muttered in puzzlement, "Whose child wants to see us so early in the morning? Tell the Japanese that we'll let them play by themselves for a while. We have things to do." Putting the matter of the Japanese aside, Xiao Bei asked someone to prepare breakfast. The 11 of them sat down and called the girl they wanted to meet to eat together. Not long after, a girl stood at the door. She was indeed 4 or 5 years old. She wore a set of silk clothes that looked like Su embroidery. She had 2 horns on her head and a bag with a cartoon panda mark on her arm. From her clothes, she should be the child of a rich family. However, from her face, she didn't look rich at all. Her skin was a little rough, her eyes were flickering, her cheeks were thin, and the wrists that were exposed from her sleeves didn't have much flesh. It gave people the feeling that the clothes didn't fit her. It wasn't that the size didn't match, but that the temperament didn't match. The girl was very self-aware. After standing at the door, she put down her bag and raised her arms to look around, indicating that she wanted to be searched. Xiao Bei looked at the others. After they gave him a look that said, "You can handle it," Xiao Bei jumped down from the chair and said, "No need, no need." He came in front of the girl and asked, "You haven't eaten, right?" As soon as Xiao Bei opened his mouth, the girl suddenly burst into tears. She cried and wiped her tears. "Don't cry. If you have something to say, say it. Eat first. Eat slowly. Speak slowly. You've been wronged. Seriously." Xiao Bei quickly pulled her to a seat and sat beside her. He asked someone to pour a bowl of milk and advised, "Don't cry. It's easy to choke. Why don't you talk first? Who bullied you?" The girl sobbed a few times before she managed to control herself. She wiped her tears and said, "My father." "Ah." Xiao Bei was shocked. The others were also astonished. "What did your father do to you?" "He didn't let me study," the girl replied. "Where is your home?" "Lingzhou County, Wanya Village." "Where is this?" Xiao Bei was puzzled and looked at the others. Xiao Yuan replied, "In Guangzhou." "Ah. That's so far. How did you come here? Where is your father hiding?" Xiao Bei knew where Guangzhou was. The girl wiped her tears again and continued to sob. "I came here by myself. My father doesn't know. When I came here, I left a message. When I heard the merchants at my place say that you are here, I came here. I want to complain." Wei Wei's mouth was agape. For a moment, she was speechless. She admired the little girl beside her. She did not die on the way here. How brave was she? The little girl did not wait for the others to continue asking. She said, "I heard that you are in Luzhou, so I came here. I found a passenger ship to Luzhou and followed behind an adult I didn't know. I pretended to be his child and boarded the ship. Children don't need tickets or money to eat. Later, when it was dark, I had nowhere to go to sleep. When I curled up in the aisle of the cabin to sleep, the people on the ship found me. I was afraid that they would send me back, so I didn't tell them about my father. I said that I wanted to complain to you. They gave me the best room to stay in and made me a set of clothes. I followed the boat all the way to Luzhou's pier. Then, they sent me to the Ocean Cloud Inn in the state capital and booked a room in the back. They arrived last night and sent me here this morning. They've left." The little girl quickly finished telling the story. She jumped off the chair and opened her bag. Inside were her original clothes. This set of clothes seemed to match her identity. Xiao Bei nodded in surprise and asked, "So, you didn't suffer along the way?" "No." The little girl shook her head. "They were very good to me. They even showed me comic books and arranged for a beautiful big sister to sleep with me." "Oh, that's good. Let's eat. We'll talk about other things after we eat. The milk will get cold soon." When Xiao Bei saw that the other party had calmed down, she quickly persuaded her to eat. After eating, before Xiao Bei could ask, the little girl cried again. "I'm here to complain. My father won't let me study. He told me to stay at home and look after my brother." Chapter 1136. The little girl's words made Xiao Bei understand, but at the same time, he was confused. He rolled his eyes and asked in confusion, "Now, you don't need to pay for school. Why is your father stopping you? What's your name?" "My father's surname is Qi. My name is Yu. The little girl was still sobbing. "Oh, Qiyu. Good name, money. Don't you have other merchants in your village who built schools for you?" Xiao Bei praised and asked again. "Yes, there are schools, but my father won't let me go. My name is Yu, not Qiyu. My father said that when a girl grows up, she belongs to someone else's family. I don't need a surname." Yu's face was full of grievance. This time, not only was Xiao Bei confused, but the other 8 people were also confused. They couldn't figure out what the problem was. She didn't need to pay for school, so why didn't she go to school? As for the surname problem, it could only be attributed to a preference for boys. Only when a certain level of attainment was reached would one not be given a surname. If you don't want to spend money, why won't your father let you go to school? You're just a little girl who can't work. What's your father thinking? Xiao Bei felt that he had encountered a big problem. Yu wiped her tears and said, "I can stay at home to look after my brother. He's 2 years old, so no one will take him to school." "What about your mother?" Xiao Bei asked again. "My mother has to work and can't handle it. She's at the docks helping to pack things from other places." Yu replied. "Your village doesn't have a place to take care of young children?" "I remember my brother saying that there is. The money is taken by Tang Dynasty." Xiao Bei thought of this and asked. Yu nodded, "Yes, there is during the day, but not at night. Father and mother are very tired when they come back at night. After I cook, they eat and sleep. I take care of my brother. I have money too. I have a name in school. The school has a lot of money and gives me 25 coins every month because they can't spend it all. Then I don't understand. You go to school during the day and take care of your brother at night. Isn't it the same?" Xiao Bei thought of the time arrangement and thought that he had figured it out. Unexpectedly, Yue shook her head and said, "I still have chickens and pigs to feed. I have to prepare a lot of food for the pigs and chickens. They will eat as much as they can. Food costs money, so I will pay for it. Also, don't feed them. They don't grow well and don't lay many eggs. This is called scientific feeding. I can't go to school, so I have to run back to feed them. It's mainly because I'm stupid. After I finished the first 4 months of school and took the exams, I only got a total of 160 copper coins. If I don't go, I can get 25 copper coins a month. That means I can only get 15 copper coins a month. My father said that if I feed the chickens and pigs at home every day, and when the pigs are ready to be slaughtered, I can still earn money from selling the eggs every month. That means that if I go to school, my family will have to give me 10 copper coins every month. That's to say, if I go to school, my family will have to give me 10 copper coins every month. It won't be an extra 10 copper coins. Don't you think so?" Sigh. I am still the stupid one. As Yu spoke, Xiao Bei and the others listened, nodding their heads incessantly. Their faces were filled with admiration. This little calculation was truly too meticulous. They couldn't help but admire it. After you finished speaking, Xiao Yuan continued, that is to say, whether you go to school or not depends on the 7 to 10 copper coins a month. If we give you 10 copper coins a month for free, can you go to school again? You still shook her head. Someone has given me 10 copper coins before. My father still didn't let me go. He said that if someone gave me 10 copper coins, would still be able to get an extra 10 copper coins if I stayed at home. Oh, my father said that it was called additional income. In the end, the other party stopped giving it. Don't tell me your father is the county's registrar? Xiao Bei suddenly asked. No, my father works at the docks and is in charge of checking the amount of goods. He said that it's not much different from what the registrar does. I always say that it's a waste of his talent. You helplessly replied. Xiao Bei nodded, it's a waste of his talent. A person like him should be sent to the great Tang Bank. At the very least, he's the type that governs a province. His calculation of money is extraordinary. I'll give an order to cancel the additional funding that your village's school gives you. Based on this calculation, if you don't go to school and don't get an extra 15 copper coins a month, your family will lose 15 copper coins a month. At that time, I believe that your father will let you go to school. You nodded, I thought so too. But when we were on the boat, the person who accompanied me said that there was no additional money. If a child with poor grades earns less money, their family might not let them go to school. What should I do? Xiao Bei was stunned. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't figure out what was wrong. He muttered, what's missing? What's missing? How is the money appropriate? Are there other people like you in other places? Do any of you have a good idea? Xiao Bei consulted the other 8 people, hoping that they could provide him with some help. Xiao Yuan and the others were also stunned. Even Xiao Hai, who was the best at calculating, couldn't figure out how to calculate the appropriate amount of money. Everyone was silent for a while. Xiao Bei finally couldn't take it anymore. He patted Yu's shoulder and said, don't worry, there will be wave-calming beads and soaring heaven wings. When the time comes, we can kill everyone in the sea and in the sky. Wait, I'll go ask my brother and sister. Xiao Bei threw down this sentence and ran away. Yu turned her head and asked Xiao Yuan, what are wave-calming beads and soaring heaven wings? These are 2 very powerful auxiliary weapons. As long as your sister Xiao Bei can answer the questions in the story 30 times in a row, she will be able to obtain them. Our overall strength will increase, but we don't have much confidence in this. 30 times in a row, heavens. Xiao Yuan explained to Yu in a daze. The other 7 people also didn't have any confidence. Only Pan didn't seem to care. They were working hard to drink the milk in their bowls. Today's milk was harder to drink than before. When Xiao Bei found his brother and sister, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished eating with Li Longji and the others. They ate early and finished late. The main reason was that Li Longji insisted that Zhang Xiaobao make him something to eat in the morning. It was a very ancient food, or perhaps it was a food that shouldn't have appeared in this era. It was filled with beef. At that time, it was the food that the Hui people ate. It tasted very good, even more fragrant than shumai. However, it didn't exist now. It was just that a cow had died a while ago. Zhang Xiaobao made something for his brother and sister at noon and let Li Longji see it. Then, he treated it as something like a steamed bun for breakfast. It was very troublesome to make, and if the taste wasn't right, it would be bitter. Time was spent on making it. When Xiao Bei came over, he smelled the fragrance. He smacked his lips and said with dissatisfaction, I just ate a steamed bun, the kind that didn't have any filling. Poor cow, it must have accidentally fallen to its death. You're really smart, Xiao Bei. You know that the steamed bun doesn't have any filling. Come, let Uncle Emperor carry you. Li Longji opened his arms to Xiao Bei in embarrassment as though he had eaten the steamed bun. When he placed Xiao Bei on his lap, Li Longji explained, the cow didn't fall to its death, it was killed. Lu Zhou, your family specially raised meat cows. This is the 6th generation. We killed one and tasted it. If there's one left, why don't you eat it? No, I'm so angry that I'm full. What kind of father is that? Xiao Bei rubbed his stomach and said angrily. Who made our Xiao Bei angry? Uncle Emperor will make the decision for you, Li Longji immediately said. After all, it was not a good habit to eat secretly. It happened in Guangzhou. I think there are other places in Great Tang as well, but I didn't manage to catch them. That place. Xiao Bei explained the matter and said, we can't figure out what happened. We're in big trouble. Isn't that right, Uncle Emperor? Li Longji was dumbfounded when he heard this. He nodded and tried to figure out how to give the money. It was fine if he did not give the money to the smarter children, but it was not fine if he did not give the money to the stupid children. Just as you had said, if they did not give extra money to the children to attend school, their families might need more labor. However, it would be unfair to split the money. Moreover, it was impossible to directly determine who was smart and who was stupid. If he directly said that a child was stupid and was not suitable to study, it would be irresponsible of the teacher. After all, not all children were as smart as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Li Longji was troubled when he saw Xiao Bei's expectant gaze. Education was not a small matter. After thinking for a long time, Li Longji still could not come up with a solution. In the end, he could only look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sipping tea at the side and looking indifferent. Shouldn't the two of you say something? Li Longji cleared his throat and asked. Say what? Zhang Xiaobao raised his head in surprise and asked in puzzlement. Tell me how to solve the problem that Xiao Bei mentioned earlier. Li Longji glared at Zhang Xiaobao. He actually dared to laugh at him. What is there to say? They are so spoiled that they always complain about not having enough money to attend school. Now that they have a school, they are still looking for trouble. This kind of person needs to be dealt with. If they don't allow their children to attend school, then they should be locked up for 10 days to half a month. If they don't allow their children to attend school, then they should be locked up for half a year. Then, they should be whipped. Even if their hearts are as hard as steel, they should still be punished. Zhang Xiaobao slammed his teacup on the table and said angrily. Li Longji thought that Zhang Xiaobao would come up with some good idea, but after hearing his reply, he became even more dissatisfied. We didn't ask you to think of a solution in a fit of pique. I'm not in a fit of pique. What I said is a solution. This law needs to be legislated. There is a place that has done this, and the results are very good. We should also use it, Zhang Xiaobao explained. Really? Li Longji naturally knew where this place was. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. Since others have tried it, our great Tang should also try it. Sigh, the human heart is not enough. What does this mean? What does it mean? Xiao Bao, speak. It means that the great Tang's propaganda is still lacking. The technology is still lacking, the methods are still lacking, and the laws are still not perfect. The burden is heavy. Forget it, let's not talk about such useless things. In any case, Your Majesty should know that this is a normal phenomenon. If we want to solve this problem from the root, we can only legislate and continue to suppress the status of merchants in society. If we raise the status of merchants too high, everyone will do business and only live for money. If the poor have no money, they will do business. If the officials have no money, they will become corrupt. If the farmers have no money, they will give up on farming. If the workers have no money, they will produce inferior products. At that time, if you want to turn back, please don't look for me or Cuckoo. The two of us are powerless. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded in agreement. She also felt that Yu's father's actions were caused by money. In the past 2 years, the great Tang had been promoting material goods too much, and there was a slight contradiction. As an experienced person, she agreed with Zhang Xiaobao that this matter should be nipped in the bud. When the ideological control was in place, they would turn around and encourage the acquisition of material goods, and so on. Chapter 1137. When Xiao Bei left, he was carrying a food box that weighed at least 5 kilograms. The food box was hanging in front of him, and he swung it left and right as he walked. As he walked, he muttered, "I'll heat it up for lunch and sell some to the Japanese. I wonder if they can still come up with the money." As he walked back, he put down the food box and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then, he smiled and said to the people who were waiting for an answer, "Guess what Big Brother has come up with?" "What is it?" Xiao Yuan played along and asked anxiously. "Humph, you'll never guess," Xiao Bei said with narrowed eyes. Xiao Yuan continued to play along. "Hurry up and tell me. I'm so anxious." Big Brother said that he'll arrest all the adults who don't let their children go to school. What do you think? Smart, right?" Xiao Bei made a strangling gesture with his hands, which meant arrest. Before the others could say anything, who came to complain, shouted in horror, "Don't arrest my father. I won't complain anymore. No. First, we'll criticize and educate him. If he's disobedient, we'll arrest him. Sister I have to find someone to send you back. First, send a telegram to your father. Don't run around blindly in the future." Xiao Bei patted Yu's head and said like an adult. The matter of sending Yu back was very simple. She just had to arrange for someone to do it. Even if she did not arrange for someone to do it, it would be the same for Yu to go back by herself, just like how she came. It was believed that any Tang person who saw a child like Yu would be willing to help. However, if they really did that, it would be irresponsible of the patrol envoys. After bidding farewell to the reluctant Yu it was already noon. It was a good time to see if the Japanese still had money to buy the return. When Xiao Bei and the others found Takashita Junichiro and the others, the few Japanese had no appetite for lunch. In the morning, they strolled around the streets for 4 hours. As they walked, they looked around. The envy in their hearts was indescribable. In their eyes, apart from being prosperous, Luzhou's prefecture city was peaceful and grand. There was no place in Japan that could compare to it, let alone Luoyang and the capital. In fact, they could not even feel any jealousy in their hearts. The difference was too big. It was to the extent that they could not be jealous. Therefore, they did not forget to taste all kinds of snacks. Under the hot sun, each person drank an average of 4 bowls of sour plum soup. There was also tea in a large copper pot, which they drank until they were sweating. When Takashita Junichiro and the others saw the lunch that Xiao Bei and the other kids brought over, they immediately felt like vomiting. It was definitely not a fun thing to put cold plum juice and hot tea in their only child. "Have you eaten?" Xiao Bei looked very regretful. He nodded and said, "All right, since you've already eaten, let's go watch the competition together after we're done. You guys have really profited by coming here this time. Not only did you get the sponsorship from the merchants, but you also got the prize money for placing in the competition. If you don't have enough money in the future, remember to come often. Inspector Zhang is right. When will your country's people come to my country to compete with my country's people?" Takashita Junichiro said hypocritically. Yamamoto and Yamamoto nodded in agreement. In their hearts, they continued to ponder what schemes Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's siblings would come up with. Even if everything looked good, they could not be at ease. Xiao Bei thought for a moment and replied, "When Japan feels that we should send athletes over, we'll go over. We can even provide you with the reward money so that you'll feel less burdened. Then you can sell some tickets and the country will have money, right? As for the reward money, there's no need for your country to pay, right? Japan can still take out such a small amount of money. The tickets are actually not that important. The main thing is to let people experience the elegance of your country's athletes. Takashita Junichiro replied generously. They had already given away so many dried abalones, so why would they be short of money? At the same time, he temporarily put down his worries. The main thing was that Xiao Bei did not set a date when he answered. If there was a conspiracy, he would definitely rush to Japan. When Xiao Bei heard this, he smiled embarrassedly and said, I'm being stingy. Since that's the case, you can also take care of the travel expenses of our team of athletes. What are travel expenses? This was the first time Takashita Junichiro had heard this term. Errands are errands. Travel is tourism. Expenses are, it's money. I got it. Without waiting for Xiao Bei to finish his explanation, Takashita Junichiro expressed that he understood. He then asked, how much does it cost? That depends on how many people are going. Actually, it doesn't cost much. When we go over, we take the boat, sleep, and eat. As for shopping, we have our own money. I just remembered. In Japan, can Tang Dynasty's money be used to buy things? In the past, we used copper coins, right? Now that we have changed to paper money, I'm worried that we can't use it. We can't possibly bring goods over, sell them, and then use the money to buy things. That's too troublesome. Xiao Bei counted with his fingers as he talked about the travel expenses. Then, he suddenly thought of the problem of money. This problem stumped Takashita Junichiro. Japan now had Tang Dynasty's money. It was the copper coins from the past, and there were also copper coins made by Japan. The circulation was not particularly good, and there were many places that were willing to barter. Tang Dynasty's new money had yet to circulate in Japan. When Japanese goods were sold and received money, they directly bought things back. Even when Tang Dynasty went over, many merchants also took goods and exchanged them for Japanese money. However, the exchange of money that Xiao Bei was asking about was not easy to deal with. How much was Tang Dynasty's money worth in Japan? Buying silk was naturally to show that Tang Dynasty's money was more valuable. 1 copper coin was more than 10 copper coins in Japan. It was the same for ceramics. If it was exchanged for fish and silver, Japan's copper coins were still more valuable. 1 copper coin was worth 2 copper coins of Tang Dynasty. If it was based on the value of silk, it was obvious that his country would suffer a loss once the exchange happened. Tang Dynasty would get a few copper coins. After all, it was all paper. If they bought everything in Japan, would Japan be able to take out goods worth a few 100 million copper coins? Then, they would take Tang Dynasty's money to spend. The more they exchanged, the more his country would lose. No, he could not exchange like that. If they were to exchange using the method of silver and fish, would Tang Dynasty be willing? They were not fools. Takashita Junichiro thought for a while before saying, we should be able to exchange, but I'm not sure how. I wonder if our Japanese money can be exchanged for Tang Dynasty's money directly? Of course not. You have a limited variety of goods in Japan. If I take your Japanese money, what can I buy in Japan? Poor or poor, my great Tang has plenty of good things, right? Also, if you suddenly get 10 million strings of money to exchange with us in Japan, then turn around and issue a large amount of currency, the money is worthless. So, 10 million strings of money can only buy something worth 1 million strings of money. Who will give me the 9 million strings of money that is gone? Xiao Bei did not need anyone to remind him. He immediately thought of this problem and shook his head vigorously. Takashita Junichiro frowned. Don't keep talking about Japan. If Tang Dynasty also takes out 100 million strings of money and issues a large amount of currency, we will also lose money. How is that possible? How many people do we have in Tang Dynasty? How many things do we have? How many things do you have in Japan? Why would we care about your things? How much money would it cost to buy everything in Japan? It's not worth it to go through so much trouble for those things. Don't you think so? Xiao Bei retorted. Takashita Junichiro and the others nodded and thought about it. In the past, they used Tang Dynasty's copper coins because Tang Dynasty's money was reliable. With Tang Dynasty's money in hand, they did not have to worry. Since that's the case, I'll go back and discuss with my country before discussing with you about the exchange. What do you think? Takeshita Junichiro agreed first. All right. Xiao Bei agreed. In the afternoon, the group of children accompanied the Japanese to continue watching the competition in the stadium. When it was time for dinner, the 11 children found their brother, sister, and the emperor. The moment he saw his brother, Xiao Bei frowned and said, "I seem to have done something wrong today." Agreeing to exchange currency with the Japanese means exchanging Tang Dynasty's money for Japanese money. I haven't thought of how to do it yet. Will we lose money? When Li Longji heard this, he pondered for a moment and nodded. I reckon that if Japan allows their money to be valuable, Tang Dynasty will lose money. It doesn't matter. We haven't made a deal yet. We'll talk about it when we need to exchange. Isn't that right, Xiao Bao? The other people who accompanied them for dinner, including the women and Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather, all looked at Zhang Xiaobao at the same time. When it came to money, Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have the most right to speak. However, Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Wei Wei. He turned to Wang Wan and said, "Madam, tell His Majesty about the exchange of currency." Wang Wan also smiled and said to the puzzled people, "As long as Japan agrees to a one-sided currency exchange, it doesn't matter how much the exchange is. This is a trap." Chapter 1138. Hearing Wang Wan's words, even though Li Longji hadn't figured out the crux of the matter, he wasn't worried anymore. He believed that the two of them would be able to handle it. Empress Wang also nodded with a smile. In the past, she only knew that the imperial court would issue a special kind of money when they were short on money. For example, 1 copper coin could be exchanged for 5 copper coins. Only by taking away the money in the hands of the commoners would the imperial court be able to buy more things. But now, it was clear that the imperial court couldn't do that no matter what. This plan wasn't a quick one. Using it would be akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. If they really needed money but couldn't take it out, they could issue national bonds or negotiate with the commoners to get them to donate a portion of their money. Thus, the imperial court wasn't in a hurry to get money. Everything was because of Zhang Xiaobao. Now that Wang Wan had mentioned the exchange ratio, it didn't matter. There definitely wouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, the one who was curious about this was Wu Huifei. She, who was already obsessed with finance, couldn't figure out how the exchange ratio would work. This was especially so when Japan's money was valuable while Great Tang's money wasn't. How could they take advantage of it? Thus, she asked, "Cuckoo, I understand that Great Tang's money is valuable. It means that we can buy a large amount of Japanese goods and make them poor. If they impose export taxes, we won't buy anything. This way, they won't be able to get any money from our Great Tang, and they won't be able to buy anything from our Great Tang. When the time comes, we'll just raise the price and earn back our money. However, if we change the value of Japanese money, won't we suffer a loss? If our Great Tang goes to buy things, for example, 1 copper coin in Japan is worth 10 copper coins in Great Tang. If we change it to 100,000 strings of coins, it will become 10,000 strings of coins in Japan. How many things can we buy with that? Tell me, how can we prevent our Great Tang from suffering a loss?" Wu Huifei's question was very representative. Li Longji, Gao Lishir, and Wang Ju all turned their gazes to Zhang Xiaobao. In their opinion, they had to look for Xiaobao for economic calculations. Zhang Xiaobao didn't respond and continued to drink his tea. Wang Wan smiled again and said, "Xiaobao doesn't need to answer these small questions. Only someone in Japan who can reach the top 10 of the Tang Empire's billionaires list is worthy of Xiaobao's help. In terms of finance, Xiaobao is good at creating opportunities when there are no opportunities in a seemingly perfect system. Xiaobao doesn't care about the things that are on the surface." After praising Zhang Xiaobao for a while, Wang Wan began to answer the question. I can say what concubine Hui is thinking. For example, 1 Japanese coin is worth 10 Tang coins. Our Tang Empire only needs to relax the export rules. We can directly ship the goods to Japan and sell them. In the past, we didn't take Japanese money. Now, we can relax the policy of selling the goods to Japan and allow the local Japanese to buy them with Japanese money. When the Japanese sell the goods to our Great Tang will deduct the tax that the Japanese should pay and pay with Japanese money. In the past, we used Great Tang's money to pay, but after changing to Japanese money, the Japanese goods will depreciate by 10 times. The Japanese can't buy Great Tang's goods with their own country's money, so they will suffer a big loss. Xiao Bao, don't you think so? Oh. You can do that? Li Longji expressed his interest and nodded repeatedly. The eyes of the others also lit up. One-sided currency exchange seemed to have such advantages. Wu Huifei said excitedly, in fact, we don't have to sell Great Tang's goods. Our Great Tang has many businessmen in Japan now, and they have money in their hands. Xiao Bao, I didn't expect you to teach cuckoo so well. Zhang Xiaobao, who was drinking tea, curled his lips. He didn't teach Wang Wan these words at all. Hearing this, he said, in fact, we don't need to relax the policy. It's still Great Tang's money to buy Great Tang's goods and ship them to Japan. In private, we give the Japanese a chance to exchange Great Tang's money with Japanese money. The value of Japanese money will directly decrease, and then there will be a large gap between the public and the government. We don't need to pay any other costs and can make money by selling. If the Japanese magnates and nobles are willing to lend money to the Great Tang, with the high exchange rate of Japan, it won't take long for the Japanese economy to collapse. I hope that there are smart people in Japan and that they won't all be so stupid. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao looked disinterested and continued drinking tea with his head lowered, as if he felt that the topic of currency was very boring. The group of children looked at their brother with shining eyes. Xiao Bei muttered softly, so arrogant. This is our brother. He's so arrogant and low-key. Why does it feel like he's lonely and seeking defeat? If only I could be like that one day. Can you call it modesty? Xiao Yuan also said softly. You're the best form of modesty if you don't oppose me. Xiao Bei glared at Xiao Yuan. The others ignored the 2 children and continued to nod. It sounded like Xiao Bao's method was more orthodox and didn't relax the policy. In that case, we don't need to worry about how Japan will adjust the exchange rate. We just need to agree to the one-way exchange between currencies. Li Longji asked in conclusion. Wang Wan continued, yes, when the time comes, we can exchange more Great Tang money to Japan. At the same time, we can send more consumables and exquisite handicrafts to Japan. When the exchange rate reaches a certain level, we can directly borrow a large amount of Japanese money from Japanese banks, nobles, and the imperial court. Then we can use Japanese money to exchange Great Tang money in Japan. Everything will be over. What do you mean? Wu Huifei felt like she had learned a lot recently. She understood most of the things, but today, she was confused once again. Judging from Wang Wan's words, it seemed like Japan would be finished if they did as she said. But what was the reason? Li Longji and the others were also dumbfounded. It sounded like a simple matter of trade, but why did it feel like 2 armies were fighting on the battlefield? Your Highness Huifei should think about it slowly. Always listening to others say the answer will make you stupid. Zhang Xiaobao, who had drunk a lot of tea, spoke again. Wu Huifei endured the discomfort in her heart and nodded. She said, in other words, once this exchange rate is opened, Japan will be finished? Is there any way for Japan to avoid this danger? There is. It is to strictly control the exchange rate of Great Tang and ensure the value of Japan's currency. But if they really exchange, which Japanese can resist this temptation? Wang Wan said. Is there really no way once the exchange rate is opened? What if Xiao Bao is a Japanese? Wu Huifei asked again, unwilling to give up. Wan shook her head. It's useless. Once the exchange rate starts, even if Xiao Bao is a Japanese, I, as the main financial attacker of Great Tang, will deal with Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao can only admit defeat. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao nodded helplessly. Yes, I represent Japan. Cuckoo is in charge of Great Tang's attack, and I can't defend. Japan's agriculture is not good, its industry is not good, and its military is not good. The territory is small and the population is small. What can I use to fight? Unless I am put alone in Great Tang, I can hide my identity and cause trouble there. Everyone revealed a happy and enlightened expression. Then, I am relieved. Xiao Bei, you go and discuss this matter with Japan. Do it as soon as possible, and I will allow you to open a candy house in Japan. Li Longji smiled and said to the little guys who were also thinking about internal affairs. Xiao Bei pouted hard and replied, should I thank the Lord for his kindness? Chapter 1139. In Heianjian restaurant, Takashita Junichiro and the others, who did not know that once Japan opened up the currency exchange system, were worried about what they had just said. What was different was that Takashita Junichiro and the others were worried about the value of the currency in their country and not the crisis that would arise from the one-sided exchange system. Once the emperor is bewitched by others or forced by other clans to set the value of our Japanese currency too high, it will make it seem like Japan is taking advantage of us. However, it will easily incur the dissatisfaction of Great Tang. Our currency cannot be calculated based on the value of silver or fish. Otherwise, Great Tang will use the value of cannons to determine our value, and we will definitely be defeated. Yamamoto said with a deep voice, feeling anxious. Yamamoto also had a heavy expression. That's right. Although I would like to exchange 1 copper coin for 100 copper coins of Great Tang and use that money to buy what our country needs, if we really do that, Great Tang will temporarily stop attacking the duo and send their main forces to the coast. Our country will not be able to withstand their anger. Sigh. Takashita Junichiro sighed. He knew that the two people in front of him were not wrong, but he also knew that the situation in the country was not so. Many people thought that Great Tang was not too powerful and only felt that it was slightly stronger in naval warfare. How would they know that Great Tang was not only strong in warships? It was all the fault of some of the higher-ups in the country who did not tell the truth to the people, giving them hope that they could resist. They even told the people in the country that Great Tang could not afford to eat fish and that they could only eat vegetables in many places, not even meat. Thus, the people in the country treated Great Tang as an existence on par with them. However, that was definitely not the case. Yes, many people in Great Tang could not afford to eat fish, but that was because the people in the country did not know how big Great Tang was and how long it would take to travel from the coast to the innermost land. They could not afford to eat fish, but they could eat river and lake fish. As for saying that they could not eat meat, that was too fake. It might be possible to say that they could not eat meat from cows, goats, and pigs because these animals did not produce many cubs. It was also true that they could not eat venison, tiger, and bear meat because they were not easy to hunt. Guns were not something that ordinary people could own. If they managed to hunt one, they would have to sell it for money for the rich. But besides these beasts, the Great Tang also had poultry. The speed at which chickens were born and grew up was not slow, and they laid many eggs. Nowadays, the price of eggs was much cheaper than that of fish. As long as one was not sick or too lazy, every family had eggs and chickens to eat. Hide it from the people of our country. One day, they will reap what they sow. The Great Tang is stronger than they can imagine, especially when it comes to education, medical care, and disaster relief. I've decided. If our country really wants to set the Japanese currency too high, I will do my utmost to persuade the Great Tang not to exchange for it. Junichiro Takashita said sadly to Kazanji Yamamoto. The two of them could empathize with Takashita Junichiro's helplessness and nodded in agreement. Yamamoto casually picked up a turn back that Xiao Bei had given him and took a bite. He slowly chewed and found that apart from being a little cold, it wasn't as fishy or bitter as he had imagined. After he finished eating a turn back, he said, "Indeed, we should tell Zhang Xiaobei and the others first. If there really are people in our country who are so stupid that they don't know the rules, at least Zhang Xiaobei and the others won't be jealous of us. This thing called turn back is clearly filled with beef stuffing, so why doesn't it feel bad to eat it when it's cold? It's probably Zhang Xiaobao who personally made it for his younger siblings. It's said that his cooking skills aren't the best in the Great Tang. Many older chefs are better than him in terms of carving and skill, but the dishes he makes are what others like to eat the most. He treats cooking as a form of enjoyment, not a form of work. I also heard that he and Wang Wan are people who came from the heavens and are proficient in all kinds of seasonings. The food they eat in the heavens is better than in the mortal world. After eating so many good things, their understanding of food is naturally better than many people." Shan Ji was very unwilling to mention this topic because it was too mysterious. He actually brought up the topic of immortals, but he felt that deliberately not mentioning it was a kind of fear, a kind of timidity, so he still said it. "Huh, Shan Ji, you're still afraid, so afraid that you don't dare to admit it." Zhang Xiaobao is said to have started cooking for his family when he was 3 or 4 years old. It's been 15 or 16 years now. If he's talented enough, how can he not learn after more than 10 years? If he's really an immortal, who knows how many years he's been cooking in the heavens? Are you going to eat it or not? If not, I'll eat it all in a while. Let's talk about money. The Great Tang has so much money that when there's a disaster in the Great Tang, the imperial court will immediately take out money to help. Those deceived people in our country are licking their wounds after the disaster. 2 years ago, when the 2 provinces along the Yangtze River were flooded, the people in the vicinity just took their bags and ran away, abandoning their houses and livestock. If it were Japan, would the people be willing to do so? Even if they were bitten off and thrown away, what about after the disaster? Who would care about them? Every time I hear that after the disaster, the people who collect rent still fight with the locals, I feel sad. It's already like that, so what's the point of collecting rent? Look at what the Great Tang did. When the people evacuated, the things supported by the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families and the imperial court were sent to the place where they were to be settled. Once the flood passed, the money of each family was compensated according to the records of the local government. The local garrison was also mobilized to help repair the houses and clear the mud. When the day comes that the people of Japan know what the people of the Great Tang enjoy, it will be the beginning of the end of Japan. We're not afraid of not knowing what's good, but we're afraid of comparing goods. Money, money, the Great Tang has money, but Japan doesn't. Why don't we be honest with Zhang Xiaobao and the others and ask them what proportion of Japan's money should be? Let them know that we don't want to be wolves, we're willing to be dogs. As owners, we can't bully our own dogs together, right? Yamamoto, who really couldn't think of any solution, said the most aggrieved and objective words in his heart to Takashita Junichiro and Shan Ji. Sigh. Takashita Junichiro sighed again. He narrowed his eyes and thought that it didn't feel good to be a dog. It was better to become a wolf when invading others, such as when they fought against Silla. But who asked his Japan to be so bad? It seemed that he couldn't fight against the Great Tang before. Fear came from the depths of his heart, or perhaps from the depths of his soul. The money he used and the clothes he wore were all copied from the Great Tang. He couldn't even get rid of eating and writing. What was most lamentable was that the Great Tang was clearly eating the food of the lower class, but his own country treated it as good food. For example, seaweed or kelp was used on the outside, rice was in the middle, and fish and vegetables were in the innermost. That was something that the fishermen of the past only had rice and vegetables when they went out to sea. In desperation, they rolled the fish and seaweed together. It didn't have much taste, and it was sour and fishy. After the people of his country learned it, they actually treated it as good food. Alright, let's be dogs then. Tomorrow, I'll look for Zhang Xiaobao and the others and tell them. Takashita Junichiro's thoughts returned and he nodded in agreement. Are we going to bully them like dogs? Xiao Bei, who had just finished listening to the story in the evening and had answered all the questions correctly today, was still not sleepy. She held a large cup of fruit juice in her hand and talked to her brother and sister. What she was talking about now was her attitude towards the Japanese. In her opinion, the Japanese were too easy to bully. According to the classic words in her brother's story, they were like dogs. There was no challenge at all, and they were even worse than Xinluo. Who knew that when she said this, her brother and sister had a serious expression and shook their heads at the same time. What? Aren't the Japanese dogs? Xiao Bei asked, puzzled. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao, indicating that she wanted Zhang Xiaobao to answer. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the stars and thought for a while, then said, it doesn't matter whether they are dogs or not. What's important is the tenacious vitality of this nation. It's not wrong to say that they are dogs. This nation has always been suppressed by others and has never had a day of independence. The difference is that the masters are often changed. However, we can't look down on them just because they are dogs, because they are just like us. They are very tenacious. In the face of great danger and pressure, they will be very united. When there is internal strife, it will not affect their resistance to external forces. Also, we are going to fight the polyglot next year. It is also not easy to completely eliminate them. However, the polyglot people are stupid, but the Japanese are smart. They are as smart as us, so we have to face them head-on. Oh, okay, I will face them head-on. I won't look down on them. Brother, are we the best? Xiao Bei agreed, not fully understanding, and asked again. That depends on the aspect. Our strength lies in our perseverance. Whether it is the Byzantine Empire or ancient Rome, whether it is ancient India or ancient Greece, whether it is ancient Egypt or ancient Maya, in the long river of time, the only place that still has a civilization is China. It was the same for Japan. This was a race that could not be destroyed without killing everyone. However, it was too difficult to kill them all. In the face of life and death, there was no status or dignity. There was only life. Therefore, no matter what kind of opponent you faced, please treat them as a person. Let's not talk about this anymore. I will tell you the story of currency exchange in the financial aspect. First, I will start with the creation of currency, a long, long time ago. Zhang Xiaobao first talked about the things that his younger brothers and sisters did not understand and could not understand, then he changed the topic and began to talk about currency in the form of a story. Wang Wan accompanied him. When Zhang Xiaobao talked about the only civilization left was China, she unconsciously puffed out her chest. When Zhang Xiaobao told the story of currency, she became as quiet as the bright moonlight in the sky, smiling at him. The next day, when Takashita Junichiro and the others saw Xiao Bei again, they directly said to him, Inspector Zhang, regarding the one-sided currency exchange, I would like to mention it to you first. Oh. You can make the decision. In fact, I don't think there is anything to say. It can be changed. It is convenient for the people of Tang to use Tang's money when they go to Japan. Xiao Bei yawned and said to Takashita Junichiro. She was addicted to listening to the story yesterday and drank 2 cups of coffee, which she usually did not want to drink. When she finished listening to her brother's story, she drank some milk, took a bath, and went to sleep. She was still sleepy. Takashita Junichiro did not know. He thought that Xiao Bei did not want to hear about this matter, so he quickly said, It is not that simple. Regarding the currency exchange ratio, how do you think we should exchange Japanese money? The other Japanese also stared at Xiao Bei, hoping to get an answer from her, even if it was just for reference. Xiao Bei rubbed her eyes, thought for a while, and said, I feel that I should respect you Japanese people, so I will tell you the truth. How much is your money worth? Don't always think about taking advantage of it, or you will suffer in the end. Let me mention something. Calculate according to the price of livelihood goods, that is, clothes, food, and housing. There is no need to consider good. The same food, clothes, and housing quality, compare them with Tang's, and then determine the purchasing power of your currency according to Tang's price. Then deduct the import and export tariff of Tang, and it is almost the final price of your currency. This is the most correct way. I will treat you as a living person, otherwise I would not tell you. I will let you do whatever you want. Chapter 1140. Takashita Junichiro and the other Japanese felt very uncomfortable when they heard Xiaobei's words. It was as if she had never treated them as humans in the past. Temporarily enduring the difference in status due to the difference in martial arts, Takashita Junichiro humbly asked for advice. Why do you insist on clothing, food, and shelter? Are other things not enough? Sure, other things are fine too. It depends on what Japan wants to exchange for Tang Dynasty's currency. To be precise, it depends on what Tang Dynasty needs the most from Japan. For example, copper. If you can be sure that our purpose of exchanging currency with you is to buy copper, you can use copper as the basis for your official currency. The real method is to calculate the purchasing power of the currency units between the two countries and then find a balance between them. That is, the purchasing power of survival necessities and luxury goods. But can Japan calculate the purchasing power of your own country's currency? Tang Dynasty can calculate because we have banks, as well as the final summary of the various types of goods and taxes. The problem is that we can't tell you. Even I don't know. There are very few people in my dynasty who are qualified to know. Xiaobei introduced a little more. She had thought of it after listening to her brother's story last night. Takashita Junichiro nodded in agreement. All right, copper it is, and silver it is. I suggest that you use grain as the basis of calculation. For example, your current corn is about 26 copper coins per bushel, while my great Tang is 7 copper coins per bushel. Adding on the 20% export tax and the transportation fee of the large ship, a bushel is about 9 copper coins. 1 copper coin for 2 of your points, 2. 889, Xiaohai directly said the number. Yes, 2.8.9. Let's exchange 1 coin for 2.8 coins. Because your country is too small, when the grains are sold in a centralized manner, there will be a process of price increase. In addition, you also need to pay for transportation. I am really too kind to give you such a good idea. Xiaobei shook her head and sighed, as if she had let down Tang Dynasty. Takashita Junichiro and the other two lowered their heads and thought about it, but they still did not understand what she meant. Yamamoto asked embarrassedly, why is my country's money not valuable? What do you mean your country's money is not valuable? It's copper that's not valuable, okay? So it's relatively worthless. But your copper can be sold directly to Tang Dynasty and you can buy things from Tang Dynasty, understand? Xiaobei shook his head as if he was saying that they were stupid. Some of the people accompanying them were also confused. They usually didn't study such things, so when they heard Xiaobei talk about it, they felt that it was very profound. Only Xiaobei knew that he had only learned a little and was only using it to scare people. Shanxi thought for a moment and asked the question that many people wanted to ask. Does it mean that the Tang Empire's money is relatively more valuable? Why are you like this? Can't you look at the problem dialectically? How was it valuable? Compared to the price of millet in Japan, it looks like it's worth a lot, but in fact, it's not worth a lot. When millet costs 7 coins a bushel, it means that the millet isn't delicious. Our demand for millet is getting weaker and weaker. With the research of the Teranongji Temple, the production of poultry and livestock has increased. People don't need to eat too much millet, and other food sources have also increased. To be honest, money is not valuable, but the inflation of the currency means that we have done more details on our consumption. In the past, we could buy 2 candied haws for 1 copper coin. Now, it's 1 copper coin or 2 copper coins for 1. It's more convenient for us to buy them. Our income has doubled or tripled, but the ratio of income to expenditure has not changed. Of course, this is a bit by bit, not a sudden doubling. The logic behind this was very simple. If the production unit of a certain product did not change, the price of the product would increase at a slower rate than the inflation of the currency. If the unit of currency could buy more of the product, it meant that the production unit of the product had better production technology. Take beans for example. In the past, 1 bushel cost 22 copper coins, and we planted 1 mu of land. Now, we still plant 1 mu of land, and the price is 38 copper coins a bushel. But the money has doubled, and the growth of beans is slower than the inflation of the currency. What does this mean? It means that our bean production per mu has increased. Of course, it's also possible that other alternatives have appeared. Do you understand? Xiao Bei waved his hands and gestured like a financial master. Some of the smarter ones understood and nodded in admiration. The stupid ones did not understand, even though Xiao Bei's example was very specific. Takashita Junichiro and company sighed inwardly. They were worried. Look at how impressive the child was. Wouldn't the adult behind him be even more capable? It wouldn't be easy to compete in the future. Yamamoto gave a thumbs up in admiration and then asked, why do you have to focus on millet? Isn't it better to change it to something else? If we change it to the rice from Hebei to the north, which ripens once a year, do you have that variety in Japan? If we change it to beans, how many can you grow in Japan? I chose millet because this is what you usually eat. Furthermore, millet in Great Tang is not a strategic variety. You can buy it in Great Tang at any time. I'm sincerely doing this for your own good. Think about it. If Great Tang were to take 10 million strings of cash to you and buy millet after the exchange, wouldn't you be dumbfounded? But now, we are using the value of millet to determine the currency exchange ratio. You can go to Great Tang to buy millet without any losses. At the very least, you won't starve to death. Xiao Bei kindly reminded them, but the words she said made the Japanese break out in a cold sweat. Takashita Junichiro trembled and raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Yamamoto thought of something else and asked, "If that's the case, we will have a greater advantage if it's a one-to-one exchange. Then if we sell goods to you directly, the price of goods won't be one-to-one, right? Then, when we buy things from you, we will use your Japanese money to settle the bill. There are other methods. If you don't believe me, you can try them. Remember my good intentions." Xiao Bei curled her lips in disdain. As for what other methods they had, she did not know. In any case, she believed that her brother and sister could play the Japanese to death. Takashita Junichiro trembled again and looked at Yamamoto. Yamamoto had once thought that he was very smart. He had gone to Bushin County, where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were officials, to cheat and play economic tricks. In the end, he had gone through a lot of trouble and lost all the silver that he had sent to them. Of course, he was not convinced and also tried to play tricks, but he also failed. Now that he heard Xiao Bei's words, he realized how big the gap was between them. Why didn't he know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was? Patrol Inspector Zhang, we are just asking. As for the final exchange ratio, it will depend on the choice of the people in the country. But I believe that Japan and your country have always maintained an unchanging friendship. What do you think? Takashita Junichiro said with a smile. Oh, you've changed your method of communication? All right, I admit that the people of our two countries love peace. They are also full of yearning for a better life and are willing to work hard for it. This was the case in the past, and it will not change in the future. In the long river of history, many things have disappeared, and many new things have appeared. However, the friendship between our two countries has become deeper and deeper. It has settled down in the little bits of time, and it can't be washed away or worn away. Then today, let's still watch the competition between the athletes that represent the friendship between your two countries. Let's grow in competition and deepen our understanding of each other. The sweat they shed on the field is more beautiful than the stars. Please. Xiao Bei saw that the other party was speaking diplomatically, so she quickly cooperated. She was most willing to say these kinds of words. This was her strength. Takeshita Junichiro and the other two couldn't help but sigh at the same time. They really didn't know what to do with the children of the Zhang family and Wang family. Yamamoto gave Takeshita Junichiro a resentful look. Takeshita Junichiro felt that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to say anything. Just now, he had a cheap mouth and insisted on talking about the friendship between the two countries. In the end, he still maintained the mentality of a child. Xiao Bei, who was showing off her economic theory, also changed her words and said a lot of useless nonsense before ending the previous topic. If he hadn't mentioned friendship, they might have been able to understand the economic situation of Tang Dynasty from Xiao Bei. It was more reliable than the information gathered by them. The opportunity to know oneself and know the enemy had been missed. Now, they could only watch the competition. What was there to watch? Compared to learning more about Tang Dynasty's financial policy, it was more important. Today's competition in the stadium was swimming. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and 5,000 meters. When everyone came to the spectator stand, Xiao Bei changed into her swimsuit and jumped down to do a figure dance. After she climbed up, she said to Takeshita Junichiro and the others, "I've tried it. The water temperature is not bad. I can get used to it very quickly." Takeshita Junichiro nodded in appreciation. However, he thought to himself, of course you can get used to water of any temperature very quickly. When waiting for the competition to start, he found a good thing. It was the touch board. It was the place where the swimmer touched the front. The light would immediately turn on there. This thing was very advanced. What was the reason? As he thought about it, he said to Xiao Bei, "I wonder if we can hold a competition in our country as soon as possible, especially this swimming competition. I hope that you guys can guide the construction of the venue. It'll be good if it's the same as what you see now." Once this stratagem is used, the other party usually ends up with the destruction of the country, but I can't bear to send you away. After you leave, who will bully me? As Xiao Yuan spoke, he saw that Xiao Bei's expression was not good, so he quickly added a few more words. "Let's get down to business." Xiao Hai saw that Xiao Yuan was speaking glibly to his sister, so he couldn't take it anymore. That's loosening the reins in order to grasp them better, creating something out of nothing, pulling the latter out of the house, and turning the guest into the host. We have to cooperate with brother and sister's plan. Xiao Yuan, who had a photographic memory, opened his mouth and listed 4 stratagems. However, he didn't get the admiring gazes of the other children around his age. All the brothers and sisters nodded normally, indicating that they wanted him to talk about the details. It seemed that if he couldn't say it, others would show a surprised expression. They were too familiar with each other, and sometimes it was a kind of sorrow. Thus, the 9 older children and the 2 who joined in the fun started to whisper together again. 2 hours later, the hungry Japanese finally saw the officials in charge of receiving them again, and the buffet-style lunch also began. Takeshita Junichiro and the others were not in the mood to eat, so they randomly picked up some food from the broken plates. Their eyes were always on Xiao Bei, wanting to know the results of the construction assistance for the games. They were not stupid, and they knew very well what Xiao Bei was going to discuss in the meeting when he went back. It definitely had nothing to do with the messy, what kind of meeting was going to be held, why was this meeting being held, and so on. "It's not easy to fool children nowadays," Yamamoto said with emotion. "You couldn't fool children in the past either," Yamamoto said. "Time, luck, and fate. Don't mention it, don't mention it." As Yamamoto spoke, he saw that Xiao Bei and the others each chose 2 vegetarian dishes, 2 meat dishes, a bowl of soup, and a fruit plate. After finding a place to sit, he walked over. Takeshita Junichiro sat opposite Xiao Bei and ate 2 mouthfuls of food without any mood. Seeing that Xiao Bei also stopped eating at the right time, he quickly asked, "How was the meeting?" "Yes, it was to discuss going to Japan to provide technical support for the games, But there was a problem, Xiao Bei said with a regretful expression. What's the problem? Takeshita Junichiro asked anxiously. Regarding technical personnel, you know that Tang Dynasty needs many skilled craftsmen to do things. It's not worth it to suddenly go to Japan and waste a lot of time for a games. In addition, there are many precious materials to use, so the cost is too high. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he continued eating, so Takeshita Junichiro, who wanted to speak, could only wait for Xiao Bei to stop eating again. It was not until he finished half of the food that Xiao Bei drank a mouthful of soup and stopped. He looked at Takeshita Junichiro and asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" Takeshita Junichiro, who did not expect to be questioned, was stunned. After thinking hard for a while, he suggested, "I think the first problem is easy to solve. The technical personnel are not always in charge of the construction of the games. When they are on the road, they can still think about what they like. Even if they come to Japan, we can provide them with a very good place to do their research." That's right. Yamamoto interrupted, "In terms of cost, Japan is willing to take out anything we have, as long as you like it." Really? Then there's no problem. You can choose a time, and we will arrange for the personnel. However, the previous matter has to be resolved first. Xiao Bei agreed readily. Takeshita Junichiro asked in surprise, "What previous matter?" "One is to send war criminals to Tang Dynasty for us to educate, and the other is to cede land as reparations." What? Have you forgotten? You have already forgotten the harm that Japan has caused to the people of Tang Dynasty so quickly? Many people's wounds have not healed. Even if the injuries on the body are healed, there will still be scars left. There is no need to talk about the trauma in the heart. Xiao Bei stared at him, as if he was holding his heart. He felt as if he had angina. Takeshita Junichiro hurriedly nodded, I remember. I never dare to forget. Yes. Send the people over and compensate you with the land. We will also compensate you with money, as well as the seeds and abalones that you provided. We will think of a way to rush it and complete it as soon as possible. Very good. Let's eat. Don't waste. Although the buffet provided by the stadium doesn't require you to spend money, it is precisely because it is a buffet that the guests need to cherish the food. Take as much as you want. If it's not enough, the kitchen will prepare more. Xiao Bei pointed at the plates in front of Takeshita Junichiro and the other two. There was still a lot of food that had not been eaten. Takeshita Junichiro and the other two were not in the mood to eat. Their minds were filled with the thought of tricking Tang Dynasty's technicians to Japan. When they arrived in Japan, no matter how much they had to pay, they had to find a way to make the technicians stay. If they could not make them stay in Japan in the end, they had to at least let the technicians stay in Japan for a while. Looking at the food in front of them, the three were immediately worried. There were many dishes that they did not like to eat. The buffet I saw a few days ago was not eaten like this. Takeshita Junichiro, who really did not want to eat, said to Xiao Bei. Oh. Where did you see it? How did they eat it? Xiao Bei was curious. Chuanzhou. When I passed by Chuanzhou on my way from Japan, the officials of Chuanzhou held a banquet in Army Officer Chao's house. It was a buffet. The dishes were placed on a very long table that was pieced together, the kind that was half a circle. Then, they filled glasses with wine and drank while chatting with others. However, no one touched their chopsticks to eat. There were no chopsticks, only knives and forks. One of their people who participated in the banquet told me that it was a very embarrassing thing to eat under such circumstances. Patrol Inspector Zhang, what do you think? Takeshita Junichiro could only say this to Xiao Bei because he did not want to eat. Oh. Very good. That's something that was mentioned in my family storybook. I used to treat some people to that kind of buffet, but I didn't expect that someone would learn it and even learn it to this extent. Chuanzhou's Army Officer Chao, right? Not bad. Thank you. Let's eat. After eating, there is still a competition in the afternoon. Xiao Bei laughed sinisterly. Takashita Junichiro felt his stomach cramp and his heart clench. He knew that he had accidentally sold out the officials of Chuanzhou. Okay. Takashita Junichiro agreed and began to stuff food into his mouth. In his heart, he mourned for Chuanzhou's army officer Chao. There was no need to think too much. He was definitely going to die. Not to mention that he was just an army officer. Even if he suddenly became a provincial governor, it would be useless. There was no need to mention any backing. When he finally finished eating the food on his plate, Takashita Junichiro rubbed his stomach and looked around. He found that everyone else had also finished their food. They seemed to be very self-aware. Only Pan and her sister had not finished eating. However, they could take the leftover fruits to the stands to eat. Just like that, a month passed quietly by in the various competitions between the Japanese and the Tang Empire. There was really nothing to compare. Moreover, the Japanese war criminals that were sent over by the Tang Empire's gunboats had also arrived at Jili Prefecture. Takashita Junichiro and his group decided to temporarily go over and take a look. Then, they would prepare the abalones. When they went to Japan together for the competition, it would be time to confirm the matter of ceding territory. No matter what, Japan had temporarily avoided the threat of war. Takashita Junichiro and his group were very happy. After sending the Japanese away, Xiao Bei had to receive the people from the southwest who had just arrived. Sigh, is it so easy to be a diplomat? I always say things that don't mean. The psychological pressure is very great. Xiao Bei pretended to sigh sadly. Then, he excitedly waved his hand and led his people to the dock. Chapter 1142. When receiving the people from the southwestern tribes, Xiao Bei and his men appeared to be very relaxed. They pretended to be kind and friendly, which was 100 times better than their attitude towards the Japanese. Only Pan and her brother would always show malice. In the eyes of adults, this was just a child's mischievous behavior. After arranging for the tribesmen, who deliberately wore gorgeous clothes but always acted like rustic people, to enter Ocean Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Bei returned to where the royal carriage was at night. He could no longer hold back the hatred in his heart and muttered, "That's right. Damn it, I want to hook them all up with hooks and throw them into the sea to catch sharks. They're even more detestable than the man-eaters and the Japanese. The man-eaters are a result of strategic intentions, while the Japanese are a result of geographical limitations. I can understand why they're plotting against the Great Tang, but the most disgusting thing is that they're just a bunch of small tribesmen playing the drums and banners on the sidelines. They are just a bunch of wolf cubs who have abandoned their dignity and credibility. No, they are worse than wolves. At least dogs are trained from wolves. If I still have the slightest bit of kindness to them in the future, my surname will not be Wang." Hearing Xiao Bei's angry words, everyone was stunned. Li Longji even recalled the various things that happened during the day reported by the intelligence personnel. It seemed that the people from the southwestern tribes got along well with Xiao Bei. What was wrong with Xiao Bei? Xiao Yuan said, "Xiao Bei, your surname is Zhang. My mother's surname is Wang. Now others call her the Zhang Wang clan." "Well, I know what you mean. Wait for me to grow up, ha, ha, ha." "Xiao Bei, I suddenly thought of a very important thing. That is to follow your footsteps, listen to your voice, support your will, and understand your feelings. In fact, I also want to hook them up to catch sharks." "Really?" Xiao Yuan did not wait for Xiao Bei to finish his words and hurriedly expressed himself. He did not feel that it was shameful for him to flatter a girl. Xiao Yuan, you will be a man in the future. Don't yield to others. Stick out your chest." Wu Huifei looked at Xiao Yuan dotingly and said. She thought highly of Xiao Yuan, who had a photographic memory, but her son did not have this ability. Xiao Yuan was finally embarrassed and muttered in a low voice, "Actually, I'm not really afraid of her. I just feel that I should spoil her a little, like how an older brother treats his older sister. No matter how low Xiao Yuan's voice was, the people around heard it. Zhang Xiaobao glared at Xiao Yuan, then turned to Wang Wan and said, "Did you see that? Did I teach my child the wrong things? Is a man who bows his head to a woman a good man?" "No." Wang Wan smiled and said, "Only a man who bullies his wife is a hero. A man's greatness is highlighted in his family. Even if he is a dog outside, he has to shout at his wife and children at home. You're talking about Japanese men. Please don't compare me with them. Although Japanese men are also human, it seems that we need to change our living environment," Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious expression. Wang Wan was confused by his jumping words and asked in surprise, "What does it have to do with living environment?" "I'm not worried about Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei. Both of them are very lively. Xiao Hai and Xiao Zhu only know how to study mathematics, and the other only knows how to draw. Both of them are too dull. Do you think they have a common language?" Zhang Xiaobao said worriedly. "There should be, right? For example, after the computer is made, drawing itself is a digital simulation. You're saying that the environment determines one's personality. Do you want to change their personalities? If not, this is the bad thing about the family. The adults of both sides have to worry about it, and it's easy to be criticized by others." Wang Wan looked at Xiao Hai and Xiao Zhu, who were standing beside Li Longji, and Xiao Bei, who were talking to Li Longji. So what if they're family? In Dream of the Red Chamber, they're all close relatives. Which one of them isn't smart? Look at our Emperor Xuanzong. His family has done this many times. Wu Huifei's surname is Wu, right? Wu Meinyang's surname is Wu, right? Then they. How can you talk nonsense like that? He's not dead yet. What Xuanzong? Listen to what Xiao Bei has to say." Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's words. She looked around and saw that no one had heard what she had said. She felt a little relieved. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and said, "What else could it be? It's nothing more than saying insincere words during the day and wearing a hypocritical mask." She feels uncomfortable in her heart. Diplomacy is like this. Not everyone is suitable to be a diplomat. In addition to the support of national strength, you also have to show your personal charm. In the same country, different diplomats have absolutely different effects. Don't be fooled by Xiaobei's complaints now. If you really don't let her do this, she will feel even more uncomfortable. Nanzhao, I'm also very annoyed with them. If they have nothing to do, they should just stay there. Why are they joining in the fun? If it weren't to complete the strategic deployment, would have directly rejected them. Zhang Xiaobao also complained. Xiao Bei finally vented the anger in her heart toward Li Longji and the others. She took a deep breath and said, "I'm fine. Tomorrow, I will continue to welcome them with a smile. I request that when we occupy their place, I will still be the one to interact with them. Today, they actually told me that because we helped them for free, they decided to maintain the peace of this period. Aren't they threatening me? Pa. If it weren't for brother and sister wanting to beat Duosher first, I would have used money to smash them to death. Ha ha ha. Yo, look at how angry our Xiao Bei is. She must have suffered a great grievance. Come, let Uncle Emperor hug you." Li Longji laughed and hugged Xiao Bei to comfort her. "It's only me. If it was anyone else, they would have gone crazy from anger. They look dark and skinny, but they dare to put on a show in front of me. Let's not talk about them. I don't care about their attitude. According to sister, it's what? Xiao Yuan." Xiao Bei complained again and turned to look at Xiao Yuan. Not only did Xiao Yuan have to have a photographic memory, she also had to have a telepathic connection. After thinking for a bit, she said, "It's the wind that blows away the bamboo. The wind that blows away the bamboo leaves no sound. The wild goose crossing the cold pond, the wild goose leaving the pond without leaving a shadow. But I remember you once said that the wild goose leaves its sound, and the man leaves his name. I also said that I came, I saw it, I conquered it. Since I conquered it, how dare you refute me? Xiao Bei always had something to say. Li Longji was confused. He couldn't think of what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo usually taught their younger siblings. It felt very profound, but was it suitable for children to say it? All right, stop arguing. It's such a mess. Uncle Emperor doesn't understand. Prepare to eat, then let your brother and sister tell you a story. Just tell them that I'm here and I've conquered something. It sounds very arrogant. Li Longji persuaded the two children and glanced at Gao Lisher. Dinner began. The next day, Xiao Bei led his team and amiably smiled as they discussed construction with the Southwest Zhao. In truth, it would have been better for the adults to handle this matter, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan refused to receive them, expressing their attitude that they were acting like children. But they were not short on actual benefits. They were helping to build factories in the Southwest, providing food for the ordinary people, and luxuries for the local upper class. All of this required the great Tang to pay for. This is the sorrow of relations between countries. Fortunately, there are no other countries that can contend against my great Tang in terms of economy and military, or else we would have to pay an even greater price. It's just that our economy is not strong enough to wage war everywhere. After sending off the people from the Southwest, Zhang Xiaobao spent the night chatting with Wang Wan. To be more precise, it's that our industrial base is not strong enough. Our country can supply the food needed for war, and transportation is no problem. It's just that we don't have enough weapons and ammunition. We can't just use sabers and spears like we used to. Once winter is over, we can start next year. Wang Wan looked at the sky that was still as bright as day and said longingly. Chapter 1143. The sound of the waves crashing on the beach was monotonous and constant. All kinds of seabirds were still flying tirelessly in the sky above the port. Ships of goods from overseas were moved back and forth and then sent to various places. The fishermen who raised fish near the shore paddled out to have a look every day. When they saw dead fish and shrimps, they immediately went to the local medical center nervously and described the tragic situation of the dead fish and shrimps to the professional. It was not until the person in charge of the farming showed an impatient look that the fisherman presented the dead fish and shrimps to him. They watched as the person cut the fish and shrimps into pieces and put them under strange objects to look at. Only then did they feel a little relieved. The big fishing boats in the distant sea were docked at the shore specially provided for them. The fish that had been gutted and salted were placed on the ground at the port at the fastest speed to be sorted. The rotten fish were picked out and put aside to wait for further processing. The fish that were not salted enough were salted again. Then, they were exposed to the sun or taken to a special ventilated room to be dried in the shade. Amidst the fishy smell, the dried salted fish and shrimps were sent to the distribution center and sent to the places where fish and salt were scarce in Tang. As for whether they were steamed or fried, it was not the fishermen's concern. The railway at the cargo port had been laid. After the great improvement in efficiency, some of the dock porters lost their jobs. They would go to the vocational school in the state capital to learn new survival skills. For 100 days, they would receive an additional government subsidy that was almost the same as the porter's job. After that, they would be assigned to a designated position by the government. Within a month, if they still could not adapt to the new job, they would be sent back to the school to study again. The subsidy for 3 months would be reduced by half. At the same time, the official who arranged for them to study specific technical subjects would resign. Su Mingyang, the provincial governor of Luzhou, who caused all the karma, was still working at the port as his scribe, recording the number of working people. Occasionally, he would chat with the locals. The sea breeze and the sun left the traces of time on his face. His skin was no longer fair, but it made him feel stronger. Compared to the days before, he felt that his life now was much more fulfilling. It was unknown when Su Mingyang had become passionate about writing down the days. He wrote down his daily losses, gains, and sentiments on paper. No matter how busy he was during the day, he would never get tired of it when he returned to the Fu at night. There was a period of time when he thought that he was noble, and he even said the same to his wife and concubines. It wasn't until one day, when he was on holiday and drank too much wine. After strolling around his wives and concubines and other women, he finally expressed his motivation to write about the days. Xiao Bei promised him that she was willing to print what he wrote into a book. She had even thought of the book's title. It would be called The Spring and Autumn of a Provincial Governor's Heart. As for why it wasn't The Winter and Summer of a Provincial Governor's Heart, it was because when he asked, Xiao Yuan said that history didn't have winter, summer, or warring states. There was only spring and autumn. Damn, Governor Su was cursing in his heart. He thought that Sun Mo was writing about the 4 seasons. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have asked. He would have been looked down upon by Sun Mo. What comforted his heart was that Xiao Bei promised to first print 200,000 copies. He would sell each copy to the Tang officials and give him 200 copper coins. That was 40,000 strings of coins. If he didn't commit corruption or take bribes, it would be difficult to earn this amount of money just by being an official. If he could commit corruption and take bribes, then forget it. It was too dangerous. Xiao Bei said that he would first sell 20,000 copies of his book to the military officer in Xuanzhou. Because he was too rich, he actually threw away countless food at a banquet. At that moment, Su Mingyang's heart was balanced. He was very grateful to the unborn children of the Zhang family and Wang family. If they didn't exist, perhaps the Tang patrol's knife would have fallen on his head. Now, he had a chance to change. For the military officer in Xuanzhou, if he didn't get the news in advance and ask for leave to come and ask for punishment, when the 4 little guys came to the mortal world, it would be the beginning of his hell. Number 9, stop. Slowly put down the box you are carrying. Find someone to carry it with you. If I find that you are carrying more things, I will deduct your wages for today. Su Mingyang, who was thinking about what to write at night, was awakened by the actions of a stevedore at the exit in front of him. He raised his eyelids and said with an awkward smile, "It's not heavy." Number 9 put down the box as he was told. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and replied with a silly smile. "If it's not heavy, then why are your legs shaking? Do you think this official is illiterate? The words on the box say, 1 box of ores needs to be inspected overseas. It seems that you are not satisfied with the life in the night school. It's my fault. After a month, I will personally test you on the first 150 words of the children's initiation. If you can't write 1 word, come to my house after work. I will personally teach you. Stay away from me, you perverted dog." Governor Su, who was talking to the stevedore number 9, raised his foot and kicked away a male dog that used his leg as an outlet for physiological needs. He then continued to talk to No. 9, it's settled. Whose dog is this? Sir, it's a rescue dog. Number 9 said with a sad face. Obviously, he didn't want to learn. Have it change positions. The people in the water who need to be saved can't wait for it to finish shaking. When it snows, it'll be killed and eaten. It's very nutritious. Su Mingyang glared at the dog and said, "Snowing? Fine, sir, you are so kind. Stupid dog, you still dare to come over. Be careful, I'll send you to the north of the Yellow River. It really snows there." Number 9 cursed at the shameless dog. He then called another stevedore to pick up the box and leave. Weiwei Su Mingyang shook his head and continued to record the work of the stevedore. As for that dog, he admitted that his family's chef had never made dog meat that wasn't disgusting. Perhaps it can be given to Zhang Xiaobao. He has done research on this. Su Mingyang's thoughts flew again and he muttered to himself. Thank you for the compliment. I can indeed make dog meat very delicious, but I don't like to eat dog meat. The process and seasoning are too much. As long as there are other things, I will try my best not to eat dog. Sir Su, are you used to life at the docks? Su Mingyang had just finished muttering when a strange yet familiar voice rang out behind him. It was strange because this voice didn't often appear by his ear. It was familiar because even if this voice appeared once, he would firmly remember it because it belonged to Zhang Xiaobao, a person who killed without spilling blood. Lord Zhang, Su Mingyang turned his head and said with a trembling voice. Don't call me that. I'm not my adoptive father. Some people call me Master Gao. I'm just the regional governor of the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. We're both third-rank officials, so there's no need to distinguish between high and low. Zhang Xiaobao, who had brought Wang Wan here for a stroll, said sincerely. However, his words always sounded very hypocritical in the ears of others. Su Mingyang was one of those who felt hypocritical. He stood up and tried his best to make his smile more natural. He nodded at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan respectively and said, I wonder what brings you here to the docks, Deputy Governor Zhang and Deputy Governor Wang. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Mingyang regretted it. He shouldn't have said that. Could it be that they couldn't come to the docks? The docks didn't belong to the provincial governor of Luzhou. Moreover, he always felt that he didn't have the right to be the provincial governor, even though the official seal and documents clearly stated that he was the provincial governor of Luzhou. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan smiled at the same time and didn't take it seriously. Zhang Xiaobao said, actually, it's nothing serious. A group of grandpas in the nursing home said that the weather hasn't been good recently. It seems like there's going to be a strong sea breeze. It should be a hurricane. Huh? Lord Zhang, don't scare me. Su Mingyang felt a tug in his chest. He clutched his heart and shouted. What are you talking about? I'm just mentioning it. When you weren't the provincial governor, Luzhou had several hurricanes. It was just that the rain was heavier, some houses collapsed and a few rows of trees fell. Calm down. Compared to those times, the hurricanes now are nothing. We're just here to tell you in advance. Don't wait for the wind to blow and panic instead of other people. Zhang Xiaobao patted Su Mingyang's shoulder and comforted him. Su Mingyang slowly calmed down. When he thought about Luzhou's roads and the layout of the houses, he realized that he was not afraid of any hurricanes. The roads were as wide as a square, and there was a sewer built with limestone. It was more than 10 feet wide and as tall as a person. He didn't even know how many there were. The highest house was only 3 stories high and was built with bamboo. Once the people evacuated, they could just wait for the wind to blow away and come back. With the support of the Zhang family and Wang family, the losses were nothing. They could just rebuild the damaged boats at the docks. That's good, that's good. I wonder if the titled madams have made the arrangements. My family can just pack up and leave. Su Mingyang, who had calmed down, did not forget to show concern for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. It's all done. In fact, I hate the current situation very much. We can't see any signs of the hurricanes, so we can only judge based on experience. If it was in the past, the hurricanes would be gone. If it was sunny, it would be sunny, and if it was raining, it would be pouring. Now, we can't do anything. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. Then, both of them looked up at the sky. At that time, they could indeed do this. The hurricanes could be eliminated the same way they were formed. It was nothing more than the airflow caused by magnetic fields and cold and heat. Without rain, clouds could be artificially formed. Black clouds could also be artificially dispersed. Everything depended on whether it was cost-effective or not. Other than human lives, if the losses caused by the weather were less than the amount of money that could be interfered with, they could let it wreak havoc. If it was more expensive, they could stop it. If they had money and wanted to play around, they could create their own hurricanes. The premise was that they did not hurt others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both wanted to know if hurricanes would form and where they would end up. However, they could not fulfill such a simple request. There were no satellites. However, Su Mingyang did not understand the two of them. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he thought of the immortals. At that time, he thought of the two of them as immortals. So he said in a trembling voice, I will do my best to ensure the safety of the local people. You don't need to guarantee the safety of the local people. Cuckoo and I are here. I want to ask you, do you know Japanese? In 2 days, a lot of Japanese will come. Then, Japan needs people from the Tang Empire to go over. Cuckoo and I can't leave, and we can't send all the people in my family who can speak Japanese to take care of things. Otherwise, wouldn't Japan become my home? Can you understand? Zhang Xiaobao finally said what he and Wang Wan wanted to talk to Su Mingyang about. Perhaps because Zhang Xiaobao's words were too sudden, Su Mingyang did not react for a moment. It was not until another ship approached the dock with a horn that he woke up and asked, You want me to go to Japan? Chapter 1144. There was a look of reluctance in Su Mingyang's eyes. He really didn't want to leave his hometown and go to a foreign place. After today's matter, with the money for publishing the book and the reward of being the provincial governor of Luzhou, he had a great chance to enter the capital and find a place for himself in front of Hanyuan Palace. I know you want to go to the capital and be closer to His Majesty, but you don't know that the capital is actually not fun at all. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't always want to come out and travel. Look at me and Cuckoo, we never planned to stay in the capital for long, especially running to the palace to work. Have you noticed? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Su Mingyang's expression and knew what he was thinking about, so he persuaded him softly. Su Mingyang lowered his head and muttered in a low voice, It's the same wherever you are. Who dares to not listen to you? You transfer the army here and they're like a game. How can I compare? If I transfer the army today, I'll lose my head tomorrow. Why are you so stubborn? Do you have to sharpen your head to attend the morning court? You are now a third-grade official. When you enter the capital, will you be given a third-grade official position? You have no real power, do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao continued to persuade him. Wang Wan also chimed in, Isn't that so? The capital is deep, and it's not easy to survive. When you see me transfer the army, why don't you see who I am in front of? I have to explain every step of the army to His Majesty first. Even my guards can't be transferred at will. If you are a provincial governor outside, you are a local high official. For example, if you are in Luzhou and someone really wants to threaten your life, Luzhou's soldiers and people will never allow it, unless you always slander some titled lady. If you are in Guangzhou, Quanzhou, or other places, the whole place will tremble with your words. In the capital, today the prince, tomorrow the prince, oh, tomorrow the prince, oh, the prince, will you do what he asks you to do? If you do, you will collude with the inner court. If you don't, you will wait for revenge. If you really enter the capital, you will find that there are suddenly mountains above your head, pressing down on you until you can't breathe. Not to mention a third-grade official, you are even worse than a seventh-grade dog. A fifth-grade official is enough. Didn't your family encounter the same thing? Why can't I? Su Mingyang stubbornly refuted in a low voice. Rank 5? Your request is also. Oh, other than the censorate and internal officials, a 5th-rank official can attend court, right? If I ask you to go up, who do you dare to talk to? At this moment, you can sit at the same table and eat with His Majesty. When you enter the capital, you can only see an inch-tall figure. There are millions of officials in the world, but His Majesty won't remember who you are. Then there's what you said about my family. Yes, we've been encountering similar situations ever since we were young. It's as if anyone can bully us. Every day, other than thinking about how to strengthen the family, we also have to split up to deal with it. We have to pretend to be more obedient than Xiaobei and the rest. We have to act like fools when others are scheming against us. We have to act like we don't know anything. My family has always earned a cent, given a cent, and kept a cent to appease resentment. Even now, it's still the same. Do you have the financial resources? Do you have that kind of talent? If there really was, you wouldn't have been bullied so badly by Xiao Bei and the others. What are you still talking about? Zhang Xiaobao was evoked by Su Mingyang's words. Step by step, there were too many times when he couldn't control himself. Looking at his still, full chest, who knows how much paper there is inside? The only thing Su Mingyang knew was that he had been trapped. Obviously, the other party had already prepared everything. He could only take the paper and run to a secluded place to read it. He was very clear that if he didn't agree, he probably wouldn't be able to go to Hanyuan Palace Hall. Although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were unwilling to go, it didn't mean that they didn't have the ability to influence someone's position in that place. Right now, there's nothing to do. I'll take you to play. Look at the fish caught by the fishing boats from the deep sea. Be mentally prepared. Don't be smelly. Zhang Xiaobao handed over the proposal and turned around to speak to his younger siblings. He lifted his foot and walked towards the faraway fishing ground. He didn't ask, "Why did you come here?" like other adults would to their children, nor did he scold, "Who told you to come here?" Obviously, there was no need. If he really said such words, other than letting others feel the authority of an older brother and causing Xiao Bei and the others to feel uncomfortable, it wouldn't have any other effect. Children weren't criminals. Why should he let them experience the fear of criminals? They weren't unforgivable bad guys who wanted to destroy world peace. If they really had that ability, he definitely wouldn't be the savior of the world. They came over just to let him take them to play. If he didn't think that their appearance would interfere with his wise decision, then he should play with them. Zhang Xiaobao was obviously not the kind of older brother who would push all the blame onto his younger siblings. Therefore, when he saw that there wasn't much to do, he decided to take his younger siblings to play elsewhere. Even if the stench was strong, at least he had personally experienced it. Have you finished your homework? Wang Wan asked habitually. She regretted it as soon as she asked and looked at Zhang Xiaobao apologetically. Xiao Bei shook his head vigorously. No, we discussed it and unanimously decided to do it at night. It's a little boring today, so we came out to play first. If you haven't done it, you don't have to do it at night. Today's topic has been changed. It's changed to what you'll see in a while. It'll ask you why you still insist on doing it, and what you can do with the things you throw away. If you get a prize, you'll get a prize, Zhang Xiaobao said and swung his arms exaggeratedly as he walked. Xiao Bei and the other children also learned to walk with large strides. The trouble of doing homework at night didn't exist anymore. The sky seemed to be bluer and less boring. Wang Wan leaned over and whispered in Zhang Xiaobao's ear, "You're spoiling them. It's easy to cause them to be disobedient in the future." My mother used to say that, but were they really disobedient? In fact, many people weren't suitable for having children. People in their 20s had children and then didn't put in the effort they should have. To be precise, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Many parents hoped that their children would be obedient and well-behaved. Before their children went to kindergarten, they would play with them like toys. After their children went to kindergarten, they would tell their children to listen to the teacher every day. It seemed that children who sat on the bench and listened to the teacher without moving were good children. They would do whatever they were told to do, and they would absolutely not do what they were told to do. That was right. Teachers also hoped that this was the case. According to a fallacy, there was only one teacher and many students. The teacher couldn't adapt to every student, so the students had to find a way to adapt to the teacher. Listen to the teacher at school and listen to the parents at home. This was the education of your country. In fact, the real education of our nation was definitely not like this. It was education without discrimination, teaching to solve problems, dealing with people, and moral cultivation. If the child was not taught well, it was the fault of the father, and if the child was not taught well, it was the laziness of the teacher. The strict teaching of the father and the teacher was definitely not to make the child obedient like a puppet. Many people gave their children to their parents after they had children. This itself was a disrespect to life. If you can't teach your own children well, what else can you do? If you weren't prepared to give up everything for your children, why would you want them? Zhang Xiaobao also whispered to Wang Wan, but what he said could shock many families. If it were the Middle Ages in Europe, he should have been burned in the Square of Flowers, just like Bruno, who agreed with the Copernican theory. Who asked him to say that the Earth revolved around the sun? He wanted to prove this truth, but in the end, he violated the interests of too many people. Wang Wan naturally didn't have the ability to burn Zhang Xiaobao, and she also couldn't bear to. She said with a smile, "You are too radical. How can it be your country and our nation?" Nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. I have many nationalities, so it's your country. I only have one root, so it's our nation. You think I'm radical because others are too mediocre. You've seen many people keep pets, haven't you? And they let their pets call them dad or mom. This is a manifestation of human control, especially the old people who don't have their children around. If you observe carefully, you will find that the way they educate their pets is no different from the way they educate their children. Some boys and girls who don't have children also keep pets, mostly dogs. If you ask them, they will definitely say that this is love or something. In fact, the essence is absolutely not, but they want their pets to listen to them. When they raise pets and children with infinite selfish thoughts, they don't deserve to have the sacred halo called love of life. They are garbage, a group of self-righteous garbage. Zhang Xiaobao became angrier as he spoke. Xiaobao, husband, do you want to deprive everyone of the right to have their own ideas? Do you want to treat what you say as the truth? If others don't treat their pets and children in the way you say, are they criminals under your God's grace? I know you were an orphan in the past, but this can't be an excuse or reason for you to criticize others. Don't those parents who you said raised their children like dogs choose to give up their own lives to protect their children when they have to make a choice? If you insist on what you say, please ask others to insist on what they say. Also, how can you scold people? That's not right. Wang Wan could have agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words, but out of respect for Zhang Xiaobao, she still said her own thoughts, even if her words might make Zhang Xiaobao unhappy. Motherfucker, what's this smell? It smells so bad. Under Xiao Bei's signal, Xiao Yuan said while smelling the stench. Zhang Xiaobao, who was whispering to Wang Wan, turned around and patted Xiao Yuan's head, saying, "You think the smell is bad, so do you want others to do the same? Also, how can you scold people? That's not right. Come, Xiao Yuan, come to sister's side. Your brother is now playing a game of slapping his own face." The words he said just now were completely reflected in his attitude towards you. Wang Wan smiled as she pulled Xiao Yuan over and said to Zhang Xiaobao while rolling her eyes. The group of children inexplicably looked back and forth between their brother and sister's faces. Chapter 1145. As an orphan, Zhang Xiaobao had always harbored a strong resentment towards his parents. It was not only towards his own parents, but also towards other people's parents. The thing he hated the most was seeing parents beating their children. At the same time, he also envied the children who were being coaxed. This was something that had been ingrained in one's soul since young, and it was very difficult to get rid of. Fortunately, he had parents now, and his family was very harmonious. Therefore, after venting for a while, he returned to his original self. He said to Xiao Yuan, "Just now, I was discussing the issue of world peace with your sister. Many things that lead to the destruction of countries start from scolding people." Really? Xiao Yuan did not believe him. It's fake. It's wrong to scold people when you don't have the strength. If you have the strength, you can scold as much as you want. Let's go, I'll show you how smelly fish and rotten prawns can become delicious. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Xiao Bei with one hand and Xiao Yuan with the other, and walked in the direction of the fishy smell. Wang Wan could only pull Pan Air and her sister. The two little guys had short legs and short arms. They stretched out their arms and legs, and although their height and pace were clearly unreasonable, it made people feel that they were very harmonious when looking at them. The children were not tired at all, and would even occasionally run in front of the adults. As the smell got stronger, they got closer and closer to the place where the dried seafood was made. The smell that made people feel uncomfortable at the beginning became addictive after smelling it for a while. It doesn't feel that bad anymore. I'm a little hungry. Xiao Yuan swallowed her saliva and looked up at her brother. Yeah, why? Xiao Bei had the same feeling. It means that you still have some instincts and are not completely affected by habits. When making salted fish and prawns, other than salt, there are also fish and prawns that are fished out from the sea. Because the technology of long-distance fishing boats is still lacking, the initial processing can't keep up, and some fish and prawns will spoil. The fishy smell you smell is from the protein. When it's in the rotten or half-rotten stage, it's easier for animals to absorb it when they eat it. People with good lives can choose to eat things that are not rotten. After getting used to it, the body will no longer be immune to it, and it will be easy to get sick. Many animals do not have this condition, and continue to eat rotten food. However, there is still a part of human nature that is inclined toward survival. Therefore, there is a desire to consume certain proteins and phospholipids. For example, stinky tofu. If it is not too salty when it is made, any baby a few months old will like to eat it because it is necessary for survival. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood at the moment, so he explained to his younger siblings. But I think children like sweets more. Behind him, Little Hai spoke up. Yes, they prefer to eat candy because it takes less time for the body to absorb and use the candy. The structure of the body and survival instincts are the conditions that determine this tendency. Whether you give it to herbivores, carnivores, or even insects, most of them eat candy because Zhang Xiaobao couldn't remember anything as he spoke. He turned to look at Wang Wan. After all, he had learned a lot from Wang Wan after coming here. The children were very smart and turned to look at their sister together. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao again and said, because many creatures in the world are carbon-based life forms. Of course, there are other life forms besides carbon-based life forms, but we have found too few of them. As for sugar, it is the easiest carbohydrate in nature to be broken down and absorbed. I don't understand. Xiao Bei was confused. He lowered his head and sighed, saying, I still haven't learned enough. You will know in the future. The more you know, the more you realize your ignorance. Not all questions have answers. Zhang Xiaobao also sighed. For a moment, a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Yes, science is endless. The only right thing is the courage to study the unknown and to overthrow the conclusions of the predecessors. When you feel that something doesn't conform to science, it only proves that you have narrowed the scope of science. If you can't explain it for the time being, it doesn't mean that it's not scientific, but that the development of science is not perfect. At least, it can't explain it. Wang Wan seemed to be saying this for her younger siblings, but in fact, she was saying this for Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao thought about how to come here, but she also didn't understand. Perhaps many years later, people could give a scientific answer. Even the knowledge that elementary school students at that time could understand. For example, many things in the world that seemed profound now were actually things that she learned as a child in science class. The earth was round, the sun was big, and the earth was small. The earth ran around the sun. How simple was that? When she was learning, she simply put her classmates in a room, and then released synchronized images from 6 directions at the same time, directly simulating the birth and evolution of the earth. It was a very simple technology, and it had been around for more than 100 years. It's a pity that sister and brother don't have the ability to let you have a taste of it. Wang Wan thought in her heart and looked at her younger siblings apologetically. At the same time, she asked Zhang Xiaobao, when do you think the panoramic image can be made? It's useful for education. We don't even have film now. I've urged the Ministry of Works twice, but they keep saying that it'll be soon. I'm afraid that I'll put too much pressure on them, so it's not good to urge them again. It's more useful for military affairs. Let's go. Let's take a look at our salted fish first. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and continued to walk forward. Isn't it better to make canned food? Why do we have to eat salted fish? Yes, canned food is canned food, and salted vegetables are salted vegetables. The cost of the food for individual soldiers in the inner courtyard is too high. We can't supply a large amount of it to the army. Wang Wan muttered. She was pulled along by the two impatient little fellows and continued to walk forward. When they reached the drying area, everyone couldn't stand it anymore. The smell was too strong in the air. Everyone went to the logistics warehouse to get a big mask. They felt much more comfortable wearing it, mainly because many floating particles were blocked by the mask. There are good and bad salted fish, right? Xiao Yuan asked as he circled around a rope with many salted fish hanging on it. He pointed at a dried fish with sunken eyes and black gills. Yes, especially the fish head. It'll be removed after it's dry. Otherwise, it'll be easy to get poisoned after eating it. We're keeping it now so that it's convenient to hang it up and dry. Those whose heads have fallen off can only be put on a flat surface to dry. It's now in the storage period for the army, Zhang Xiaobao explained. Won't you get poisoned if you eat a salted fish without a head? Xiao Bei asked. There's also the possibility of getting poisoned, but there's no other way. We have to enrich the people's dining tables as much as possible. It's our fault that our skills aren't good enough. Food is the most important thing for the people. This is also why I'm against wasting food. Since ancient times, many dynasties have changed because of food. Of course, there's a rebellion when there's no food to eat. Zhang Xiaobao said as he patted his sister's head. Xiao Bei blinked and ran to the side of a big salted fish. He pointed at the fish and said, "Shall we eat salted fish tonight?" Okay, I have to choose properly. I can't let you guys get poisoned. Zhang Xiaobao really went to choose the fish as he spoke. Wang Wan thought for a moment, then said conclusively. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He didn't understand how religion and toilet paper were related. Fortunately, his IQ was not low, and he was also able to adapt to the jump in thinking. He said, not all people in Tang have the money to buy toilet paper. Some still use leaves and sticks. Personal hygiene is also not as good as you think, especially disinfection and sterilization of reproductive organs. As for the meaning of the existence of religion, the biggest reason is that when the ruler himself is unable to form a better belief system, it is just a means to consolidate the ruling position. If no one uses the doctrines of religion out of selfishness, many religions in the world are good. But that is absolutely impossible. Even the people of religion can split up a religion for their own interests. How can you expect them to save the world? Also, religion has another characteristic, which is that it is exclusive. Since you love the world, why do you distinguish between them? There is reincarnation in the 6 realms, how can you stand in the secular world? Worship in the heart and hold the holy sword in the hand. These are the 3 fucking religions. The prosperity of Buddhism was not caused by India. It was caused by China. Only China's cultural foundation can let people understand that a grain of sand, a world, a flower, a leaf, a Tathagata. Maybe it's because my status is not high enough. I can't be pious when they talk about religion. I have never seen anyone being pious before. If I were to be pious, I would be a communist. You and I have high status in Great Tang. You dare to say that we are communists together with me? Or should I say that we have reached communism? Since I can remember until now, I only have one bodhisattva in my heart. I remember there was a 60-year-old man who drove a VIP to our place. After that, I found out that it was not a VIP. It was a RV. I bought a few of them. There was a trailer, and there was a bigger trailer. At that time, that old man said that he would give us 20,000 renminbi to cook a few good meals for us. In the end, that 20-year-old woman smiled gently. Wei Wei shook her head and pouted. She was so beautiful. If I were to describe it now, it would be the 12 zodiacs. So, 20,000 renminbi became 200,000 renminbi. Bodhisattva, definitely a bodhisattva. Although some people say that bodhisattva is a man, but you asked me now. I will tell you that the bodhisattva in my heart is a woman. That smile can make flowers bloom and butterflies dance. Ah. So, bodhisattva is just adding zeros. What 12 zodiacs? It's 6 zodiacs, okay? The 12 zodiacs are the holy warriors. Don't tell me you have watched too many cartoons from 100 years ago that reminded you of that Shaka who said that he was the only one in the world. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was just saying that out of boredom. He was not trying to gain sympathy. If a woman sympathized with a man, it would make him feel inferior. A real man needed to control and conquer, even if he was a scavenger. Does the 12 zodiacs have anything to do with Buddhism? In your words, I am at least the king of hell, Hades. Let's go out and take a walk. You will be confused if you are too concerned. Leave everything to the medical staff. With our skills, we will only be adding to the chaos if we help deliver the baby. Zhang Xiaobao straightened his clothes and pushed the door open. When he opened the door, he narrowed his eyes. Then, he realized that it was not snowing here. There was no reflection from the snow. I hope it will snow in Luzhou as well. I want the children in Luzhou who have never seen snow before to be happy, Zhang Xiaobao said when he realized that it was not snowing. Wang Wan, who followed him out, looked at the sky and nodded in agreement. Yes, it has happened in history that the children can see snow, but it was always light snow, especially during the Little Ice Age. There was a record of snow in Qinzhou. If it was said that it snowed on the equator many years ago, I would believe it. But I definitely don't believe that you can see snow in Luzhou this year. It's raining heavily now. Oh, I know. The Little Ice Age is cold, so it snows here, Zhang Xiaobao said as he straightened his collar again. He looked like a scholar. The Little Ice Age doesn't refer to cold. It refers to a special environment. During the Little Ice Age, it was dry. It was very hot, Wang Wan explained to Zhang Xiaobao. That's right. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. When it's cold to a certain extent, it will become hot. Many people who froze to death felt that they were very hot before they died, so they took off their clothes. Zhang Xiaobao loosened his collar. He still wanted to be a scholar, but he did not loosen his collar properly. The opening of his collar was wider, making him look like an expert. He looked like a local ruffian. Then, how do you plan to solve the problem of the humidity in the delivery room? Wang Wan gave him face and did not continue to talk about the Little Ice Age. Use quicklime. It works the fastest. If the wind blows, it will blow everywhere. It's best if the surrounding air rises as a whole. It's very difficult to heat up an area. I don't know if the people will be willing to cooperate. Zhang Xiaobao said worriedly. He suggested a solution, but he rejected it. Then, he suggested, let's find a family to eat. I feel like I'm too frivolous and ungrounded. I used to feel guilty when I encountered the same thing when I was doing business. You're guilty? What kind of business is that? Wang Wan could not bear to see Zhang Xiaobao being so arrogant. How am I not doing a proper business? It's just a short recovery period and a high return. Do you think the world's wealth is numbered or not? Zhang Xiaobao asked self-righteously. It's not numbered, Wang Wan replied. That's right. Since it's not numbered, is it wrong for me to earn more? It's numbered. Since it's numbered, why can't I earn when others can? Who distributed all the resources? Xiaobao, my dear husband, count the moon at night. See if it's numbered or not. Wang Wan used her trump card. Zhang Xiaobao straightened his collar and said, actually, it's not difficult to determine how much wealth there is in the world. The upper limit of the world's wealth depends on the level of technological development. If you can only obtain resources from Earth, then there's a limit to all the resources. Even if the power provided by a perpetual motion machine, there's also an upper limit. There's always a limit to tidal, solar, and wind. If you get a solar panel outside the atmosphere, you'll definitely get more electricity than inside. If you don't wear a spacesuit when facing the sun, the ultraviolet rays will burn you to death. While the two were chatting, they came to a house. They did not know whose house it was, but they saw that the house's courtyard was not small. They couldn't go to those with small courtyards. It was not easy to live there. The house they found was not bad. It was a house with 2 entrances. It was not very deep, but the horizontal area was large. The reason why it was not a house with 3 entrances was because they were afraid of overdoing it. Not many people dared to build a house with a deep courtyard like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did. Lu Zhou usually built 2 entrances vertically. The 3rd entrance was for officials above the 7th grade, and the 4th entrance was for officials above the 5th grade. However, the 5th grade officials were not willing to build 4 entrances. They just opened a side door. This was because most of the 5th grade officials in the capital had 3 entrances. If there were many officials, the house would look small. 3 entrances was already good enough. At the same time, it was also affected by the streets of the capital, so it expanded horizontally. There were only 2 places in Luzhou that were not restricted. One was the provincial governor's mansion. There were pavilions, terraces, and small bridges. The other was the Ocean and Clouds Tavern. The latter could be built however he wanted. The former was a little troublesome. No matter how he built it, he could not change the layout of an official's house. He did not care about the decorations in the house. He could not even build a small path outside. The house that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to was relatively wide. Obviously, they lived a good life. When the 2 of them came to the front door and were about to knock and enter, Zhang Xiaobao could not understand a sound came from inside. "What are you mumbling about?" Zhang Xiaobao's raised hand stopped in midair as he muttered. Wang Wan listened carefully. Her eyes immediately reddened as she said, "The people inside are burning incense. They said that they are willing to exchange their lives for the smooth birth of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's children. A life for a life." Chapter 1147. Why bother? I haven't even mastered the technique of exchanging a life for a life. They can't do it even if they want to. The people of Luzhou are too simple-minded. They know too little about science. I don't feel good listening to their grumbling. Zhang Xiaobao purposely said nonsensical words, but then he couldn't help but sigh. Wang Wan raised her hand and knocked on the door. The sound of the knocking was accompanied by the dripping of rain, giving off a dull feeling. "Who is it?" After a short while, the side door of the main gate was opened from the inside. A head poked out and looked out. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's faces, he opened his mouth in surprise and did not know what to say. "It's almost noon. Xiaobao and I want to find a place to eat. Is it convenient for you?" Wang Wan said to the head with a smile. The head nodded vigorously. "It's convenient. It's convenient to eat whenever you want." After saying that, the head was so excited that he closed the door with a bang. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard someone shouting and running inside. "Master, madam, this is bad. Someone is here to eat. Quickly get someone to prepare. This is bad. If our inner court was like him, I would have kicked him out long ago. If I can't kick him out, I'll leave on my own. He's not calm when he's in trouble. Let us in for tea first." When he heard the commotion inside, Zhang Xiaobao sighed again and said, "The problem is that our courtyard is not a 2-section courtyard. The money spent is different. Don't be idle these days. When your brother and sister are born, you have to help them name their names. It will be very noisy if there are too many children. Wang Wan touched the door with her hand. The paint on the vermilion door did not fall off because of the rain. Based on her touch, there was a layer of shiny oil outside the paint. The production of this material was very low. It needed to be blended with petroleum products. There was gasoline inside, not soybean oil. There was only one place in Great Tang that produced it, and that was the Ministry of Works. Xiao Bao, look, we found a well-to-do family. They can actually use shiny oil in a 2-section courtyard. Many officials in the 3-section courtyard have never heard of it. Wang Wan wagged her finger and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. It's not a normal well-to-do family. If we had known, we would have changed to another one. It makes people think that we came here on purpose. It's not on purpose. It's fate. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao's, a woman's. Then, there was the sound of messy footsteps in the water. When the door opened, an old lady with white hair and a bun walked out with her back straight. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hurriedly supported her. Wang Wan said, "Old madam, you can't do this. Xiaobao and I walked to your house. We happened to be hungry and wanted to ask for a bowl of rice. It's good to be hungry. Hunger means fate. Why aren't you hungry when you walk to other places? So many people want to kiss you in Xiaobao, but they can't even have a meal. Since you're in front of my house, I can't let you two run away." The servants are not sensible and ran back. If they were smart, they would have tied you two up with ropes. If you ran away, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. The white-haired old madam looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan. She did not show fear like many people. Instead, she looked at them as if they were her juniors. If it were an ordinary person, they would have to be respectful just because of the old madam's behavior. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also respectful, but it had nothing to do with the old madam's behavior. As long as the old madam was not disrespectful, they would be respectful. Thus, the two of them helped the old madam into the house. The people in the courtyard began to get busy. The cooks were even more alert. The old madam led Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan into the living room. She had them sit down and ordered tea and snacks. Then, she said to Zhang Xiaobao kindly, "Qiao, and the others will be born soon, right?" Counting the days, it should be in the next few days. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He thought to himself, "Why are you so enthusiastic about my mother giving birth?" However, he said, soon. It's just that it's been raining non-stop recently. It's stuffy, hot, and humid. I'm afraid it's not good for the body. Then you have to be careful. If your family's life is good, my family's life will be better. When your father ran away with your mother, they hid in my inn. When the yamen runners chased after them, I stuffed your father and mother into the cellar and said I didn't see them. Later, your family became successful, and I benefited from it. See, I moved to Luzhou 2 years ago. It's good here. It's not cold in winter." The old madam held Wang Wan's hand and looked at Zhang Xiaobao as she talked about the past. Granny Huang, we're actually at your house. Cuckoo and I were planning to find a random family to have a meal with. It's fate." At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao realized he did not bring any gifts. He also understood why the old madam could use the shiny oil. The only thing Zhang Xiaobao could do was bow. Wang Wan stood up obediently and bowed with Zhang Xiaobao. Good. You're just like your father and mother when they were young. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. At that time, the yamen runners even told me that your father and mother broke the law. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? I said I didn't know. What can they do to me? I'm a widow with 2 children. How dare they bully me? I've done many wrong things in my life, but I've done one right thing. At least, my 2 children are married now. They're all successful. Don't worry about your mother. I've discussed it with the heavens. If something really happens, it'll come to me. A life for a life. I've lived for so long, and my only regret is that I haven't seen your grandfather with my own eyes. If it's him who comes today, I'll stand at the door and scold him. When the old lady reached a certain age, she didn't need to put on any pretense. She spoke her mind directly and didn't hide it at all. Grandma Huang is right. At first, I felt uncomfortable. Then I thought about it. At the beginning, my father's status was too low. Even if he's not studying now, there's still a big gap between him and my grandfather. But I can't put my mother in the middle. What's more, my grandfather's family has shown their sincerity. Grandma Huang, are you used to living here? Zhang Xiaobao also said very calmly. Now, no one in his maternal grandfather's family dared to look down on his father. Everyone said that people live to fight for their dignity, but when they fought for their dignity, what they got was not the venting of their anger, but a sigh. Time was merciless. What was the point of looking back? Good. Let's not talk about the past. Let's eat. It's a pity that only the two of you came today. It would be lively if the group of little fellows also came. Old Madame Huang said regretfully. As for how the food should be cooked, no one mentioned anything. The chefs just had to do their best. If they really wanted to compete, they might as well go back and cook for themselves. What kind of delicacies could they not get? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not picky. They could eat what others could eat. In order to survive, they could eat what others couldn't. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a place that provided meal tickets and ate to their heart's content. Li Longji, on the other hand, couldn't find a meal ticket. He had people look around, but after finding nothing, he could only let the imperial chefs who followed him make lunch. Those two definitely ran out to eat secretly and left me here to starve. No brother and sister like that. Xiao Bei, don't you think so? Li Longji felt that the lunch made by the imperial chefs was much worse. He muttered a few words in dissatisfaction and tried to rope Xiao Bei in as an ally. Xiao Bei was eating soup and rice. There were also a few side dishes on the table. Only the soup was clean, and the side dishes were prepared by her family. The other things were all carved into beautiful patterns. She didn't dare to eat them. There were tofu and bamboo shoots. They were carved into the shape of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Wasn't it still tofu and bamboo shoots? She could make them look good, but she couldn't eat them. She was afraid that she would get a stomachache. When she heard the emperor's question, Xiao Bei put down her chopsticks and replied seriously, yes. I was planning to eat wonton at noon today, but it seems that I will have to wait until evening. I can only make do with this meal now. Uncle Emperor, please tell the masters in the imperial kitchen not to use tofu to carve things in the future. They only need to be able to cut the ingredients. They don't need to have profound carving skills. If they really want to compete in carving, how can they compare to specialized carving skills? The strong don't hold banquets because of their appearance. The hungry and cold beg for food because of warmth. In my Wuxia, the great etiquette is known as summer, and the beauty of clothing is known as hua. But what is beauty? I believe that the beauty of clothing lies in the body, the beauty of food lies in the taste, the beauty of accommodation lies in the comfort, and the beauty of travel lies in the charm. So, Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was being attacked even when he was lying down. It had nothing to do with him, even though he was only drinking soup and eating side dishes. Of course, the other children were the same. The dishes were too scary and not suitable to be eaten at home. Originally, the food was arranged into various shapes. When people ate it, they would think that it had been touched by others. How disgusting was that? Hearing Xiao Bei change the topic, Xiao Yuan helplessly put down his chopsticks and said, so. The etiquette lies in the heart and intention, not the form. The beauty comes from the appearance, not the flower. The budding spring is the beauty. The trickling summer is the beauty. The late autumn leaves are also the beauty. The winter cold, the cold plum blossoms are even more beautiful in the snow. The beauty is ordinary, not complicated. Chang and is sparse and doesn't need the beauty. The sea doesn't need the beauty. We're just eating a meal. Carving like this and carving like that. It's not like I haven't seen carvings before. My family's carving skills are all jade carvings. In the future, I'll ask the imperial chef to change it. It's fine to practice carving skills, but don't use 90% of every dish to show off your carving skills. Isn't that too idle? Uncle Emperor, take a look at this. Who hollowed out the lamb liver into a plum blossom? There's also green onions. Xiao Bei reminded him, the ones below are white onions. They're taken as snow and shaped like plum blossoms proud in the snow. Both are considered supplements. Tear off a strip of the lamb liver and place it with the green onions. Dip it in the garlic and chili sauce on the side and eat it. The garlic and chili sauce is red. It's called a little plum blossom, a little red. It's good for the body. Li Longji's face turned red. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't here today, so he asked the imperial chefs to make a dish. In the end, he was criticized by the two little fellows as if there was nothing good about it. Even his own son and daughter followed suit and only drank soup. In the future, when the imperial kitchen cooks, your carving skills are not allowed to exceed 40%. Don't use your energy on your knife skills. Li Longji said. In the end, after the meal, Li Longji was even more depressed. He didn't eat well. In the afternoon, the rain stopped. He led the group outside for a stroll and found that there were fewer commoners outside. Usually, when they went out, they could see many carriages. Today, there were only a few passing by. Where's everyone? Li Longji asked in puzzlement. Replying to your majesty, they've all gone home to burn incense. The madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family are showing signs of giving birth. The people in the medical hall are on alert. There are also many people surrounding the area to prevent others from getting close. There's a charcoal fire nearby. It's said that it's to drive away the cold. Gao Lisher received the report from his subordinates and said to Li Longji. Chapter 1148. Oh. Realization dawned on Li Longji. No wonder. It's not convenient for me to go there personally. The Empress and concubine Hui can take care of them. Little Bei, don't go and cause trouble. Tell the servants to be careful of the candles. Then, when will I be able to see my younger brother or sister? Little Bei seemed anxious. The others could only shake their heads in response to her question. Who knew when they would be able to see their younger brother? Even if they were preparing now, they might have to wait until the next day. There was no definite answer. As for whether Lu Zhou's economy would be affected if they went home to offer incense, nobody cared. Nobody criticized the Zhang Wang clan duo. This was the home advantage. Why didn't the people offer incense when Jun, and Pan were born? Li Longji smacked his lips and said with a hint of jealousy in his voice when he saw the little ones had gone off to study on their own. That's because you didn't publicize it, Your Majesty. The people in the capital can't possibly ask about the palace when they have nothing to do. If someone does, we'll have to guard against them. Why don't we publicize it the next time you have something to do, Your Majesty? Gao Lisher explained. At the same time, he was impressed by Su Mingyang. He was addicted to being an official at the docks. If he were in Su Mingyang's shoes, he would go mad with anger if he saw the people stop working for the former wives of several realms. Li Longji sighed. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have to worry about the publicity. The two of them have their own plans. When they brought Zhang Zhong over, who would have thought this would happen? Now that Lu Zhou's population is increasing, why are the people who came to Lu Zhou joining in the fun? Zhang Zhong didn't do them any favors. Gao Lisher and Wei Wei paused for a moment before he said, it's true that he didn't do them any favors. However, once they come to Lu Zhou, they won't be able to leave Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce. Everyone knows that the Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce is backed by the Zhang family and the Wang family. When they work for the main family, they have to protect the main family. Besides, he couldn't stand the praises of his neighbors. Everyone praised the Zhang clan and the Wang clan, and after hearing a lot, he naturally felt that they were good as well. Moreover, the way the Zhang clan and the Wang clan did things was truly difficult for others to find fault with. Xiao Bao had many tricks up his sleeve, but he had never schemed against any part of the Great Tang. Moreover, Xiao Bei and the other 8 are the Great Tang's patrol inspectors that you personally appointed. When the people listen to stories, they like to hear about a certain corrupt official being dealt with. If that's the case, do you think the people of Lu Zhou will treat the Zhang family and the Wang family badly? What about us? Am I not good enough? Li Longji asked again. Yes, your majesty is different from the others. The people miss your majesty, but because your majesty's status is too noble and lofty, they won't think too much about other things. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are closer to you. They revere you while they respect and love Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are actually worried that you'll lose your position, so they've been promoting you. Every issue of the newspapers all over the country has words like, Your Majesty. During the disaster relief, they're also using the imperial family's name. Although the people know that many of the supplies were taken out from the warehouses of the Zhang family and the Wang family, they've been helping you. Gao Lisher chuckled and began to analyze. Actually, I know that too. It's just that I feel a little uncomfortable when I see that the people favor the Zhang family and the Wang family more than me. Winter is coming, and there aren't too many disasters this year. The patrol inspectors are coming out in waves, and the officials all over the country are afraid. They've done what they should do well. The only problem is that it's man-made. They're so bold that they actually dared to attack Xiao Bei and the others directly. They even wanted to scheme against the Zhang family and the Wang family. If possible, they planned to kill me as well. After that, they pretended that they didn't know anything. This matter isn't over yet. When I have the financial support, I'll personally fight and avenge the people of Tang. Li Longji suddenly remembered that the new year was coming. He realized that there weren't many disasters this year. There weren't so many droughts and floods, and there wasn't a scene of the whole family fleeing. As he spoke, he thought of the incident in Jiangnan Circuit and was furious. In the past, Gao Lisher would have persuaded him, but now he supported him. Your Majesty, you should really go on an expedition yourself. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo finish fighting Duosher, the two of them will organize the troops to support your Majesty. This was the reason why Gao Lisher supported him. When the time came, the emperor would personally lead the expedition, but the choice of the general would be up to him. When it came to the deployment of troops, it would be up to him to decide who to listen to. Li Longji understood the meaning behind his words. After thinking for a while, he finally nodded and said, Yes, I need Cuckoo's advice. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Otherwise, the good men of Tang will be buried. The rain has stopped. Let's go out for a walk. I don't know when we'll come again. It's best not to have too many snow disasters this winter. No one can say for sure what the heavens want. As long as there's no snow south of the Yellow River, it'll be fine. The people in the north are already used to it. I don't think they'll be able to come out immediately this time. Gao Lisher walked out with her and talked about the trip. I'll be satisfied if I can come out once a year and stay outside for 3 months. This time, it's to build a railway. What excuse should I use next time? When we go back, there should be some roads that are open to traffic. Let's take a seat and see who can tell us. What's the prosperity of spring and autumn? Maybe Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can know. Li Longji clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head. Gao Lisher echoed, I think so. Every time the Ministry of Works, the Sinangxi Temple, and the Medical College come up with something new, the two of them are very calm and not surprised at all. Every time, they can point out what to pay attention to when using the new thing and how it can be used in other places. It's as if they already know it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally didn't know that because they weren't at home at noon, the quality of their food was very poor. When they were about 70% full, they had to say goodbye to Granny Huang and her family and go to the delivery room. When they arrived, the first thing they felt was a wave of heat. They were all people who were advised to burn charcoal far away. Just now, they were too close to the delivery room. Not only was it hot, but there was also smoke, so they were advised to go outside to cool off. How is it? Zhang Xiaobao stood outside and asked. He didn't go in, because he couldn't help much even if he went in. Just now, Madame Zhang made a little movement, but now she stopped. We're all waiting. Madame Wang hasn't reacted yet. Little young master, don't worry, there definitely won't be any problems. In the past few years, I've delivered at least 3,000 children, if not 10,000. There's a delivery job every day. The accident rate for the first child is 0.5%, and the accident rate for women who have delivered before is 0.1%, which is 0.1%. This refers to the situation in the hospital, where the accident rate is very high. There's no other way, because the medical conditions are not up to standard. The obstetrician assured Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that the person who was qualified to deliver the mother of the two was naturally the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department of Dai Hospital. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and looked at Wang Wan. Both of them knew that this was already very small. Although it couldn't be compared to their time, as long as the cause was not congenital, as long as the hospital was chosen, it was impossible for there to be any accident during delivery. At that time, medical technology was better developed. In theory, as long as there was a need for blood and cell replacement, the mother and child could meet the requirements. There was no such thing as a mismatch because during pregnancy, the mother and child were symbiotic. What could circulate in the mother's body would also circulate in the child's body. Although the actual operation was a little difficult, no problem had been found in the theoretical argument. But now, the death rate of 0.5% was really too small. No one in Japan or the surrounding areas would dare to believe it. To hire a midwife with a death rate of 10% for the first child, the price was not small. Even if the death rate was only 2%, 1 in 50 would die. Such a probability was frightening. If there is any deviation, I ask, to save the mother. Zhang Xiaobao said this sentence with great difficulty, because once this sentence came out, if his younger brothers and sisters knew in the future, they would naturally feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Wang Wan also nodded at the side. In case there was a need to choose, it was sad to lose a younger brother or a younger sister, but it was definitely not as bad as losing a mother. The longer people lived together, the more difficult it was to part with them. This was a kind of attachment and a kind of habit. Understood, I know what to do. The doctor only answered a few words, turned around and went in again, but the meaning was clearly expressed. In the future, this sentence would not be spread out. Let's go. Now our family is finally prosperous. Including the one we picked up later, there are a total of 16 people. It's so lively. It's enough to open a small kindergarten. Zhang Xiaobao walked back with his arm around Wang Wan's waist and said happily. Wang Wan did not avoid others. She let Zhang Xiaobao put his arm around her waist, and at the same time, put her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's waist and said, normal people are normal and have normal health. They can have a lot of children, but they can't raise them. Didn't the founding general also write in My Mother, that if too many children are born, they can only drown? It's the tragedy of the era. If they can't have children, they can't raise the children they give birth to. How sad would it be to kill a young life with one's own hands? Yes, so now we're helping the Tang Empire to raise them and let them have as many children as they can. Anyway, the country is so big, we need people to live there. Zhang Xiaobao said. How big is our country? Are you saying that 9.6 million square kilometers can accommodate 1.4 billion people? Wang Wan asked. No, it's 1.4 4 billion square kilometers. When the standard of living is high and the level of education is high, the population growth will not be fast. The reason for the growth is that the lifespan is extended. As long as the social security is in place, many couples are not willing to have children. The poorer and more backward a place is, the more children there will be. Individuals don't have many skills, so they can get fewer survival resources. When there are more children, they can naturally get more. They can't find other entertainment in their daily life, so they can only do one thing. Plus, they lack the knowledge and skills to raise children, so children are born. Zhang Xiaobao hugged Wang Wan and waved his hand generously. His body turned a circle, and Wang Wan turned a bigger circle. Wang Wan, who found that she was walking more, was not willing. She also hugged Zhang Xiaobao and turned a circle. Finally, she made up for the distance and said with a smile, "Oh, you're planning to occupy the land of the earth. In fact, people can live on the sea. It's okay if you expand the area a little." "Oh, I forgot about that. Well, I'll let the natives of other places live on the sea in the future. I've decided. After killing Polyshur, I'll drive the natives of the northeast region to the Mediterranean Sea. Otherwise, they'll find a way to make their own boats and take them to North America." Zhang Xiaobao waved his fist and said confidently. Chapter 1149. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Another 2 days passed while waiting for the birth. Wang Wan's mother was the first to show signs of movement. Due to her previous experience, she wasn't particularly afraid. With the help of the doctor, the 2 children were born one after another. Coincidentally, the Zhang Wang clan also showed signs of movement 2 hours later. Then, the 2 children were born smoothly. The 2 were also twins, and they were also fraternal twins. However, the Wang clan's 2 children were born first, unlike Xiao Bei and the others. Knowing that the mother and child were safe, Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to go in to take a look, but was stopped outside. Only Wang Wan, Xiao Bei, De Nan, and Xiao Nan were allowed to go in. Wang Wan's mother's child was born early, but she hadn't opened her eyes yet. On the contrary, Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother and sister opened their eyes when they were carried out. The medical staff squatted down so that Xiao Bei and the others could see the children. "Why is she so wrinkled?" Xiao Bei stared at her younger sister. She was different from what she had imagined. She thought that she would be fair and plump, but in the end, she was small and wrinkled. Hearing the sound, the baby girl closed one of her eyes, and tried hard to open the other. However, she could only open a small gap. Through this small gap, her eyes met with Xiao Bei's gaze. Her eyes were originally lifeless, but Xiao Bei felt that there was a special charm in them. That slightly dazed, helpless, and inquisitive expression made Xiao Bei feel more solemn. It also symbolized the arrival of a new life. "Younger sister, welcome. I announce that you have come to this world. As your older sister, I will tell you how wonderful this world is. I will protect you until the day you can protect others. Your laughter is what I look forward to. I am willing to bear this responsibility because this is also my happiness." Xiao Bei smiled at his sister with the most gentle expression he could muster before solemnly promising her. Looking at the other 3 children, Xiao Bei lamented to his sister, "So the birth of new life can make people so excited and happy. When I see them, I feel that I'm no longer weak. I have to be strong and hold up the blue sky for them. I've decided that in order to celebrate the birth of my younger brothers and sisters, from now on, Tang Dynasty's precious candy house will prepare a family meal for all the children of Tang Dynasty for free within 24 hours. I'm willing to give my all for my younger brothers and sisters. Your brother and I thought the same. I believe our parents felt the same way." Wang Wan patted Xiao Bei's head. "Yes, I believe that the majority of people would be like that when faced with a new life. However, there are also a small number of people who don't deserve to be human. For example, our younger sister Hong's original father, that official or something. I don't even have the heart to remember him. Aya, do they want to drink milk? I'll have someone prepare it right away. Xiao Bei snuggled up to his sister and suddenly remembered the problem of feeding his younger brothers and sisters. He turned around to make the arrangements. Wang Wan hurriedly pulled Xiao Bei back. Don't drink milk. Our mother has milk. It's enough to feed 2 children. Back then, your brother and I didn't have a problem. It's just that our mother has to suffer. She's greatly restricted in terms of eating. Can seafood be eaten? Can vegetables be eaten? For Xiao Bei, who didn't have such knowledge, his mother's eating was a very mysterious matter. You can't eat things that are too salty. You also need to take in more water to maintain the protein and fats in your body. You need to eat meat. You also need to replenish the various fruits and vegetables needed for vitamins. You also need to do exercise. If you don't eat well, not only will the baby get sick, but the mother will also get sick. Many women's illnesses are caused when they are pregnant and feeding the child. Fortunately, your brother has learned a lot of knowledge in this area. Not many people can handle it. Wang Wan explained to Xiao Bei. She and Zhang Xiaobao weren't like other adults who were afraid of children asking such questions. Other adults might be embarrassed, afraid that their children had learned something they shouldn't and would ask questions. However, she and Zhang Xiaobao organized the words that the child could understand and described the matter in a language that the child could understand. This was because the two of them never thought that giving birth to a child was a shameful thing. The continuation of life was solemn and sacred. If anyone criticized it in the name of morality, then it was immoral in itself. If you still had obscene thoughts when facing the pure gaze of a baby, then it was definitely a kind of blasphemy to life. It was filthy to the depths of one's soul. Wang Wan had seen some people take photos of women breastfeeding their children with different thoughts. The photographer wantonly criticized the woman for doing so, and even raised it from a moral point of view. Wang Wan felt that the person who took the photos was the one who deserved to be killed the most. Other people's children cried when they were hungry, and they weren't allowed to feed the child. If you saw other people's breasts and felt that they were tempting you, then if they were to feed the child with a milk bottle, wouldn't you feel that the milk bottle was sexy? When you were filming people coveting other people's breastfeeding organs, how despicable were your actions? Did you want to imagine other people's reproductive organs according to the baby's size when they were giving birth? What in the world could be more despicable than such thoughts and actions? Sister, where are they taking my siblings? Xiao Bei asked as he held his sister's hand when he saw his siblings being carried away. They're going to do a checkup. Also, the air pressure today is too low, so they might need artificial oxygen. Otherwise, they might fall sick easily. Unfortunately, Tang Dynasty didn't have this technology when you were young, although it's far from advanced now, Wang Wan replied. Xiao Bei nodded in understanding and said, it's fine. Anyway, we're very healthy now. I heard that the first delivery room was built in Luzhou. You and my brother built it for us. Sister, why did my brother learn so many things about children? Because he has many younger siblings, Wang Wan replied with a smile. That's true. There are already 14 of them now. I'm going to visit my mother. The children are growing so slowly. Hong has just learned how to walk, but she can't speak yet. Sigh. Xiao Bei walked to another room with a regretful expression on his face. There were 2 people from the Jiang Wang clan there. Hearing that the 4 children and 2 adults were safe and sound, Li Longji was also overjoyed. He was so overjoyed that he started pacing around the house. The palace maids, eunuchs, Gao Lisher, Empress Wang, and Wu Huifei looked at the emperor with a puzzled expression. They were also happy. After all, the health of the adults and children directly affected the mood of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. With the appearance of new siblings, the 2 of them would definitely come up with many bad ideas that would be terrible for other countries. In other words, it would be good for Tang Dynasty. However, they could not understand why the emperor was so excited. Your Majesty, should we send a message to Minister Zhang? Also, there's General Wang. Under Wu Huifei's signal, Gao Lisher reminded Li Longji, who was pacing back and forth. The General Wang he mentioned was Wang Wan's father. He was currently in the capital, helping out at the secret research site of the Ministry of Works. Even though he was a general and did not know how to lead an army, he was absolutely serious when it came to defense. He knew that he was not capable enough, so he never stirred up trouble. Of course, he was not afraid of others looking for trouble. If someone really wanted to scheme against him or humiliate him, he did not even need to tell his daughter and son-in-law. The people who cooperated with the Zhang clan and Wang clan, as well as the officials from Jinjia Academy, would take action. Naturally, no one dared to bully him. They would rather bully Zhang Zhong. Looking for trouble with Zhang Zhong was an official matter, but looking for him would make him a mortal enemy. Everyone knew that Wang Wan's father was not suited to be an official. Not to mention bullying him, even a sarcastic remark could kill him. These two people did not come with him. There were also 4 people from the older generation of the Zhang clan and Wang clan. They were still playing chess and chatting with their neighbors in Zhuangzi. All of them needed to be reported. Li Longji, who was pacing back and forth in the hall, stopped and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Send the report. There's no need. It's too late. They must have already sent it. I'll send a good report to the other officials. Tell them that Zhang clan and Wang clan's child was successfully born." "Yes, Your Majesty." Gao Lisher received the order and went to the door to ask someone to send the report to the important officials of Tang. It was very important. What was important was not the first part, but the second part that made the two people happy. This was because the two people's happiness and anger were fully displayed on their faces. They gave people the feeling that they were alive, unlike other high-ranking officials who could not tell whether they were happy or sad. They also sought stability in their actions. The reason for this was that the two of them no longer needed to act according to the mood of others, nor did they need to act for others to see. If the two of them were happy, the officials would let out a sigh of relief. If they were unhappy, the entire sky of the Great Tang would seem overcast. Hence, Zhang Xiaobao ordered someone to send the news back to his family, to the merchants he had worked with, and to the officials. Gao Lisher also sent the news to the officials with high status. At the same time, the people of Luzhou and the merchants also spread the news. In the end, the news of the birth of the 4 unnamed children spread throughout Tang in just a day. Most people bought their favorite food and set off firecrackers to celebrate as if it was the new year. After the news spread, Li Longji walked around the room again. Gao Lisher turned around and asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, what are you?" "Lisher, are you happy?" Li Longji slowed down and asked. "Yes." Gao Lisher nodded. The 4 new children were Xiaobao's younger siblings. Xiaobao was his adopted son, which meant that he had more children in his family. It was especially fun to have a child like Xiaobao who always liked to stir up trouble. Children could cause trouble, but adults who were afraid of their children stirring up trouble were all incompetent people. Besides, the people Xiaobao bullied were all officials. In the future, there would be a large group of children coming to the palace to play. The palace would be lively. That's right. I'm happy as well. June, and Pan will have younger siblings in the future. When they have younger siblings, they will naturally have a sense of responsibility. It's a pity that the children this time are too symmetrical. I reckon the Zhang family and the Wang family will be married again. Wouldn't it be better if they have a boy and a girl next year? Li Longji said excitedly. Then, he continued to walk back and forth in the room. Everyone understood now. The emperor wanted June, and Pan, to marry the Zhang family and the Wang family. He was thinking about the children who had not been born yet. Chapter 1150. The babies were born, but the team couldn't go back immediately. They still had to wait for the Zhang Wang clan to finish their confinement. The 4 babies also needed time to adapt. Although babies had a higher chance of surviving in extreme environments than adults, that was overdrafting their vitality. When the telegram was sent back, Zhang Zhong and Wang Wan's father were very happy, but they couldn't come to visit in person. The two of them had been busy with the Ministry of Works, and they emphasized the safety of production and development and the safety of the guards. Similarly happy were a group of officials led by the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, who were unfriendly to the Zhang Wang clan. When they found out that the Zhang Wang clan's 2 pregnant women were also going to the place where the emperor was going, they were furious. It was obvious that the emperor needed to wait for the babies to be born before returning. They didn't want the emperor to go out in the first place. If it was in the past, it would be easier. Going to such a distant place was a waste of money and manpower. Moreover, important matters in the capital couldn't be reported in time. The officials would coax the emperor together. If the emperor really wanted to go out, he could only stroll around Gyeonggi province. At this moment, neither of the 2 excuses were valid. The emperor didn't need the financial funds of the imperial court to go out, and he didn't even need to use the palace treasury. That damned Zhang Xiaobao took care of everything. He could be said to be rich and overbearing. He supported a team of more than 30,000 people without even frowning. There was also the supply team behind, which required at least 50,000 people. Based on the calculation that each person spent at least 100 copper coins a day, that was 5,000 strings of coins. 150,000 strings of coins a month. If there were special circumstances, they would have to pay extra. With so much money, how many merchants would be scared to death in the Great Tang? If it was in Japan, it would be more than half a year's income. This was because Japan was doing business with the Great Tang. Otherwise, Japan wouldn't be able to get 3 million strings of coins a year. They wouldn't be able to do it even if they worked themselves to death. How much did the Great Tang get in a year? However, Zhang Xiaobao didn't care. He traveled all the way, solved all kinds of hidden problems, and dealt with Japan in passing. Wang Bei really wanted to impeach Zhang Xiaobao. The reason was that Zhang Xiaobao spent so much money. Wouldn't it be better if he spent it on the people? Was 150,000 strings of coins a month a joke? Why should it be spent by Zhang Xiaobao? Halfway through the memorial, Wang Bei realized that Zhang Xiaobao was not spending the imperial court's money. He was spending his own money. That's right. He didn't know when he started to think that the money of the Zhang family and Wang family was the imperial court's money. Who asked these 2 families to always take out money to provide research for the Ministry of Works and the Sidong Temple? Who asked them to always transport things to disaster areas at the fastest speed? Who asked them to? Anyway, it's their way of doing things. They give people the impression that it's easy to get money from them to help the Great Tang. It's their fault. Yes, it's their fault. Wang Bei selectively forgot the grievances in his heart and pushed all the blame onto the Zhang family and the Wang family. Husband, who made you angry this time? While Wang Bei was struggling, his wife came in with hot soup. She heard the noise and asked with concern. It's the Zhang family and the Wang family. They came to Luzhou to give birth to a child, and they actually delayed His Majesty in the south in the name of the child. They're harming the country. The child has just been born, but he's already started to harm our dynasty. What will happen when he grows up? They're a family of villains. Humph. Wang Bei blamed the baby. When he lowered his head and saw the soup sent by his wife, he asked, "What's the soup?" "It's the flying dragon soup made of birds sent from the northern part of Hebei province. They said it's delicious and nutritious, so I made an extra bowl and sent it here," Wang Bei's wife replied. "Oh. They're kind enough to send something to my family? Didn't they stop all the benefits before?" Wang Bei sneered. "It's all because Qing is pregnant. Her body is weak, and the doctor gave her a prescription, saying that the flying dragon soup is suitable. So, the Zhang family sent this bird, saying that the political views of the adults are different, and it has nothing to do with the child. They also said that the child is never wrong. It's too despicable to put the grudge on the child, and the Zhang family and the Wang family disdained to do it. Wang Bei's wife explained that Qing was the eldest daughter-in-law, and she had been pregnant for 7 months. Wang Bei's face turned red when he heard this. Just now, he had accused the other family's child of harming the country and the people. Then, his wife gave such an answer. He felt that his face had been slapped more than 200 times. It was burning hot. Who was the gentleman and who was the villain? As a minister, Wang Bei had trained his face to be thick-skinned. He immediately calmed down and said to his wife, "Put it down. I'll think about the heavy snow again. The Ministry of Revenue is going to allocate money again, at least part of it." After his wife left, Wang Bei took a deep breath and murmured, "They want to bribe me with small favors. Forget it, I don't want to speak ill of people behind their backs." No matter how thick-skinned Wang Bei was, he knew that he was in the wrong. It was not good for him to say anything more about this matter. He carefully looked around, afraid that he would be discovered. If it was leaked, once it was reported, he would be drowned in the spittle of the people of Tang. Fortunately, the emperor was coming back, and it was a happy thing. Another thing that made the officials of the capital happy was that the first generation of diesel engines had been finalized. They had invested money in it, and there was no return yet. The first generation of diesel engines was finalized, and 10 diesel engines were produced, and they were distributed according to the streets. The back of the hand-guided tractor was modified to have many seats, and it was used to transport the officials who invested in it to and from work. The speed was not very fast, and it was slower than the speed of the carriage. It was very bumpy, and smoke was coming out of it. However, the officials who were qualified to ride it did not care. Instead, they were proud of it. The main reason was that others did not have it. No matter how smoky the tractor was when the wind was against them, it was also a symbol of status. Who cared whether they could breathe or not? They could only watch, and they did not know how it felt to sit on a tractor. Do you know how it felt to sit on a carriage that did not require a horse or a person? The smell of the smoke coming out of the carriage was so invigorating, and it made one's breath stronger, especially when the wind was against them. Even if one was rich, one would not be able to experience it. Therefore, the 10 tractors made the investing officials feel better, and they felt that the money was well spent, even if the money for the diesel engines was paid out of their dividends and investments. When Li Longji heard about this, he found Zhang Xiaobao and asked if it was possible to ride a tractor on the way back. However, he was strongly opposed by Zhang Xiaobao. "Your Majesty, it's not possible. It's winter now, and the wind is basically from the north, northwest, and northeast. If we go back, there will be many opportunities to face the wind. The carriage is too small, and the thermal insulation is not perfect. Even if we extend the exhaust pipe and put it at the back of the carriage, we will not be able to smell the exhaust. The small carriage is not comfortable. Your Majesty, this is not a good thing." Xiaobao told the truth. He would rather take a boat than a tractor. Being on a boat was not a big deal. After all, he had many yachts in the past. Even if he had an antique car, the antique car was not a tractor. It was a Rolls-Royce that was more than 200 years old. It could still drive at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It was a symbol of status. What was the point of driving a tractor? Workers, peasants, and soldiers? Wang Wan felt that it was reasonable. She also had an old car, but she would never drive a tractor, which was a symbol of workers, peasants, and soldiers. Workers, peasants, and soldiers sounded good, but they were worthless. In a country, officials were the most respectable. Although the slogan sounded good, it was a lie to say that the working class was the leader and the workers and peasants alliance was the foundation. There was no democracy. It was a master-slave relationship. The simplest example was that many people in Beijing did not say that they were from Beijing. They said that they were from Suzhou City. The architecture was from the Ming Dynasty, but most people said that it was changed from the Qing Dynasty. If they were not slaves, then what were they? Of course, slaves were a positive term in the Qing Dynasty, but later on, if you called others slaves, they would definitely not be happy. If you did not believe it, you could try it. See how many people would scold you for being crazy, and how many people would directly hit you. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew the advantages and disadvantages of a tractor, but Li Longji did not. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and saw Wang Wan's expression of agreement, he was very disappointed. Can't I take a tractor back? Li Longji asked one last time. Your Majesty, tractors are most suitable for farming. Anyway, they are bumpy. Your Majesty, do you know why they are called tractors? Because they are powered by a diesel engine, and they move forward by dragging. The shock absorption is not good, and it is not a trailer-type caravan. Can I make a better one for you in the future? In order not to be implicated, Zhang Xiaobao had to try his best to persuade him. If it was someone else who tried to persuade him, Li Longji would definitely not believe it. However, he had to treat Xiaobao and Cuckoo seriously. After thinking for a while, Li Longji finally gave up and said, "Okay, but what is a caravan?" "Uncle Emperor, I know. It is our house. The one that was made of agarwood in the past, and now it is for my younger brother and sister to use. The one with mercury dynamic balance. It can also float on water. That is the only dynamic balance in the Tang Dynasty. Until now, there has not been a second one. My brother and sister have done a lot for us." Xiao Bei immediately followed up and gestured as he spoke. Li Longji suddenly remembered. Other people would provide their children with comfortable carriages, many people to look after them, or a large courtyard like the imperial family. However, he did not expect that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would give their younger brothers and sisters a moving house. Moreover, that house was on land and had a mercury pressure converter under it. As long as the car could go up or down, the house would remain stable. This was the mercury dynamic balance. Until now, there had not been a second one. It was not that they could not make it, but that the investment was too big and not worth it. However, the two of them thought that it was worth it. Just like the first delivery room, Xiao Bei and the others could laugh proudly at the world just because of this. When will our caravan appear? Li Longji asked with jealousy. Wait, until the gasoline engine is perfected. Shock absorption is a problem. The 5 methods are not ideal. Zhang Xiaobao was troubled. What he meant by not ideal was that it could not reach his level, not even half of it. Which 5? Li Longji really did not know that there were so many shock absorption methods. Spring plate, shock absorption material, air pressure, and hydraulic pressure. We can only use the first 2. The third one is still in the process of being chosen. Wang Wan replied.